Everywhere.
Clergy lead a peaceful march and protest in downtown L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti taking a knee on the street, telling protesters he too wants justice for George Floyd.
And LAPD Chief Michael Moore facing calls to resign after his comments yesterday about the death of George Floyd. Hello and welcome to everyone watching. We are live on ABC7, ABC7.com, and streaming wherever you are on the ABC7 Los Angeles app. I'm David Ono.
I'm Ellen Leyva. Thousands of people are once again taking part in protests across Southern California, demanding justice for George Floyd and against police brutality. Despite dozens of marches over the last week, LAPD is reporting 2,700 arrests, but 90% of those are for curfew violations. There have also been 60 police vehicles that have been damaged. Mandatory curfews will once again be in place in communities across our area. Some are already in effect and go into place now. Curfews for both LA County and LA City are from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Meanwhile, the state of Minnesota
on the ABC7 Los Angeles app. I'm David Ono.
I'm Ellen Leyva. Thousands of people are once again taking part in protests across Southern California, demanding justice for George Floyd and against police brutality. Despite dozens of marches over the last week, LAPD is reporting 2,700 arrests, but 90% of those are for curfew violations. There have also been 60 police vehicles that have been damaged. Mandatory curfews will once again be in place in communities across our area. Some are already in effect and go into place now. Curfews for both LA County and LA City are from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Meanwhile, the state of Minnesota
As protesters are walking right now, I'm joined with one, Andre.
Andre, that's me.
Yes, Andre. Just kind of like take us through, you guys are out here, rain or shine.
Rain or shine, hail or sleet. If a hurricane came through, we'd be here.
And Andre, why do you feel it was important, to be out here today?
I feel it's important because we have names like Emmett Till, Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, and countless others who have gone unnamed by police brutality. And I think it's important to be out here because this is the start of momentum. This is the start of bringing real change.
And the protest so far has been peaceful. We have seen the law enforcement presence trying to block you guys from staying off the streets and everything like that. What do you think about everything going on right now that is peaceful?
I'm very happy that it's remained peaceful. Now, the law enforcement is here to make sure we're not in too much traffic, not hit by cars or anything. But they have also allowed us to speak our message, be seen by the people, and hopefully mobilize more.
Thank you so much, Andre. And right now we're still walking along Airport Pulling Road. We do know that earlier this did start at the courthouse right by the sheriff's office, and then after they tried to make their way towards Fifth Avenue. But we can tell you that while they were making their way towards Fifth Avenue, there was a large sheriff presence that actually stopped them and had blocked them because they were taking up a large portion of the road. We did see two groups actually split up. One went down this way on Airport Pulling Road, but then after now we're heading back along the way towards Fifth Avenue, towards the courthouse. But right now everything so far has been peaceful. Sheriffs standing side by side with the protesters. That's the very latest here live in Collier County. I'm Joseph Ojo, ABC7.
All right, thank you, Joseph. At yesterday's protest, 4 arrests were made. Tonight we have the police reports. 2 of them were arrested for corrupting the peacefulness of the protest. Another accused for driving a vehicle into a line of law enforcement with police shields. A 4th was arrested for pushing a deputy while yelling not to touch him. We talked to the Collier County Sheriff today.
We wanted to make sure that we are here to protect persons' rights to free speech and demonstrate peacefully. We will implement a similar plan to ensure that the group is safe, the community is safe, and they can make sure that their message is heard.
The sheriff is expecting tonight's protest to continue to be peaceful and will have several agencies on Fifth Avenue. And Joseph Ojo, who you just saw, is going to continue to walk with the protesters tonight, and he'll get you more tonight on ABC7 News at 11.
New at 7, the Hendry County Sheriff is declaring a local state of emergency because of an organized Black Lives Matter rally. The sheriff, Steve Whidden, says there is social media chatter talking about threats to loot, damage, and burn the store. Sheriff Whidden says the Black Lives Matter organization is trying to organize a protest at the Walmart in Clewiston. He's warning people in the eastern portion of the county to stay home from 8 tonight until 5 tomorrow morning.
All the way to LAPD headquarters on First and Main, and do a protest modeled on their Christian faith, modeled on God, on the values of justice, love, and forgiveness. Because God is on our side. This is how God would want them to fight racism and injustice, say faith leaders, singing gospel music and on their knees in protest and prayer. It's why Megan Orr brought her 15-year-old daughter with a T-shirt speaking the language of youth.
It says God is dope, and this is a Christian organization.
This is what Christ would want us to do, is stand up for George Floyd and make a difference in our community in a peaceful way.
But there was a strong message, signs that read "Enough is enough," and a list of names of African Americans killed by police. Faith leaders say what's made them more upset is the sight of the President of the United States walking to a church, holding up a Bible, his path cleared by clearing out peaceful protesters.
You don't go to church yourself. How can you tell us how to live? If he'd have came to the people in a humble way, we would have all humbled down and submitted ourselves. So here's our man showing some sympathy and some kindness to our people. You got to demonstrate love and compassion to the people, and you got to serve the folk. He's blessed to be at the top. He have to serve the people. He's not the red states, blue state. It's the United States of America.
Dear God, we come just to say thank you.
But they say their faith tells them to pray for their leaders, which they did for LA Mayor Eric Garcetti, and which they will, they say, for the president.
I don't care how horrible or awful he is. Even he is worthy of forgiveness and redemption. Mr. President, we are praying for you. We love you. And I'm trusting that God is going to take your heart and turn it.
Now, when the mayor arrived, the protest took a noticeably different tone. Other protesters started arriving and started yelling at the mayor. As the mayor left, the faith leaders, all of them basically left, and more of these other protesters arrived and took a more hostile tone. Still were peaceful, but started yelling at the mayor and yelling things like defund the police. Now, one faith leader said he wanted to point out to me that while the faith protest was largely and overwhelmingly African American, these other protesters that came in were largely not. Reporting live from downtown Los Angeles, Ted Chen, NBC4 News. Michael and Carolyn, back to you.
Sheriff Alex Villanueva joins us on the phone now. Sheriff, thanks for taking the time. How are things shaping up today?
Well, we're definitely very, very busy. We have our personnel are deployed throughout the entire LA County area. We're monitoring all the peaceful protests, and we're praying that they remain just that, peaceful protests. In fact, we want to protect everyone who's protesting peacefully, and we support the community in their efforts to demonstrate lawfully. We want to honor the memory of George Floyd by all means, and we have to just be on guard for the people that are trying to take advantage of the situation.
You know, Alex, you were mentioning this, you're reiterating what you talked about during your press conference yesterday, that people have a right to protest, but we have a curfew that kicks in at 6 o'clock here tonight. What are you saying to those protesters and anyone else who is out here tonight?
Well, we're given the entire day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for people to protest. Unfortunately, what happens after 6 p.m. is that the complexion of the protest changes drastically. And then that's when you see the uptick in looting. We've seen acts of arson, assault, vandalism, and the community can't support that or tolerate that, and there's an expectation that we maintain law and order.
Have there been any issues that you've had to contend with today, any major issues?
Not today. Thankfully, the larger protests that are going on in Hollywood, in the downtown LA area, they've been peaceful, and we're hoping it stays that way. We had one incursion onto the 101 freeway, but that was very brief, and they're out of harm's way. So we also have to keep in mind that we still have the COVID-19 pandemic going on, so large congregation of people is ill-advised.
Yeah, that is one of the challenges with all this. We've certainly seen so many people gathering. I mean, we're talking thousands of people in the downtown LA area alone, as well as an equal number probably in Hollywood right now.
Yes, and you can, if you plot and keep track of the pandemic numbers, you're going to see an uptick in cases, positive COVID-19s, and unfortunate fatalities, because these people that are protesting, One, they're not practicing safe social distancing. A lot of them are not wearing masks properly, and they're going to bring that home to their families. And there could be people there, elderly, that have compromised health systems, and you're going to see an uptick in cases for sure.
All right, so Sheriff, based on what you've seen here today, and you anticipate what tonight, and your message to folks here tonight?
It's really simple. We are all in agreement that what happened to George Floyd was murder. We want to hold all four accountable, not just the one, but the other three that just stood by and did absolutely nothing. That is an abomination. It's against everything that law enforcement represents for the nation. But however, we have to make sure that all the reform efforts that have taken place since 1992 continue. And there have been a lot of changes, and some people tend to overlook them because they focus on one piece of news, but we have to look at the overall picture. A lot has changed since 1992. In fact, in 1992, I was a young deputy, and I worked during the riots, and someone in my position as a Latino, I had no hope of ever going up through the rank structure and becoming sheriff. However, over time, a lot of things changed, and even with a small voice, we can overcome a lot of the adversities that we're facing, and we can make positive change on our political system.
We talked about this a little earlier, the curfew that's in effect, and your guess is this will likely last for a few more evenings?
As long as there's organized protests going on still that are attracting crowds of people, we have an obligation to keep the curfew in effect. Once the protests are gone, then we can start demobilizing all of the assets that are out there, and we can return to normalcy.
And to be clear, what we've been seeing is not that these peaceful protesters are the ones that have turned to looting, but that some have sort of come in from behind this and taken advantage of a situation and been more opportunistic and caused trouble.
Exactly, and the opportunistic part is not that these are people within the protest decide, hey, I'm here protesting, oh, by the way, let me go loot. That would be just a crime of opportunity to spur the moment. No, these are organized groups of people that are using the protest as a cover to then engage in all the rioting and all the acts of vandalism and the looting. I mean, they're caravanning in rented vehicles. They're definitely organized, and it has nothing to do with George Floyd.
All right, Sheriff Alex Villanueva, we appreciate it. And again, a reminder, the curfew here for LA County kicks in tonight at 6. We appreciate you joining us here this afternoon.
You got it. You guys stay safe.
You too.
You as well. Thank you. We've been keeping close watch on the large protest in Hollywood. You can see now some of the demonstrators are gathered on the Sunset Boulevard overpass here to the 101. NBC4's Kim Tobin is live near there, where she saw a very powerful moment between protesters and the National Guard earlier today. Kim.
Yeah, extremely powerful, Carolyn. We'll get to that here in just a second. I just want to give you a little bit of a scene setter of what we're seeing, because a lot of the protesters here have cleared out and they've kind of gone in different directions. I know that Eliana Moreno was over the group that was on Sunset Boulevard that was heading east, and we also had a crew that was heading, it looks like, south on Vine. So they've kind of split up at this point. Right now, we still do have the National Guard out here. They've kind of been meeting and gathering together. I don't know if it's looking like they're doing some planning for the evening or what that looks like, but they've kind of broken away from the blocking of this intersection. You still do have some of the protesters here, and now we have LAPD that's actually out here on scene as well, and it looks like they're kind of just managing the traffic here because, again, it's all kind of gotten shut down in this area. Sunset Boulevard closed off here. So still some chanting here. Now they are chanting at LAPD with their hands up, saying hands up, don't shoot. So it looks like they've kind of splintered off, though, most of them, and kind of gone off in some different areas around Hollywood. But we do want to show that video if we can bring that in right now. There was a big gathering here a little bit earlier that was just a really powerful moment when the National Guard went down on one knee there with the protesters in solidarity, and you had a lot of the protesters shaking hands, giving hugs, kind of coming together as one, saying that, you know, they understand that they're both humans here. And then we also talked to a man named Malcolm, and he wanted to just share really what was going through his mind, through his heart, because he was just very emotional, it's very powerful moments that were happening here. And he was the one that was going around kind of having those really positive interactions with the National Guard. And here's what he's told me.
I don't want to be here. They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't have to be here. We have a president that isn't doing his job right now. He is dividing us, and it hurts.
Malcolm, thank you.
It hurts. It hurts. We don't deserve this. We deserve a leader. We deserve a leader. Not all officers are bad.
And back out here live, you know, that was Malcolm who we spoke with, and he was very frustrated. He had a lot of emotions running through. We do want to reiterate, though, that President Trump has denounced the violence. He has also made it clear that there will be justice in the case of George Floyd, that those officers are going to be brought to justice. So again, back out here live, we are seeing some of these protesters here who are kind of lining the front right near LAPD with their arms raised into the air here, saying no justice, no peace, kind of just letting this police officer know here, LAPD, that's kind of now blocking the area. Again, a very small group left over that's still here demonstrating, making their voices heard in Hollywood, while some of those bigger groups have moved on, heading south on Vine, heading east on Sunset earlier. But still, a lot of folks here yelling right now, "I can't breathe," holding their signs here, saying there needs to be justice in the case of George Floyd. We'll send it back to you.
Just coming up on Civic Center Drive. Thank you.
Raising their voices in Venice and beyond. This march took place near Venice and Abbot Kinney. Dozens of people holding signs and demanding justice for George Floyd. The National Guard is currently stationed there to help keep the peace, and this was a peaceful march today. Beverly Hills, another peaceful protest formed in that area at Santa Monica and Cannon just before noon. A couple hundred people turned out there. They did not disrupt traffic and stayed to the sidewalks.
Well, these peaceful demonstrations that we're seeing are to protest the death of George Floyd. The attorney representing his family says he expects those other former Minneapolis police officers to be charged in Floyd's death. As of right now, only one of the 4 officers faces charges for third-degree murder. Well, the Floyd family attorney anticipates that will be upgraded to first-degree murder. He also shared a message on the family's behalf.
George Floyd died because he could not get breath. His family is asking that we all take a breath in America, and we take a breath for equal justice, we take a breath for peace, take a breath to heal our country, and we take a breath for George Floyd.
We're also learning about plans for George Floyd's funeral. It's expected to be held in Houston a week from today. Several memorials are planned between now and then.
We want to take you back out now to Hancock Park. This is the view from News Chopper 4 Bravo. Protesters are outside the mayor's house right now. And NBC4's Eric Leonard joins us to talk about this protest. Eric.
Well, Carolyn and Michael, the mayor's residence is a symbol that's drawn a lot of attention from protesters who have been upset with the conduct of police officers in Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti, or any mayor, is the person who helps to select, probably the person with the most influence in selecting the chief of police for the city of LA. And as we've heard in police commission meetings, including the one earlier today, there's a tremendous amount of frustration and anger that's been directed towards LAPD Chief Michael Moore, before him LAPD Chief Charlie Beck, regarding the treatment of officers who are involved in police shootings that many activists and protesters and many members of the public may think were unjust, unjustified, or outright criminal. And there has been a demand at the commission meetings, certainly demands in public. If you may remember, a few years ago, there was an Occupy encampment that was set up outside City Hall demanding the removal of the police chief. And some of that has now been directed towards Mayor Garcetti because a person in the mayor's office has a lot more say over who the police chief is. And the primary complaint is that the Los Angeles Police Department fails to adequately punish officers that many of the activists believe behaved unlawfully at work. The LAPD has been involved in a number of controversial shootings, but far and away, both the LA police commissioners, whose job it is, they're the civilians appointed by the mayor also, the commissioners rule that the trigger pulling, the ultimate split-second decision to take somebody's life, is in policy. And more often than not, the LA County District Attorney's Office is asked to weigh in on whether or not the officer's behavior was criminal. And it's really unheard of for police officers to be prosecuted for these cases that many of these activists believe were unjust. So the reason the mayor's house has the symbolism, the reason it is a focal point of these demonstrations, is because the mayor hires the police. Those together, the chief and the commissioners, are responsible for deciding whether or not Los Angeles Police Department officers behaved within policy or violated the department rules when they use force against members of the public. So this is not the first time there's been demonstrations there. There have been a number of them, not all of them from this group of protesters. In fact, it was just a couple of weeks back during the coronavirus lockdown, when people were being encouraged to stay at home, that there was a large demonstration that got a little bit raucous for about an hour from business owners and people who were demanding that Mayor Garcetti lift the orders that were causing so many businesses to remain closed for weeks, if not months on end. Just in the last few minutes, we've been hearing from some of our law enforcement contacts that the LAPD has asked for a lot more officers to head over to the mayor's residence, including members of the Metropolitan Division. A unit of Metropolitan Division is responsible for protecting the mayor. They're the plainclothes security people that you see with the mayor. They've also sent a number of other officers to the Getty House in anticipation of keeping any protesters off the property or away from climbing any of the gates. But as we're looking at these pictures, these demonstrators are simply sitting in the street. There is probably a lot of noise down there, but so far it doesn't look like there's anyone who's tried to cause any kind of confrontation with the officers who guard this house. Nonetheless, LAPD contacts are telling us that they're sending a few dozen officers over there to keep the peace.
All right, Eric, we appreciate that. You talk about noise. Well, in fact, we may hear some. We have NBC4's Robert Kovacic down at the mayor's house there in Hancock Park. Robert.
I'm Michael. How are you, sir? We are here. We've been walking with some of the protesters towards Getty House, the mayor's official residence. And I wanted to stop here for a second. I just asked them, excuse me, it's a little cumbersome here trying to hold all this. But I said, so why today? Why the mayor? Well, this was a coordinated, planned protest. And here is why. This is what they're pointing to. Sean, you let me know. You guys tell me in the booth if you can see this and if it doesn't glare too much. But do you see the mayor's proposed budget? Right there. Okay. Now, according to these protesters, this is from People's Budget LA. They are here because they say the mayor spends 3 times as much of the budget, right? He's got the budget, three times of it directed towards the LAPD. And they say that's not right. That's why they're here. This is why they're protesting. This is the People's Budget LA, along with Black Lives Matter, working together. And that is why they have coordinated this protest here today. Once again, a protest that has really gained traction on social media. If you're at home right now, you can hashtag People's Budget LA. You can see what they're asking. It is a coordinated effort. They're asking people to reach out to council members, and they are asking Mayor Garcetti to, in fact, take emergency powers to revise this budget and to not dedicate as much money as he has right now, or he has planned, to the LAPD. Now, with that said, where's Mayor Garcetti? Well, you're going to see him at 5:15, but you're not going to see him at Getty House. He'll be at City Hall for a 5:15 briefing, and that is where he's going to update the city. This is Mayor Garcetti's attitude all along, as you heard Conan Nolan say, and it's important to underline, especially after speaking to his office just minutes ago. The mayor says they have every right to be here. Now, the question to ask the mayor today is, will he rethink his budget and keep in mind what the people and the people's budget of LA, this group, wants him to do? And once again, the reason why they are here so far peacefully, so far not causing any trouble, and perhaps one of the wealthiest parts of the city of Los Angeles, is right now asking him, revise your budget, change your mind, LAPD gets too much, and everybody else needs a bigger piece of the pie. So we're here on Irving, and you see the protesters in front of us, and it's not been too bad so far. Again, pretty much a lot of residents come out to see what's happening. Everybody looks like they're pretty much in their masks. Sean, go ahead and turn around so you don't trip. And Sean Browning navigates this. We're going to keep our distance. We're going to keep, a respectful distance and allow these people to do what they're doing on a street surrounded by embassies and foreign dignitaries that are here in Hancock Park. The signs are in place. So far, no trouble. Eric mentioned that he's expecting to see more police down here. We have not seen that so far. And the attitude of police has been, since we talked to them in the last couple of days, especially the police that manage this part of the city, is, again, we're going to let them do what they need to do, but keep in mind, curfew is upon us, and come 5:30, we're going to start giving the warnings that it's time to pack up and it's time to go home. So again, this is today's protest. Every protest has a different message. Today's protest right now, Michael and Carolyn, is all about money. People's budget of LA is here. People's budget of LA is crying out, and you see the Black Lives Matter sign because this is, again, a coordinated effort and something that they have been planning for some time. We are just now outside of the entrance to the gate. I'm just going to be quiet for a second and let you guys listen into some of the chants that are going on right now. Black Lives Matter here. So you see right there, there's a line of LAPD officers, some with their face shields down, and they have a perimeter around the mayor's house. Once again, Mayor Garcetti is not in residence at his home here in Hancock Park as of right now. You know where he is. He's in downtown Los Angeles. You're going to see him at 5:15. He's going to address the problems in his city, daily briefings that he's been doing ever since the pandemic. And now, we've gone from COVID to curfew, and one more reason for people to stay home.
Mayor's house?
Yes, sir. This is the mayor's house.
Yeah.
You're just visiting.
I live around here, 3 blocks away. I had a feeling. I always had a feeling.
No problems for you, though, so far.
I know. It's safe.
And these are the protesters. If somebody wants to come over and say something to us, but this is a group that has been a little bit reluctant so far, but they are happy to point us in the direction of their website and of the research that they have done. And if you take a look at it, Michael and Carolyn, it is something that's not haphazard. Whether it is factually correct or not, I'm not in the position to say that right now, but they have published the entire budget of the mayor's recent budget on their website, a budget that is going to be radically altered and is going to put LA in a financial crunch due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's told that it's taken on our city and on the economy and on tourism and on hotels and restaurants, but that does not matter to them. What matters to them is the amount of money that the city of Los Angeles has dedicated to law enforcement. When this protest was planned, they knew about it, they had spread the word on social media, and now once again, that is what brings them here today to Hancock Park. It does not appear as if they're going to do anything except they're not taunting the police at all. They've sort of formed a semicircle. If we're flying above, you guys can let me know, above this area right right across from the mayor's home, and the police have surrounded the mayor's home. I'm sorry, what did you say there? Arrive with the chopper. Okay, so you see what you've got right now with the chopper, and you have all of these people that continue to converge here in Hancock Park. They're chanting outside the mayor's house. I don't think they realize that the mayor is not here. But again, we spoke with the mayor's office. They said, you know what? Again, they have the right to do this. I'm going to come over here and show you once again. So you show, Sean, go down here. This is what they've been pointing to me at. Okay, so this is what this group has been telling me. They're like, look at this. This is what enrages us. This is not right. Now, the LAPD is at the bottom. You see that long yellow line. They're saying that's the amount of money that they believe the mayor has dedicated to the LAPD compared to cultural fairs, rec and park, transportation, housing, and community investment. A protest that continues here in Hancock Park, outside of the mayor's residence so far. Peaceful but loud. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you. Of course, we will be checking on those numbers, and we will have much more on that later for you. But earlier today, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti did speak to protesters outside of City Hall, and he also took a knee there to show his solidarity with demonstrators. The mayor said he believes what happened to George Floyd was wrong. And we saw strong emotions at this Black Lives Matter rally in Upland, but one protester broke through the divide and went in to share some love. She hugged two officers, says they were standing watch.
We have every right to voice our opinions, and we shouldn't have to be shut down for anybody. They want to voice their opinions, but they do it with their weapons. We're just doing it in a group.
And this protest in Upland remained peaceful. Police there say they stand united with the message, and the chief told us nothing will ever be resolved through violence.
We'll clean up here today in Hollywood after that the large protest there yesterday. It was mostly peaceful, but some stores were looted and vandalized as the curfew went into effect. NBC4's Tony Guignard has more now from Hollywood.
After the protest, problems, opportunists targeted businesses bordering residential neighborhoods in Hollywood. Neighbors were watching and recording. And for the first time, sharing their cell phone videos and feelings of outrage with NBC4.
It was a nightmare. It was actually a nightmare.
Well, I saw a lot of people getting out of cars and started banging and destroying the entrance to the CVS. I mean, all this crazy chaos, it doesn't make any sense.
He could not comprehend why, after a protest, carloads of people would return. The video showing one person getting what appears to be a crowbar from a car, accompanied by someone wearing a headlamp.
It was like they were all organized looters.
Neighbors say there were lookouts.
Signal for the other people to come, and then they were hopping the walls, pulling up in all kind of direction.
Other businesses up and down Sunset Boulevard were vandalized and looted too. But we are beginning to hear more and more accounts about residents pushing back.
Me and about 30 people stood in front of the Yucca Market on Cahuenga, and we were defending the place from looters.
We actually had to witness our neighbors with taser guns and their own guns with laser lights on them to show people that we were not playing on this block here.
Well, we had our tasers out. But you know what I mean? You pull the taser out, somebody else is going to bring something bigger.
He went into his pocket and to, I guess, pull it out. And at that moment, that's when the undercover pulled up and everyone just started yelling, he has a gun, 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 and they took off.
Police arrived after neighbors dug in and stood up for each other and their neighborhood market. In Hollywood, Tony Guignard, NBC4 News.
Well, some powerful scenes from Anaheim last night as protesters mobilized for another day of demonstrations. And this is not the rising. We saw similar scenes in 2012 after protesters rallied against police shootings.
NBC4's Vicki Vargas is live in our Orange County Bureau with a look at what has changed. Vicki.
You know, Michael, it really at the time became known as the Summer of Unrest. 7 people shot and killed by Anaheim police in the span of just 12 months. Now, today we talked to police and we also talked to a community activist. She says some of those emotional wounds still hurt, but together they say they believe the city is moving forward. Yesenia Rojas says this could not have happened in 2012.
Thank you, señora.
A food giveaway that brought together the community, the YMCA, buses from the resort district, which normally shuttle people around Disneyland. Now it's happening every day in some of Anaheim's lower income neighborhoods.
It's better. I think it's most of being working together, talking, meeting each other, having this communication.
Police admit there was little communication when this happened. Manuel Diaz was shot and killed when
I could be wrong. I don't know. There's a lot of Trump buildings in New York. Okay, we're at the intersection of Center and Reed. Yeah, thank you, Chad, for backing me up. Mr. Fiji, just Google Trump Tower and look at Google Maps. Don't ask Tracy for money. Just got the curfew alert. Stop asking Tracy for monies. $3,000 at Barclays. Okay, yeah, that's pretty far from here too. I have to go towards Times Square to get to Trump Tower. Okay. I don't know exactly where I am, honestly. Yeah, it looks like I'm near Pace University. It looks like downtown Manhattan. Location is Center Street and Chamber Street. That's downtown, right? Center Street and Chamber Street. Tell me what to do, Tracy, and I'll do it. I'm not going to Barclays. North, like, 50 blocks isn't even that bad. Oh, okay, I'm gonna move from this location. Okay, Tracy, sorry. I didn't catch what you said there. Let me just get to a spot and I'll scroll up on the chat. You're about 60 blocks away. I don't want to leave this group though. Just say those directions again. I missed it. Tell me how to zig. I'm reading the chat now. Go north. Just stay with the group towards Trump. Okay, yeah, I think that's the direction they're moving. Stay with the group. Okay, Andrew, thank you. Stay with the group. Okay, I'm staying with the group, Tracy.
Social media, clothes, symbols, even who's getting arrested.
Yeah, this is an all-out operation to conduct surveillance, monitoring, and source development so that they can try to isolate the players and prevent them from getting in and creating harm.
But for those on the streets protesting peacefully, it's an unwelcome distraction.
Does that make it more difficult for you?
Yeah, it's terribly difficult because we're not violent. We just want our voice to be heard.
Well, crowds gathered in Manhattan Beach this afternoon to protest the death of George Floyd and police violence, some holding Black Lives Matter signs. The rally was organized by young people from the area. Many stores had boarded up windows around the Manhattan Beach Pier just in case things got out of hand. The police chief of Manhattan Beach joined with protesters and tells us he supports what they did.
Today, I'm so proud of this group out here, these young people, for how they carried themselves. And I want the world to know, I want everybody to understand this. If there's a positive that comes out of this today and beyond, I want everybody to understand this is the right way to do it.
It was indeed a peaceful protest. The chief says things such as looting and property damage just take away from the important message that protesters at the pier today conveyed.
Well, all across the country, we are seeing moments of unity between protesters and police officers. And this morning in downtown Los Angeles, we saw officers engaging with, even embracing marchers. And last night, New York's top cop took a knee. Over in Washington Square Park, Police Commissioner Terrence Monahan stepped into that crowd of protesters after items were thrown at police officers. He said, "There's not a police officer over here who thinks Minnesota was justified. We stand with you on that." And then he took a knee. Now to Colorado Springs, where police officers joined a protest, talking with demonstrators about their concerns, asking how they could help and offering their support.
We wanted to make sure we got out here today to show them that we truly do care. And sorry, I get a little emotional because it means so much to me that people see who we are behind the badge and that we really do love this community.
It's nice to see that they're actually here, out here to support us, and they're here to support George Floyd and every other black person that's been killed or murdered. So I just think it's really awesome for them to be out here, no matter if it's just 5 of them, 1 of them, or all of them.
Well, officers and organizers also had a bigger discussion about how to work toward long-term unity.
Well, after days of rioting and looting in parts of Riverside County, supervisors have now decided not to continue a county-wide curfew. But the city of Hemet is still under a 7-day curfew, and some business owners there want that to change. NBC4's Tony Shin is live in Hemet now, where the city council is taking action on that issue. Tony.
Yeah, Carolyn, we could have a big decision by that city council in the coming hours. But first, I want to show you some of that damage. Take a look behind me and you can see this entrance right here has been boarded up. This is why the city imposed a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, but that could soon be lifted.
Small businesses in Hemet dealing with curfews and a big cleanup. After what happened Sunday night, looters breaking into Hemet Valley Mall and other businesses along Florida Avenue. Witnesses say at least some of them took part in an earlier protest.
It was very peaceful for a good amount of time, and then they started throwing rocks at the cops' cars and stuff, and then from there, west all the way to east, they just started looting.
They went through my register. Angel Matias just opened Hemet Wireless a month ago. This husband and father of 2 showed us this surveillance video of a looter smashing his front window and then ransacking his store.
It's just crazy how people just have no respect for other people's things, man. They just come break and try to get what they can for free.
On Monday, the city imposed a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew that continues until June 8th. City Manager Chris Lopez told NBC4 by phone that the curfew is for the health and safety of everyone.
Hemet will not put up with violence, and we will protect our business owners and our citizens.
District 1 council member Carly Meyer says she and other council members will address the curfew this evening during a closed meeting.
We can determine whether we need to make any adjustments to the curfew, whether it's changing the dates, changing the times, etc.
We're struggling to get through this COVID, and now we're trying to see daylight.
The owner of Early Bird Cafe says the pandemic has already hurt many small businesses, and keeping the curfew could be the final financial blow. He's hoping the curfew is rescinded with an option to reinstate if circumstances call for it.
Day by day is a better outlook for me.
Now that city council meeting is set to begin in just about 15 minutes. We, of course, will keep you updated on what happens next. That's the latest from here. Reporting live in Hemet, I'm Tony Shin, NBC4 News.
All right, Tony, thank you for that. Well, it's not just here in the U.S. People overseas are also marching in outrage. Over to Dublin now, thousands of people carried protest signs and chanted in solidarity with Black Lives Matter movement here. A multiracial crowd marched to the U.S. Embassy calling for justice for George Floyd's family.
It's a protest for Black lives. Like, I know all lives do matter, but Black lives in America seem to be taken for granted. And it's been a couple of years where you've seen police killing Black lives, and it doesn't seem to matter.
In Australia, 3,000 people marched in downtown Sydney calling for the Australian government to address racism and police violence.
It's just gut-wrenching, the climate of what's happening in America.
And it's also happening here in Australia, though it's subtle. The racism is real for me.
In the Netherlands, thousands filled a square in central Amsterdam shouting Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace, and I can't breathe. A smaller crowd gathered in Stockholm, Sweden, calling for an end to police violence and racism.
I'm just tired to see black bodies getting killed because they have black skin. It's crazy. I'm too upset. I have no words. This has to end.
Other marches across the globe have turned into violent clashes with police. Well, this is southern Brazil, where a peaceful march had nearly come to an end near a state university, but a smaller group marched into the downtown area, throwing objects and breaking windows, and there you see the response by police. They're firing rubber bullets and tear gas to break up the crowd. No one was arrested. Now to Syria, where a long civil war continues. A striking mural stands now in honor of George Floyd. The artwork appeared on the last standing wall of a building damaged by airstrikes. The artist says the video of George Floyd reminded him of the Syrian children killed in a suspected chemical attack back in 2017. Well, he says he wanted to send a message of solidarity to all humanitarian causes around the world. LA County's public health director has spoken out about racism's negative effect on health in the African American community, not only in terms of access to care, but also the stress of racism physically affecting the body. NBC4's Patrick Healy joins us now with that part of the story. Patrick.
Carolyn, Dr. Ferrer's opinion is not unique. We just spoke with an MD, Nana Afo-Manin, who is an emergency room physician. She is also active in social causes. She is leading the My COVID MD effort. She sees a need for words to lead to actions. But first, let's listen to what Dr. Ferrer said yesterday, emphasizing that the science is clear.
The root cause of health inequities is racism and discrimination.
In the medical community, this is not new information for us. It's very important that the lay community understands and that they understand that leadership understands and is acknowledging it. But beyond just acknowledging it, what are we going to do differently about it?
Mandatory reporting to public health has revealed African Americans are more than twice as vulnerable as whites to dying of COVID, with a mortality rate of 28 per 100,000 versus 13.
We gotta raise our hands, we gotta take a stand. Raise them up! Because they did. Now guess what? We showed how together look. Now guess what? If we take this one force and move forward in one direction, all pressure breaks what? All pressure breaks what? Now let's put the pressure on them to get this shit right now. I've been incarcerated for the police, and guess what? I have not been seen by my family, my peers, and my own city that I sacrificed my life. Every year, I walk from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia to raise awareness to gun violence, killing myself. We can't let this shit go. Everybody raise both your hands up. Everybody raise both your hands up. This is the answer to it. Know the power in your hands. Because guess what? What's the first thing the police tell us to do? They tell us to raise our what? They tell us to put our hands behind our what? They take our power from us. They charged up, man. And I love every last one of y'all, man. I love every last one of y'all, because guess what? It's our kids that got to live in this fucked up situation. It's our kids. It's our kids, man. It's the next generation. So teach love and preach love. Seek love within yourselves first. If you don't have it within, then you ain't right. Let's fucking ride!
So this is the second time that we have seen them start to dance, and we have seen other cities use dance in their protests as well, and dance can also be used for other things. We noticed that after the Thousand Oaks shooting at the bar up there on the year memorial, line dancing was also used by the people who came to commemorate that anniversary. So it's something that we are seeing here now today as part of this peaceful protest that is taking place here right outside of the Getty House. Again, this is going to be 6th and Irving. This is mostly a residential area. Really, there's not too many majors that run through this neighborhood. But if you happen to live in this neighborhood, I would advise you to avoid these particular streets, because as you can see, we do have traffic enforcement in place. You're not going to be able to make your way through. And since I'm on this street now, this is one street just to the west of the mayor's home. I'm just going to run down the street, and you're going to see a number of police vehicles that have positioned the 2 sheriff's transportation buses, and those will be used to transport people that are arrested. At this point, no one has been arrested. It's not yet curfew time, so the police department is unable to arrest anyone for curfew violations at this time.
Good Nats about 30 seconds ago with the police over the speaker saying we support your price of protest. Okay. Really? Oh, it's just me right now? Wasn't he putting it down and everything? Chief, I'm going to get off this phone, man. I'm going to jump back on IG. Yes, sir.
Sixth and Irving.
Yeah, big protest here about the mayor's budget. We're going to be hearing from the mayor in about 20 minutes. Well, a business owner whose storefront was damaged by looters has decided to turn the destruction into messages of hope. NBC4's Kim Baldonado has more now from the Fairfax district.
They are messages of hope, of frustration, and of calls to action.
There's so many ways you can protest and so many ways you can fight for what you believe is right. And this is just one of the ways.
16-year-old Emma is spearheading this art project on the boarded-up windows of her mother's business, Voila Creative Studio.
There's so much sadness and so much hurt and so much rage.
Her business is one of many in LA's Fairfax district damaged by looters over the weekend. This is how it looked Sunday morning, but she was determined to turn this destruction into something positive for the young people of LA.
That see everything all day long. They watch everything on online, media, and they don't have a place to express themselves.
That's why her daughter is gathering messages from her fellow teenagers and painting them on the boarded-up windows of her mother's business.
Generations before us have failed enormously, and it's going to be our generation who has to make the change.
People are stopping here on La Brea near Melrose, taking pictures, and some, like 9-year-old Bailey, are adding their own messages.
I wanted her to get both sides, and I wanted her to see what was going on so that she could walk away with more of a positive light, the changes that need to be made in America.
Diane Waller says she sees this as a teachable moment for Bailey.
It does send a great message, that the common core is that we're trying to...
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
I just wanted to get what she was saying.
Don't bring that baby to a ride.
Say that again? Are you listening? Cheers, buddy. Can you hold it for me? Yeah. Somebody threw a bottle and the other guy was yelling at him for throwing that bottle. We support your right to peacefully assemble. We will protect
Just a couple of moments ago, there was this, I guess you could really just call it a moment between a protester and a police officer, where a protester was, and we're going to show you some of this video here. I actually just put it up on my Twitter page a moment ago, where the protester was speaking his mind. He was very emotional. He was getting very up close to this line of police officers that you can see, and all of a sudden one of those police officers reached out to touch him, and then that's when things seemed like they might boil over, but they didn't. That protester actually turned around and told all the other protesters to back up. The police, they started to back up as well. And that officer and that man in that red cap that you can see, they just had this interaction. And at one point, they actually took a knee together with some of the other protesters and just spoke there for a couple of minutes. That man in the red cap, he just walked away. We asked him if he would do an interview. He said he didn't want to be on camera. He wouldn't tell us his name. But I asked him what they just talked about. What he said is that he told the police officer that there needs to be a change. And he said the officer told him back that there would be a change. And he responded with, there better be. It was an incredibly emotional moment. A lot of people, their emotions are very, very high, especially watching all of that unfold as these protesters and these police are basically face to face. And watching it unfold the way it did, calmly resolving. I know that the police officers here all over the city, the mayor, all of our elected officials are hoping that that's the way things are going to go as we head into the night. Mia?
On NBC4 Live, speaking from City Hall, but be sure he is going to address what is taking place outside of his residence right now, where he lives with his wife and child. What is this, you may be wondering? What now, and why Mayor Garcetti's house? Well, this is a very carefully, well thought out protest from People's Budget LA. If you look them up and you just hashtag them, you will see that they have published the mayor's budget. They have published a toolkit for people that want to be involved, asking them to contact the council members of the LA City Council and asking them to demand that Mayor Garcetti take money away from the LAPD. First of all, they say it's too much money and other departments in the city are suffering, and they say it's a department that doesn't deserve it. If you look at the signs right here, you'll see Black Lives Matter signs, and you'll see a number of signs, defund the police. Defund the police has been the predominant chant here this afternoon, as well as our streets. We have members of the LAPD forming a perimeter around the mansion. No one's trying to breach it. We have seen no types of confrontations, no one getting aggressive. We have coming out to see what is going on. Remember, this area, Sean, if you just pan to the left, you'll see one of the embassy flags flying, because here you have the British Embassy as well as a number of other embassies in Los Angeles, or consulates right here, and a number of dignitaries here. A very well protected area of Los Angeles, as well as a very wealthy part of Los Angeles. But the protesters here have told me they're not focusing on the mayor's house or Hancock Park this afternoon in terms of destruction. It really is to get a message across. The People's Budget of LA says, Mayor Garcetti, you have control of a budget that has taken a severe hit after COVID-19, and now you have to take matters into your own hands and try to take money away from the LAPD. There is applause going on right now. I'm not quite sure what is happening. Perhaps Chuck and Colleen, you can join in from News Chopper 4 and tell me what you're seeing there. But again, this is a crowd that the LAPD is keeping a wide berth from, with the exception of those that surround Getty House. And at 5:30, they're going to be asked to leave, and to leave calmly. Where they go from here, however, is anyone's guess. We don't see a lot of cars in this neighborhood where people have driven in from, so we don't know if this march the chance of defund the police and to take back our streets ringing out in front of Mayor Garcetti's home. What Mayor Garcetti has to say about that, we'll know in just a few minutes' time. For now, we're live in Hancock Park. I'm Robert Kovacek. Let's go back to you.
Well, Robert, at about the same time those cheers went up, a group of officers was kind of moving around that intersection just a little bit north of you there. I don't know if that was the exact reason, but that was what was happening. Well, just a short hop from Hancock Park is Hollywood, and Kim Tobin has been following. There were what, Kim, 1, 2, 3 protests in the Hollywood area, the largest about 2,000 to 3,000. What do you have behind you now?
Hey there, Chuck. So basically, we had the two groups kind of
Entering off, and they kind of made their way around and then come back. So right now we are at Sunset and Vine, and this huge crew just came heading eastbound on Sunset, meeting up with them here at Vine. Now you kind of have them all cheering together. We look like we have a motorcycle in the middle, kind of riling up the crowd here. This is where the National Guard is, and LAPD is also out here doing some crowd control and also directing traffic
Tear
around the
gas
intersection
people.
of Vine and Sunset.
Because of a photo op. That's disgusting, and hey, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Hey! That's a reporter, man. Thanks, man. So, let me ask you, you're... Hey! Get out, man! All right, I've had it over there. Okay. Abu, you're risking your health in the middle of a pandemic, coming to a protest that could become dangerous, but you feel strongly about it. Tell me why.
I'd rather die of coronavirus than keep living in this society that keeps treating my brothers and sisters like this. We're all American, so why do we get treated differently? That's why I'm here.
What do you hope, what kind of change do you want to see as a result of this protest?
Quit your job!
I want to see accountability, you know, the actual police officers being held accountable, being charged instead of the grand jury just letting them off and then they move to another town and become cops there. No, you do some shit, you go to jail, you serve time like a criminal because you committed a crime. No one's above the law. Not even our president.
Is there anything else I haven't asked you or anything else you'd like to say?
I just want everyone to be safe, and we're here peacefully protesting. When we saw someone doing something, you know, not peaceful, we called them out ourselves. So we don't need someone to tear gas us or pepper spray us or shoot us with 40mm rubber bullets that are lethal if they get, you know, they shoot you in the head. So that's what I want. I just want everyone to be safe, and I want them to stop being so trigger happy. You know, we're Americans. You can't just shoot Americans on American land.
I'm old enough to remember the riots in '68, the Rodney King riots in '92, Charlottesville, Unite the Right.
You see, yeah, they didn't do this to the Unite the Right people. They're doing this to us. We're just peacefully protesting because we don't want black people to get killed anymore. But they let Nazis walk around Charlottesville with nothing happening. And they were just walking, and then they killed someone too. Heather, I believe her name was Heather. So this is disgusting, and it shows the difference of energy when it's peaceful protesters for a good cause, for equality. They shoot us and tear gas us, but then when people show up to the Michigan State House with ARs, they let them do that. No repercussion. So this is why I'm here.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Stay safe.
You too.
Murder. You want to carry it? Yes.
I'm kidding.
Hold it.
You want me to hold?
No.
I got you. Hold on. Wait.
Even when they call me a nigga, I still perform CPR. I don't care. They room and call me everything. I still protect them and save their lives.
That's right.
And you can't take a knee.
That's right.
And you can't take a knee. What does that say about you? We are public servants. We serve the people. Serve your damn people. Or get out the seat. Or get out the damn seat. Give it up. If you can't serve your people, give it up. line. Front line. George Floyd. Troy Yang, good looking out, bro. 646 of y'all in here. I need y'all to get off the stream, hit the light, come back in. This is real. It's the resistance. I'm on the front line for the third time. The first time was in Seattle. I'm in Boston, and I'm in Boston again for the second protest. Get out the stream, hit the light, come back, please. The resistance appreciates all 668 of y'all in here. I gives the juice. Get his badge number for real, because that one right there, he's going to look for all of us after this. We ain't safe with him on the screen. We ain't safe. He's angry. He's infuriated over there. He done turned the whole nother color. Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. No. Quiet. That's somebody's brother. That's somebody's father. That's someone's sister. They're just doing a job. They don't want to fucking be. No! Y'all tell me what y'all think, y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this guy right here. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this guy right here. Huh?
This is Capitol Street walking towards Crawford.
Hey, go! We don't need
See quite a few police officers.
We don't need you. Go!
No one seems to be blocking the road at this time.
Look! Hey, look! Y'all not listening! I'm gonna say it one more time! Shut the fuck up! A moment of silence for George Floyd! Can y'all pass the word? We need a moment of silence. Just chill. So why would we shut the fuck up? Who's talking? Just chill. I'm with you. Wait. You wait. Let him talk.
I can't breathe! He wanted to have a moment of silence. He started by the
Hey! Don't get tired. It is not time to be silent.
White House. Right now, there's a fiery debate over the president's photo op. That happened yesterday afternoon, and the peaceful protesters who were cleared out just before it happened. NBC's Alice Barr has it all today.
We shall overcome.
Today, black ministers raising their voices against racial injustice outside St. John's Church across from the White House. The clergy joining the chorus of criticism over President Trump's photo op, holding up a Bible in front of the historic church after police used tear gas to clear peaceful protesters out of the way.
We stand today outraged with President Trump's use of the military against peaceful protesters.
Church accusing President Trump of using the Bible as a prop.
It was an abuse of the spiritual tools and symbols of our tradition.
Today, the president and first lady visiting a Catholic shrine, making no remarks, and again posing for photos next to a statue of St. John Paul II. That appearance also condemned by a prominent Jesuit priest.
These symbols are being used for political purposes.
At the same time, Democratic governors are speaking out against President Trump's threat to deploy the military in cities across the country to quell looting and rioting. Presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden seeking to draw a contrast between himself and the man he wants to replace.
I won't fan the flames of hate. I'll seek to heal the racial wounds that have long plagued our country.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
A huge crowd of demonstrators now pushed farther away from the White House by a towering fence erected overnight, separating police and protesters as the divide in this country only grows deeper. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC.
Why not? Why not? Sure. I'll call you back at 9. Okay. Saturday the same thing you're doing. Hold on, listen. The same thing you're doing. They're doing. That's what I'm saying. You can still show a lot of respect, yo. For George Floyd. For George Floyd, not the cops. I didn't say for 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 the cops. All right. I gotta correct you, bro. He didn't say it. He said it's a moment of silence for George Floyd. That's what I heard. I'm just saying that's what I heard. I'm just saying, no, listen, that's what I heard, though. I'm just letting you know. But I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, though. Let me get some elbow. I'm with you. We out here together. This is peaceful. This is peaceful. We out here together. We out here together. All right, bro. Give me some elbow, man. Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! Substantial claim. Thank you a lot, bro. I appreciate you. Jesse watching. Thanks a lot, bro. We're going to see it for your plant, y'all. I'm going to stand right. My knee
But she was taken in it was well over 200 people, I think, that were arrested Saturday night, 137 Friday night. And so I think obviously police are hoping that tonight is peaceful. There's no arrests that need to be made. And so far out here, we haven't seen any out here.
You look it up, Connigan. Appreciate that information.
Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
So you gotta know where you at. You gotta know surroundings, right? No, I did. No, I was trying to. No justice! No justice! Louder! No justice! No justice! Put your hands up! No peace!
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
No justice! Louder! Louder!
Trapped right here. Y'all surrounded by police. There are no police on 16th Street. Right now, I got y'all talking about something. Y'all need to take that same energy y'all talk about because y'all like, what the fuck you talking about? And walk down 16th Street and find out. Start walking. I'm telling you. Start walking. Start walking. I'm gonna walk with y'all. I gotta get more people to go. Look at people standing around. What are y'all talking about? I told you the reason. You know what a Freemason is? Hey! Hey! Look at them! On 16th Street! What did I tell you? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
It's not like any paper place, but it's like it's just be together.
They're just trying to pull people away. They pulled a big ass group away.
This afternoon, but we will certainly bring it to you live as soon as it begins. We'll be right back.
And then he was like, he was okay with it, and then he just changed his mind. I'm like,
Up to 3,000 people. But then her Freedom Fighters was 50, so I don't know if you can get that, but they just like oh, she's been updating them since then. There's an 820 one.
She was like shaking it and she would skip down the street, like ready to go push it up. She had like a really wind kind of vibe, and then as soon as the squad car started going the other way, she goes, and all of a sudden she's talking.
Sure, you have noticed by now a drone over this crowd. I presume that is a law enforcement drone used to take the temperature of the crowd, figuratively speaking, and keep an eye on things from above. It was far below you and not in your line of traffic or path or danger. But again, I just noticed that buzzing across the crowd there as you were talking. Chris Wolf is down amongst the people here, and Chris, as you're aware, the curfew is set to go into effect 30 minutes from now. And if we can use yesterday as a template, we'll know that these people will be taken into custody if they do not disperse and do not adhere to the curfew as it stands at 6 o'clock. I'm curious if you've talked to any of them about their plans as they relate to 6 o'clock. Just after 6 o'clock, they began arresting people for failure to disperse and for curfew violation. Upwards of 90% of the people arrested just yesterday by LAPD were for those two violations.
Right. Again, we are having a little bit of a delay with Chris Wolf's picture from the ground there in Hancock Park in front of the mayor's office, the mayor's house in Hancock Park. We will continue to follow the developments here. We're expecting to hear from the mayor at about 6 o'clock, so stand by for that. In the meantime, we want to go back to Hollywood and check in with Jennifer McGraw. She was by ArcLight, and now, where are you, Jennifer?
Sharon, Micah, we're still in the same spot on Vine here in Sunset. It almost appears as if everyone started marching from a different direction and converged and ended up here. It's been very peaceful so far. It's getting a little rambunctious. We have motorcycles in the background doing wheelies and making noise and burnouts. We have cars completely blocked off. We did see a huge presence of police officers come and sort of help the National Guard. It seems like as the groups and the marchers converged, the National Guard was sort of overwhelmed. But again, people are really being kind out here and gracious for the most part to one another. It's just starting to get a little wild out here. People coming to the front line. Andre, let's walk on over there. People coming to the front line and sort of, expressing their concerns with police and in some occasions screaming at them. They are out here, they say, for the injustice of George Floyd, among so many other things. It is nice to see Andre right here. There's an officer that's kindly talking to this man, and it's heartwarming to see that there is some camaraderie. Just down the way, you have another man shaking hands with these officers. So there is definitely a sign of peace between the two, which has been sort of at the forefront of this whole situation. It appears as everyone is being kind, and they're just trying for the most part to keep people organized and make sure that chaos doesn't break out. Again, there's the National Guard here, there's several police officers, but it's not just at this corner, it's at every angle of this intersection right here. I spoke with people earlier when you asked about the curfew, and people said that they're asking us to step back. They're really, sorry, here we go. We're going to keep going. Officers doing a really good job of protecting the media and making sure that everyone is in their lane at this point. Again, back to the curfew, I spoke with a lot of people today, and they said that they're not going to obey that curfew, that they're willing to go to jail. But as we've seen night after night, for the most part, people are willing to leave once police start pulling out the zip ties and hauling people away. So we don't run into that. A lot of organizers, like the man in the yellow over here, telling the crowd, get back. We need to, let's go on over here. So you do see some organizers out there who are keeping the crowds back, keeping the crowds tame, as some people have approached the officers and started screaming at them. Some other folks will move in and calm them down and say, listen, we need to be respectful to these officers who are just out here doing their job. Out of all the protests I've covered, they all start out this way, peaceful. And so what we're hoping through into the night and into curfew, that it remains that way, that people really heed the curfew warning, that there is no looting or vandalism. And I would like to point out, too, that these people out here aren't causing the problem, and they haven't been causing the problem. It's the people who come out after to cause criminal acts, and that's what's so heartbreaking and disingenuous, that they're out here for a cause. They say they're here to stand with one another, and unfortunately violent criminals are coming out and just tearing up the city. Here in Hollywood particularly, though, we've only seen a little bit of graffiti. You know what, Andre, let's walk through the crowd so you can get a better understanding of what it looks like and just how many people are out here. So far, earlier I counted about 250 to about 300, but I think that number has truly exploded as people from all angles of Hollywood have converged.
All right, we lost Jennifer there just for a second. And she is there at Hollywood and Vine, as you see, hundreds of protesters there gathering, wondering if they're trying to get across and make their way south to Hancock Park and join the even larger group that's in front of the Getty House, the mayor's house, where Chris Wolf was reporting from and Sky 5 was. Jennifer, you're back with us?
It's just because we're operating on one horizon.
Oh, hi, Cher. Yeah, I wanted to give you a better perspective of what it looks like out here. There's even a box for tear gas relief. So these people mean business, but at the same time, I'm seeing so many cases of water. People came up to me and said, hey, would you like a water? It's been so kind and actually pleasant to see people exercising their First Amendment right and behaving as well, and actually being out here for a good reason. You can see cars are kind of muddled. It's a little bit of a mess out here, but they are sort of able to get in and out. If you're in Hollywood right now, or if you're listening on the radio, or you have a friend or a family, tell them just to stay out of this area, because it's going to take quite some time to get through. These protesters still have about another half hour to speak their piece and hold their signs up, and then that's when police. That's never encouraging sign when you hear a motor like that, especially with this amount of people. But as 6 o'clock rolls around, police aren't messing around. They will arrest people, they will zip tie people, and they will haul them off in buses. I've seen that day after day, and it almost seems like they're enforcing it even more just to make sure that there aren't any issues. Once the sun goes down, that seems to be when we have the most problems out here in any area of our city. Many of Hollywood today, they started boarding up about.
And down goes the signal again. It is clearly a touchy signal. We're going to try and reestablish and take a short break here and be back with more breaking news coverage in a moment.
And you will learn that I talk about David Joseph on day one to my cadets. Yes, they do. I talk to them on day one, and I talk about David Joseph.
What can you
Let me finish now.
What can you tell Trump that Washington said in the farewell address that we don't need political parties? That's what divides the country. We got to go back to day one of history and we start teaching it right. Let me ask you this question. I'm a teacher of historian. Excellent. And I have just a couple of questions.
Yes,
one answer that
I
you
never
give
finished that, but well.
Look it up. What is the difference between the Boston Massacre and Christmas Addict standing on the front line? Why do we not give him praise for the same things that he's done? Why is it hard for the president, if he's following history, to understand that?
We continue to follow breaking news. Huge protests still going strong in downtown LA.
Crowds of peaceful demonstrators chanting and marching under the watchful eye of the National Guard. Sarah Welch has been in the thick of it all day and joins us live with an update from downtown. Sarah.
Micah and Cher, good evening. The protesters have been on the move. They were in Grand Park and then they began marching around the city streets, and they are back now again here, as you see, marching around City Hall. This is Main, and they're marching up to Spring, and then they're going up First here. Again, they've been marching around the city. There are thousands of people. It has been a very passionate but peaceful afternoon. You can see the LAPD in front of the police station, but then if we pan right, we can also see the National Guard that are standing there on Main Street. And there are several police officers. There's a large police presence at some of the off and on ramps here into the downtown area. Again, so far what we've seen has been very peaceful. We've seen a lot of passion, a lot of protesters here telling us this week may have started about George Floyd, but it is much bigger than that. This is protests about the problem of systemic racism in police departments all across the country, including the LAPD. And inside headquarters right now, Police Chief Michael Moore has been taking part in a virtual police commissioners meeting, Sharon Micah, that's been going on since about 10 o'clock this morning, so more than 8 hours. And there have been speaker after speaker calling in to voice their complaints and concerns. The commissioner saying this morning that they will stay in this virtual meeting until everyone is heard, and they are expecting hundreds and hundreds of people to speak throughout the day. Many of those people are calling for the resignation of Police Chief Michael Moore, along with the resignation of DA Jackie Lacey. That's the sentiment also for many people in the crowd, who are also calling for massive reforms within the department, including more rigorous training for future officers. Many of these protesters have also told us that they believe that placing the city under a curfew doesn't help peaceful people meet this moment. Protesters here have told us they believe the curfew is a way for the city to try to silence their voices, even though the police chief and the mayor have made it clear that they welcome and condone the peaceful protests that are taking place. Now, that 6 o'clock curfew set to happen in about 15 minutes or so. After that, we'll have to see what happens. We know last night, after the curfew went into effect, there were dozens of people who were arrested or taken into custody for unlawful assembly. So again, you see the crowds out here. You see them marching here in front of LAPD headquarters. Sharon, Micah, we'll be following this, and we'll have more throughout the evening. Back to you.
All right, Sarah, thank you. And again, those protesters in downtown Los Angeles had converged upon City Hall. There were thousands of them now in front of LAPD headquarters. We now go to Sky 5 and Larry Welk. He's been over the scene in Hancock Park as it now looks like a sit-in there outside of the Getty House, the mayor's house. And there have been speakers, and you could see people clapping and at one point kneeling as well. Larry Welk can give us the latest update from what he's seen above and overhead in Sky 5. Larry?
Well, I think that based on this picture, you can tell that these people are not very concerned with the curfew that is set to take effect. As you said, they're sitting in front of the mayor's residence. You can see it's a very large crowd that is parked right out in front of this Hancock Park residence. And also the streets in the area, too. We see people coming in. We see cars parked, and cars continue to stream in. Now, just a few minutes ago, we were watching a number of police officers that looked like they were responding from a command post. They were riding on those vehicles that you can stand on. So about a dozen officers per vehicle. We saw 3 of those and a couple of command vehicles come in here to the backside of the residence here of the mayor. And again, a long line of police officers protecting the mayor's house. But again, nothing out of the ordinary when you consider what we've been looking at over the last few days with all of these demonstrations and protests. It appears to be extremely peaceful. We don't see any vandalism at all, and the people here arrived in a very orderly fashion. So lots of security, but lots of people there in the thousands here in Hancock Park. That's where we will remain and monitor the situation in front of the mayor's house. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry, it looks like a whole lot of people doing something in unison, whether it's standing up, they're probably reacting to whomever is speaking there. But if you tilt up just a bit, you see a number of people who are electing to leave, and we would presume abide by the curfew that is now 15 minutes from going into effect, trying to establish a signal with our reporter on the ground there to try and get a read on what this crowd intends to do over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. But we did see a moment ago a large number of people beginning to walk, I can't tell which direction, but clearly away from this gathering. As you can see there, they're beginning to walk, and obviously, well, nothing's obvious at this point when you have a crowd this size trying to determine or predict what they're going to do. But the assumption would be, considering the hour, that they understand that there's a curfew in effect. For those that decide to remain, again, as we watched yesterday, LAPD did not hesitate to take people into custody.
So why are you still out here right now, even though the march has ended?
Because we feel like it's no justice. We feel that they're not listening to us. We're not getting our word over to them, and we're not getting no feedback either.
What sort of feedback do you want from the officers right now?
Well, we're looking for the other 3 officers to get it too. We don't just want one officer to be in trouble. We need all 4 of them. Yes, ma'am.
But you're not necessarily looking for feedback from these officers here right now. You're wanting more from Minneapolis.
Yes, more from Minneapolis and less from Houston HPD. Yes, because Houston HPD is acting like we are the target. We're not the target. You know, in Houston they say they're supposed to help us, but they're out here doing all kind of things to the people in the streets, and we want it to stop. We need it to stop.
Have you tried talking to any of the officers and kind of telling them your perspective so that they can understand where you're coming from?
I was once raped by a police officer, and you know what happened to him? Next time I turned around, he was upgraded to sergeant.
Okay, we've got to go. Oh, shit! Bad time for both. Are y'all still on the air?
Dropping for a moment on your interview there, obviously with someone very irate with the police, not just in Minneapolis, but here as well.
Micah, can you still hear us? Okay.
Yeah, we may be
she's
having
unable
some
to hear us at
difficulties
this
there,
point.
yeah.
But you know, the woman being interviewed, bringing up some very valid points, and those points have been brought up by many others, of course. And that is, number one, why haven't all 4 officers clearly complacent in all of this, in the death of George Floyd? I mean, that's clear enough by the video surrounding as we watch George Floyd die, sadly. All the other officers, a few of them even had their knee on him as well initially, but then others are standing by doing nothing. In fact, they were waving off the crowd that surrounded them, and the crowd knew what was happening. The crowd around George Floyd was saying, hey, let the man breathe. He needs to breathe. So that's what they're angry about. And I think everyone's angry sort of about that. You know, that goes without saying, but they have not yet been charged. And that's the fury.
We have heard over and over again from people, and certainly today exemplifies that, with 60,000 people showing up, more than 3 times the expectations.
A lot of people there today.
And one of the things that everyone has talked about is that they have either experienced, racism from the police, or they've heard about it before. But somehow this video, and we have to say this horrific video, really brought it home to so many people across generations, across races, even overseas, because we've certainly seen protests in places like London and in Barcelona, which you would think would have no interest in something going on here.
Right.
But there's a real sense that George Floyd exemplified, was the most horrible example of what certainly black men and women have been talking about for years in terms of their relationship with police officers. Now, the interesting juxtaposition here is to see our police chief, Art Acevedo, who has been so vocal about, taking part in these protests and making sure that bad officers, are drummed out of the department. And the feeling of so many people that still this is not enough, that they do not feel satisfied, they do not feel heard. And of course, we have had several incidents of our own in the last, several months, several years, officer-involved shootings of one sort or another. So it's not as though the Houston Police Department is completely devoid of those kinds of problems or issues, but just kind of an interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah, and the chief has recognized that on numerous occasions, and he's been very, very vocal, as you say, about all of this. As we continue to look there on the video, we've had Marla Carter downtown as well as Micah Hatfield. They've spoken to several people. Micah, I understand, is prepared, and we apparently have audio from her. Micah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Well, Micah, you were standing...
So just a few minutes ago, we saw...
Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead, Melanie.
Please, no, you go ahead. We were just looking at the front of the George R. Brown Convention Center here, but please, go ahead.
Yes, so just a few minutes ago, we saw a woman who looked like she was either being arrested or her hands were being restrained. Two women actually at the front of this crowd of people. This crowd of people has been out here for at least the last 30 minutes and in the same sort of position that they're in now. Every once in a while, we'll see some water bottles start flying towards the officers. There are hundreds of officers out here, and it looks like a gathering of about 100 more huddled up, presumably coming up with a plan for the rest of the night. Inside the George R. Brown Convention Center, just right through these windows, there are actually DPS troopers. You can see them through the windows, and they are on standby, it seems like, to come out at any point when they're needed. We've seen some of the rioters, marchers, protesters, whatever it is that you would like to call them, who are still out here right now, go up to the windows and put their hands up and say, hands up, don't shoot. So a lot going on out here. It seems like the crowd is almost getting bigger. And I will say, Melanie, you made an interesting observation earlier, which is it's a lot of young people out here. During the march earlier this afternoon, there were older people, there were people with children, and we're not seeing that right now. I would say the median age out here at this point is in their 20s.
Yeah, I think that's clear enough, because we have seen that in the video, Micah, and that's the disturbing thing about it. You have to be careful when that happens, because most of the agitators in other scenes of where rallies have turned violent have come from the young people, and the police in every city of Los Angeles, Detroit, Chicago, New York, Atlanta. They've all said the same thing. These are people who come in, they're younger, they want to agitate things, they want to turn things violent in some way. But let's hope that that does not happen here. By the way, on the left side of your screen, there's the chief, Art Acevedo, always deeply, deeply engaged in the community, wanting to talk this out.
And I believe Steve Campion is there right now, and you can see, as Art mentioned, a very intensive conversation between the chief and a group of people. Steve, are you anywhere close to him, or do you have some idea of who these folks might be?
That's photojournalist Damian Smith. His camera's capturing Art Acevedo, Chief Art Acevedo, speaking with demonstrators out here. That's what you're seeing live on your screen. We have seen that play out really for the past few days here in Houston. The police has really taken it upon himself to engage one-on-one with demonstrators, to listen to what they have to say, to hear their frustrations, and try to articulate a response from law enforcement. He has clearly talked about some of the failures of the Houston Police Department, some of the failures of policing here in this city, but he's talked about the need to demonstrate peacefully. So it appears from his very calm stance and his approach that they're really letting these demonstrators essentially kind of have their time, have their space here in downtown Houston, adjacent to Discovery Green. You can see off in the distance, we're talking about hundreds of people who are still kind of meandering here through downtown Houston, not with a clear path where they are going to go. But as you look at Chief Acevedo, let's turn the camera around, because I don't want you to think that police aren't standing by. Damien, let's go to the left over here in front of the Hampton Inn. You can see there is a huge police presence out here. They are just kind of in the background, so to speak. They're a little bit invisible in the background, monitoring the situation from afar, but giving demonstrators their time to have their say here in downtown Houston. So again, I think
folks to kind of stay with the message they want to get across, and I think they did so. For now, reporting live in Brea, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA.
Even when he gets into these heated conversations with demonstrators, he listens and then articulates a point back. And again, this is a very calm situation here. We're alongside the Marriott Marquis to just give you a perspective. But again, still hundreds of people out here in downtown Houston demonstrating after this march for George Floyd. There is no really timetable on when they may leave, when they may head home. But I will tell you, as we just showed you live here, there is a heavy police presence from the Houston Police Department, along with state troopers here on the ground. So they are actively monitoring what's happening here, but certainly giving demonstrators their space. So we'll send it back to you right now, and we'll keep checking on things here in downtown Houston.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. And we should mention that in all of this, Chief Acevedo has been, as you say, Art, very much out there in front. But you see people taking pictures with him, asking, in some cases, to stand alongside of him. So even while these conversations going on with individuals who showed up today, at the same time, he made it very clear. He said, this is our city, and we are not going to have anybody tear it apart. So he clearly is saying to his officers, we need you to stay on top of things. Don't agitate anyone. Don't in any way get in their face, but we need you to keep things peaceful and calm in our city. And one of the things we haven't talked about is in many of the cities where we've seen a great deal of violence and that sort of thing going on, in some cases it's been people who come in from elsewhere to agitate, or people who are not at all involved in the peace marches.
Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta all spoke of that at length. Let's go ahead and listen into earlier sound, an interview from the chief, Art Acevedo.
Let me tell you. I was at City Hall. Yeah, man. It's okay. Talking to the community, there's video of that. And I could hear my radio. People were calling me saying things were happening here. And the mayor, I got a call. The mayor said, "Hey, chief, you need to get down there." So I came. I asked my people, "What's going on?" There's a white naked guy messing up out there, and I said he's going to jail. And I went because I knew that he was jacking up the crowd, and we're not going to let them jack. We are not going to let it happen. It's our city. Don't let them take it.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Very, very animated, very passionate about this. He has said it repeatedly. This is our city. We're not going to give it to the. In his words, he used this word a while ago, but we're not going to give this to the thugs who want to come in here and blow things up and make huge disturbances. By the way, regarding the arrests which took place last weekend on last Friday and Saturday, about 93% of them, of the 412 arrested over Friday and Saturday, were from Texas, 321 from Houston area, and the rest, around 63 from other places in Texas. They come in. Now look at this video here. This is live video. They're praying. They're calling upon God for peace, calling upon God for help, of healing. And that's a touching and a compelling scene. Look at that.
And we've seen him engage in prayers with other people, with other groups of people.
He does it many
praying
times.
Together. We've also seen him kneeling with many of the protesters.
I love how, the young black lady has her hands upon his shoulders. She's possibly praying for him. But they're all there gathered, their heads bowed. This is what creates a powerful moment and a movement. Is this. It's not the violence, it's not the rock throwing, it's not the looting, the pillaging, the burning, none of that. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I ask that you correct the situation, Lord. I ask that you please, Father, because it cannot be done by man himself, Father, as you can see. Clearly, man is not capable of fixing this issue on his own. So I ask that you come upon us, Father, and that you correct this situation, that you make all things right as they're intended to be, that everyone can see that we are equal, we are the same. We all bleed red, Father. We only have differences in skin color, Lord, and that is nothing, Father, in your eyes. I ask all these things in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Why ain't the mayor out here, dude?
And there you see him hungry. Yeah, that was a very powerful prayer.
That was beautiful.
We are all equal. We are all the same.
Right.
We all bleed the same way.
In God's eyes, there is no color. I mean, and to have this blatant type of racism that exists in today's reality is just not dignified. It is not right. It is absolutely and positively and unequivocally wrong. And some of these things that we've seen by police officers driven by racism, perhaps, clearly in some cases, need to be corrected. Absolutely.
I find it very interesting, and there you see one officer actually taking pictures of the crowd there. But I find it interesting that when we have seen the chief, he will wade into the crowds by himself. I'm not sure what that is that just popped up, but he'll wade into the crowds by himself without taking a huge
He doesn't take an entourage. He doesn't even have a bodyguard. We're talking about the chief of police here in one of the largest cities in America, and he just kind of strolls around the crowds as if, I'm not afraid, everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He walks, I think, by faith instead of fear, hoping that he's going to be, protected. And I think that's awfully brave of him. I think it's the right thing to do. He's always looked upon as a peacemaker, and he gets a lot of great support as a result.
Yeah, I love that you're preaching here today, Art. That's fantastic. But you're absolutely right. And you just saw that shot by our fantastic photographer, Damian Smith, there walking around the crowd. And it gives you a better sense. There are no other officers standing guard there behind him.
Yeah.
This is him talking directly to people. Today, I don't see him wearing his mask. A little bit earlier, he had on a mask. But he is here talking to folks, hugging them, and really relating to them at this point. And in some ways, quite a contrast to the officers.
Let's go ahead and see if we can hear him. We're not sure if we can. Yeah, I don't believe we can hear him. Unless there's another mic we can turn on.
Yes.
But we are not able to hear him.
Yeah, let's go back to Steve Campion, who is standing there just a few feet away. He may be able to give us some idea about what this intense conversation is. Steve?
You got to get inside of it.
Mel, Art, I'll let you listen in to what the police chief is listening to out here.
We got to call that shit in. We got to say where we at. We taking fire. Who the hostile person is. They have to clear us to shoot back at that person. If that person drops a weapon, he's no longer a threat. We got to apprehend him some other way. Why is it not the same here?
Very similar. This approach is very similar. So, if you drop your weapon, you can't shoot you. That's scary.
So, RML, you can hear the police chief has been patiently listening to demonstrators out here. You get a couple people out here who obviously disagree with him and have made their voices known, but the chief has been out here for for hours at this point, listening to people one-on-one. I'm going to step just back for a little bit because there has been times when he's been talking with people and there's been demonstrators who have been a little bit more vocal about their frustrations and have directed it at him, but he has taken it in a way where he's tried to de-escalate the situation. And again, you're looking at the chief alone here in a crowd of 50 people or so, with police officers on the next street over, but he's certainly by himself out here. So he is trying his best to really hear the pain on these streets, listen to people, and he's definitely not being what's the word? People are definitely challenging him on his words. So when he says something, the demonstrators out here, they are certainly firing back, demanding accountability, transparency. They are certainly challenging the police officer face to face, just really as you're looking live, within feet apart from each other. So the conversations are ongoing here in downtown Houston. And like I mentioned a bit earlier, it really feels from the police standpoint that they're giving people time here in downtown Houston to kind of be heard and not actually telling people to leave at this point. So I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Well, Stephen, what's so amazing about that is how often can you saunter up to the chief of police in a major city and strike up a one-on-one conversation with him? And quite frankly, I think we've also seen that in the case of the... I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's remarkable from a journalistic standpoint, from an average citizen standpoint. We're talking about the chief of police of America's fourth largest city who is engaging one-on-one with people. And in his words, doing his best to listen to people. I don't know if you see that in other communities, but this certainly was his strategy or his way he wanted to handle this. He wanted, I think he said this before, he wanted people to be heard. He told us he wants demonstrators to demonstrate, but in a peaceful manner. He wants them to be heard, so you don't see people, turn violent or people feel like their pain's not being heard and act out upon that. So I think he is really trying to engage this community, a very frustrated community, with police officers, and he is doing that really on a one-by-one approach here in the streets of downtown Houston. not surrounded by security. I mean, his men and women who are in uniform are a block away, half a block away. I mean, there's a lot of them half a block away, but they are half a block away. He is on his own there in the thick of things. And like I said, he has been challenged by demonstrators, by Houstonians, sometimes screaming at him directly in his face. So he is taking this head on. And let's not forget, we're in the middle of a pandemic. This is a huge crowd who is not practicing social distancing. So there's a lot of moving factors down here that are all simultaneously happening. And I think you can see him, maybe he was just taking a photo too, so he's been snapping photos. And trust me, and you better believe that every one of these, particularly young people, this diverse crowd out here, they are live streaming this on Instagram. They're live streaming it on their social media platforms. They're on Twitter. So his words, what he's saying to people, if you might not hear them on our broadcast, but they are living on social media platforms, really where young people are consuming that information and really gauging how they start to feel about law enforcement. So that's the battle, so to speak, here that's playing out in the streets of downtown Houston. He's been clear he's trying to change hearts, trying to change minds on a one-by-one approach to kind of have people rethink what law enforcement is. You know, he is active on social media, on Twitter, constantly tweeting out the hashtag rational policing, trying to say that he's really trying to rethink how police officers interact with the public. And we can see that right now in real time happening here in the streets of downtown Houston. So we'll wait and see if demonstrators leave soon. It doesn't look like anybody's in a rush to get out of here.
No, it certainly doesn't, Steve. But I'm awfully impressed that he's there with, who knows, 50, 75 people surrounding him. The only police officer, I mean, there may be hundreds surrounding him, and yet he's just all alone without any security. And we're talking about the chief of police of the fourth largest city in the country.
Yeah.
So, a great job.
And that may be the secret weapon. That you have both the police chief as well as the mayor who have been out among the people and really talking to them.
They have.
Let's go, though, to a situation where it may not look quite as harmonious. I believe that's where Tom Abrams is right now. And Tom, are you still at a point where there's a bit of a standoff between police and folks, or have things begun to clear out behind you now?
Things have cleared out, Melanie. In fact, I mean, there may be 20, 25 people still here at this point. In fact, police are no longer blocking the stairs. They've now opened up the stairs, even though nobody's going up there. You can see a couple of officers now down on the sidewalk talking with a few of the remaining demonstrators, but there are no more than 25 people. The police officers here at City Hall, one of the places where they're staging, by the way, on the first floor, there are more officers here than protesters, maybe 3 to 1 at this point. And so from City Hall's perspective, what was a very busy day seems to be slowly coming to an end, and all of the protest and demonstration is moving, we believe, to other parts of the city. In fact, I'm not sure, Hersan, if we can show down there. This is, we're on Walker, and we're going to try and swing around. It looks like at the very end of the street is the George R. Brown Convention Center, and you may be able to see what looks like a line of protesters walking. I'm trying to see through the monitor on the side of the camera. Hersan, are they walking, or are they just, yeah, they're walking towards us, I believe, coming this way towards City Hall and then turning onto Milam. So they're turning north onto Milam off of Walker. So he can, that's fine, that's fine. He's welcome to do it. We're just trying to show about 1,000 people who have signs like that who also have the same message. So it certainly appears to be a peaceful demonstration. No issues there. The police cars that you hear are north of us, a couple blocks over. So no hot spots here at City Hall. It certainly seems to have been a successful day from the perspective of those here on city property at Tranquility Park. But again, you can still see people marching and some cars now with people on top of the vehicles moving their way towards the north end of downtown. Melanie?
All right. Tom, this is Art, but you don't have any idea of where they might be going, right? I mean, it doesn't appear as though they're ready to go home. but you have a caravan here along with a lot of marchers.
I don't have any intelligence that can tell you exactly where they're headed. I mean, the north side down there, I mean, there is the criminal justice complex on the north side of downtown. I don't know that that's where they're headed. I mean, I was doing this live shot talking about what's happening at City Hall, and I just happened to notice what looked like a large parade of people maybe 3 blocks up, and that's why we swung the camera around to be able to show you what was going on. But, you know, they're coming from the direction of Discovery Green, which is, you know, just south of the convention center.
Well, Tom, between you and them, are there police officers kind of fending them off, or is everybody just turning there as part of whatever impromptu parade or something they have going on, or march is more accurate?
Sure. I'm looking at the monitor on the side of a camera. You may be actually able to see the picture a little better than I can. It doesn't appear as though police are turning them. It looks as though they're turning that direction of their own will. It doesn't look like there are any barricades. I mean, there aren't any barricades on Walker now. I think, except that you can't turn left between City Hall and the Annex. Right before you would get onto 45. That's it. But it appears as though there's no police presence turning them that direction.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. Great eyes to catch that as they headed your way. And please get back to us if anything else happens down there at City Hall or you happen to catch up with some of those folks. In the meantime, we want to go back to what appears to be another gathering here. And Micah Hatfield is there somewhere in the crowd. Micah, can you tell us what's going on? Oh, this is back over at the George R. Brown.
Yeah, it is. And we saw people are actually being a little aggressive towards us right now, but we actually just saw some sort of scuffle happen a little ways away from where the police were, and we saw several of the people who were over by the police start running the opposite way. There are a lot of people out here right now. It does appear that they're walking away from the police where they have been for the last 30, 45 minutes. Not exactly sure what they were.
We seem to have a frozen picture now of Micah out there as she continues to bring that to us. But we will take other pictures. This is not Micah Hatfield. Micah, can you still hear us? I think we may have lost her.
I can still hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and continue. We're going to go ahead and use your audio, but your picture is freezing up.
Okay, well, hopefully, there's a lot of people out here, so cell service is not great. But there was some sort of scuffle just a few minutes ago, and we saw a lot of people who were over in front of this line of Houston police officers right outside of the George R. Brown Convention. That scuffle, not exactly sure what happened, but it broke up pretty quick. You see this large congregation of people on the hill, though, here. They've been here, they've been sitting very peacefully, they've been just
all right, we're having some
going on and talking to one another.
Micah, we're going to go ahead and take it from you. Apparently, you're having some difficulties with your signal, and so we keep losing you, but we appreciate at least some illumination about all these folks. Again, this is in front of the George R. Brown over at Discovery Green, and obviously there were a lot of people there, thousands of people earlier in the day before that big rally over at City Hall, and now it appears as though a lot of people headed back that way, and instead of just picking up their cars or catching an Uber and going home, they're still milling around. They're still
certainly are
out there hanging out, and you can see that just a long line, it looks like, of special vehicles, including ambulance and fire department there.
Yeah, thousands of people still there, and not sure what, if anyone, is in this EMS vehicle here, but certainly we'll get a report on that later. All right, that does it for myself and Melanie Lawson. So thanks for joining us. We're going to toss it over to Eric Barajas now. He's going to continue coverage right here on ABC13.com.
Okay, can we take our shot down now, or do you need it?
Good evening. I'm Eric Barajas here in the Eyewitness Newsroom, continuing our coverage here online.
Okay, no problem.
March that's now taking place here in downtown Houston. It began at around.
Do you want it up? It's up to you.
You can see crowds.
Whatever you guys want, you let us know. We're clear? Okay, no problem.
Hotel.
You're clear.
Also here, the Discovery Green area where the protest, or I should say march, began this afternoon. as we kind of just look, crowds still here. Most of the crowd has dispersed, but there have been some skirmishes, if you will, light skirmishes with some marchers and police as well. We do have some reporters still on standby right now, so we want to try to see if we can get some of their shots up at this point. Let's try to see if we can pull in Steve Campion right now. We're going to go over here right now to see if Steve Campion has been marching with protesters. Let's see if we can get on right now. Steve Campion, this is Eric, the newsroom. Can you hear me? Steve, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me right now?
Eric, I can hear you.
All right. So just got to give us a rundown of what we're seeing right now. We can see a good shot online here on the ground right here outside the
Let's march on till victory is won. Tomorrow the sun will rise above Los Angeles. Tomorrow we have a choice to make. I have a choice to make. And I choose to listen and to move forward, to bring this city together, to build peace on our streets and in our neighborhoods, and to admit the country that we live in, that we love and that we want to see do better. George Floyd died in our America so that we may make sense of our future, to make sure that we never see that again, and that we do the work to carry the promise of this country and of our City of Angels forward. I celebrate you on the streets. If you're breaking the law, we will not let you change the message. And tomorrow, when a new sun comes, I hope that everybody in Los Angeles will embrace the work that we have to do together. Hopelessness is not our option. We only have hope, and we only have each other. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Steve Gregory with KFI Radio on behalf of the LA Press Corps. Our first question comes from Cindy Chang at the LA Times. Mr. Mayor, do you still have confidence in Michael Moore after his remark about looters being as responsible for George Floyd's death as the police officers? Also, what are your thoughts about the remark? Moore seemed to walk it back, but then he spoke deliberately rather than making an off-the-cuff mistake. Also, what's your view of the tactics used by the police to contain the protests, including rubber bullets and batons?
Absolutely. Let me start with the second. I think that we've seen less of any of those tactics, and I hope that we can see the most minimal, if not zero, of those tactics. I know what it's like to see on those lines, to have police officers who've had their skulls fractured, who have maintained their resolve and their restraint. So those tactics will sometimes be out there, but it is my direction to minimize those, and if we can, to not use those at all, especially if there's peaceful protesters. And I know for folks who are sometimes in the front, they don't know that something just happened in the back where bottles or bricks were just thrown. But we have to figure out a way to make sure that peaceful protesting anywhere in Los Angeles does not meet that. Second, in terms of Chief Moore, I've known this man's heart.
We also have seen large crowds. We've heard we can't tell are fireworks, some loud popping noises. We've also seen it would appear to be a situation where pepper spray was sprayed, but it was amongst a group of people. Now we're seeing the sirens, though. You can see the fire truck, or a truck belonging to the fire department driving down the road, presumably trying to help break up the crowd out here. I'm not sure what the situation is. Let's see, it looks like there's another vehicle completely surrounded by cars, surrounded by this crowd. They can't actually get out. Is that a police car? Let me try to get a closer look. Eric?
Yeah, I can hear you, Marla. So, again, I know you were describing this.
You can hear us? So,
yes.
That was a police car.
Okay.
Yes. So it appears that was a state trooper's car, and this feels like this is another law enforcement vehicle, and they were obstructing them from getting through. They're trying to make their way through the road. Now, of course, that is not blocked. Now it appears that they are actually making their way down the road here. But now you see they're throwing water bottles, as we've seen throughout this evening, throwing water bottles at police officers. And as the police officers get closer and you're seeing they're kind of engaging, they're forming a line again right there, we're seeing more and more water bottles thrown at those officers. And what I can tell you is their presence has grown. More and more officers are lined up here, and we are right next to
and Marla, we can definitely see this at this point. How are officers what kind of position are they taking? Because it looks like things are really escalating right here. So people are starting to run.
As you can see, are starting to walk in our direction. But we've seen this. We've seen people throwing water bottles. We've seen kind of tensions, and then we see people just start running and kind of start trampling over one another, and then things kind of calm down a little bit more. But that's what we've been seeing, and it's kind of like they're pushing back the crowds. They're getting closer and kind of closer to this direction. So getting closer to the hill on Discovery Green, but now they're throwing stuff at officers once again.
Yeah,
and,
we can see it.
It's the officers are approaching.
Yeah, it's definitely getting tense out there, but it seems at this point officers for the most part are still standing down, and I mean they're just holding this line but not engaging despite being pelted by water bottles and what else is coming their way. They're just holding their ground and not moving forward.
Absolutely, they have stayed very calm, and you can hear a lot of people chanting around me. Sorry about that, but yes, you can see the officers have definitely kept their composure, kept their calm, and really just, again, have been making verbal commands saying that this is an unlawful assembly and really encouraging people to go home. That started soon after, the rally ended. I mean, really, just not too long after that, and really been nicely asking people to leave and staying calm at this point. But of course, as you said, and people are agitated, and we've kind of seen periods where it was calm, and then it kind of escalates again, and then calms down again. So.
And Marla, when we look at the scene that you've got for us right here at the corner of the Marriott, I mean, what's essentially, people are just gathering there because officers have taken a position here in front of this hotel?
Yeah, well, so we are right next to Discovery Green, and kind of what happened after the march today, after the rally at City Hall, people started kind of coming back in this direction, right? Presumably, it kind of ended where it started, in the sense that people kind of came back and gathered here again. And initially it was calm, but we've seen people get a little more agitated, but it's not really clear as to why all of them are here. A lot of people, as you've heard them chanting, really want to get a message out, want to get their voices heard. And that's a message that they want to continue doing. But the officers are basically saying, it's time to go home. But these people aren't done. They want to continue to stay out here and want to continue to try to get that message out. And some are very frustrated. As you saw, throwing water bottles and getting very agitated out here.
All right, Marla, we know that things got to be intense for you as well. I'm glad you're near this police line, or getting closer to it anyway, because it seems like at times things can break out in a moment's notice, and there's very little time to react in terms of, protesters engaging police or throwing something or whatnot. But it seems like this crowd at Discovery Green, just for whatever reason, just doesn't want to leave at this point. They just want to keep hanging around and possibly keep engaging police.
Yeah, it's really hard to know exactly. Oh, well, we're on. I'm sorry. Somebody was just asking me a question. It is hard to know what their motives are. And I know we all kind of want to know what their motives are. And I know some people have approached us and kind of shared their motives. We want justice. We want our voices heard. We don't feel like we're being treated fairly. And that's what some people are saying. But it's hard to know why everybody else has elected to stay out here when they were asked to leave. But fortunately, we haven't seen anything, too serious happen out here. But it is getting tense, and the moments are more tense than others. Like you just saw, people running. We heard a loud bang noise. We weren't sure what it was, and that was sort of alarming. So there's been some moments that were definitely tense. And that have, definitely elevated the situation, scared people, and seen crowds run. But even though they kind of disperse, they come back together again. So they're still out here. It's still a pretty large crowd, as you can see, Eric.
Yes. Okay, Marla. We would definitely want to give you a break and kind of let you kind of regain your position, a safe position at least, and kind of gather whatever the information you can as well. And of course, always stay in a safe place. And we do appreciate the live reports you're coming up. So we'll try to check back in with you here the next 30 minutes or so. But thanks again for the live report. We'll check in soon.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
All right, we also got Eyewitness News reporter and anchor Tom Abrams as well. He's been out in different parts of the city today. And Tom, we've got your picture pulled up here as well. It looks like it's relatively quiet where you are, despite other pictures we're seeing as well.
Pretty much everybody here has cleared out. There is still a large police presence. If we show back towards City Hall, this is where they've been set up, staging for this part of downtown. A lot of the first floor is filled with police officers getting out of the heat for a little while as they take shifts. Police are working 12 and 12 shifts right now in the city, so very long and hot days, even longer nights, I think, in some cases. You can see one police officer here having an in-depth conversation that's been going on probably for the last 15 minutes with a couple of the protesters who were here for much of the rally and then stood around for a long period of time with a couple of hundred other people who were chanting at various times after the march had headed back towards Discovery Green. That's now diminished. There are just a couple of people here. As we swing back around, we can show you down here, headed towards the George O. Brown Convention Center.
We saw some quick looting that happened in Hollywood where we have thousands of people peacefully protesting. That was dealt with quickly, so we're getting good response, but I don't want to see us having to do that anywhere. We will, make no mistake. That is what we have to do. But thank you to the leadership, and I saw that among leaders, by the way, in marches too, and I want to thank those people who stepped before those who weren't looters but maybe who wanted to commit acts of violence, because the moment acts of violence start coming at our peace officers, we know how that story ends. We know what happens on the street. We know that lives can be in danger in both directions, and some who would play with the lives of protesters who are peaceful or peace officers who are trying to do their job, we know that they are threats too, and so thank you for exercising.
Right there, we will check in with you soon here. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Thanks, Eric.
We also want to check in, I believe we have Micah Hatfield as well. She's been down in one of the remaining hot spots, if you will, and now that the march has drawn to a close somewhat, besides some more protesters still out here. Micah, can you make us out right now? We're in the newsroom and wanted to see if you could give us an update on your vantage point.
It's 4.
Okay. Let's see if we can get Micah Hatfield dialed in here from our Eyewitness Newsroom here. Micah, can you hear us at this point?
Press that one.
Hi, Micah. This is Eric in the newsroom. Wanted to see if you could make us out at this point and let us know a little bit about your vantage point there in the march.
It's on 3 or 5. It's not very enough. Okay, let's just go back to...
There are some critics and business owners I spoke with in the fair.
What? I want to give you just another live picture right now. Again, we've had some various reports here from different reporters. Our Marla Carter's here along with a couple of others, but this is still a live picture. We've seen several things develop right here. And basically, this picture right here, there's a line of officers here to the right of Discovery Green, right in front of the Marriott Marquis Hotel. Unfortunately, we've seen several things hurled at officers as they stand in that line over there, whether they be water bottles or whatever else. But at this point, we haven't seen any arrests, and we've seen officers stay very resilient in the face of, essentially being physically harmed at times. They've not engaged protesters despite, again, having things hurled at them. So for the most part, they're keeping the line that you're looking at right here. We're not exactly sure the tactic or what they're maybe trying to protect at this point, but we have seen some police cars try to make their way through, and they're essentially stopped by protesters as they gather around the car. Officers have to stop the vehicles, but also try to keep them moving at the same time so that they're not damaged by anybody maybe trying to knock a windshield out or something like that. Luckily, we've not seen that happen at all. But you can see protesters here still wanting to engage officers as they just hold the line right here, so to speak, in front of the Marquis Hotel. At this point, we've only seen a handful of arrests. We don't have any of those hard numbers from either HPD or City Hall at this point about how things have gone. We know officers have done their best to try and clear the remaining protesters out by just trying to funnel people through certain roads and get them to their vehicles, and now that the protest has essentially been over for a while. But for the most part, besides some things being again thrown at officers, we've seen no arrests take place here. But we are going to, Micah's on 6. Okay, we're going to see if we can get Micah Hatfield dialed back in for you as well. Let's see if we can reach her out in the field. Hey Micah, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me? I can't hear her.
Throughout this country. Some of their concerns are absolutely valid, and we need to come together as a community, as a nation, and work through our issues and really spend a lot of time reconnecting, reunifying, so we can have a better understanding moving forward, so these incidents that have taken place nationally in the last few days don't repeat themselves.
What can you do on a day-to-day basis? What are you trying to do, and what is your department trying to do to help repair community relations?
So if you look at community policing in the United States of America, I don't know a finer agency in this country that has established a strong community policing partnership. When you look at our youth programs, when you look at the things we've done in the last 3 decades to reestablish a connection with this community, I think you'll see one of the finest institutions of policing in America. However, this has shown in the last few days we've got continually work at getting better. And that's our intent. And it starts with a hello, it starts with a cup of coffee, it starts with a smile. It starts by disarming ourselves and being vulnerable. We go to church on Sunday, we eat dinner with our family hopefully, but we work tirelessly to serve and protect this city, as most people do, to provide for their families. We're in this together, we really are.
This was a very peaceful, very uplifting, in many ways, gathering here today outside the mayor's house in Hancock Park. Sadly, we've seen situations like this devolve into chaos, mayhem, and criminal activity and looting across Southern California. Do you think there is a separate criminal element to the peaceful protesters that are coming in?
I'm trying. Once he's done with me, we're going to split.
Did you get your TV time? That's what's going on?
No, he's asking me some questions. So, what's the question, sir?
We've seen some of these gatherings the past few days devolve into mayhem and chaos and violence and looting. Do you think those are separate groups, separate elements coming in?
Absolutely. You know, the reality is that 99% of these folks who protest are good people. We have people who hijack the protest and disengage from the original message and cause havoc, which then instills a terrible reputation to this city, when most of the people in these protests are outstanding community people trying to voice their frustration and reconnect with us in a healthy way. It's a tragedy what has taken place in this wonderful city.
The mayor just said in his news conference he doesn't want the looting and the violence to dominate this story surrounding George Floyd. Your thoughts?
I agree with the mayor of Los Angeles. Absolutely, 100%.
Commander Palka, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, I'm going to try to put this back on and wrap it up. We just heard from LAPD Commander Corey Palka. We heard from Mayor Garcetti. We heard from supporters and opponents of the mayor outside his official residence here in Hancock Park tonight. The mayor said that today he was feeling cooped up in City Hall, so he went outside and joined and took a knee with many of the protesters outside City Hall in downtown Los Angeles. He said there he did encounter supporters and opponents, but he said, you know, I know that goes with the territory in being a public servant, so I can't expect to only hear support. That's what the job entails. It's what happens. And he says he hopes to do the best he can. He wants to see peace in this city. He said he doesn't want the looting and violence again to dominate the story surrounding George Floyd and racial tension across the United States. He is calling for unity, prosperity, and a summer of peace in 2020 here in Los Angeles and across the country, and we will continue to follow this developing story throughout the day and throughout the night. Reporting live in Hancock Park, I'm Chris Wolf. Micah, share back to you.
Chris, thank you. A very strong and clear message from Commander Palka there. And as we were listening to them speak, you saw on screen right, that was Commander Palka actually taking a knee with protesters. I believe this is the second day in a row where we've seen that from him and other officers as well. We transition now to live pictures from Sky 5, and this is very close to the mayor's residence where we saw so many people gathered just a short time ago, and it looks like it's moving toward Wilshire Boulevard. Larry Welk is in Sky 5 with more for us. Larry.
That's right, Micah. It's right at Wilshire Boulevard here as Crenshaw meets Wilshire. You can see that a large number of people have left the mayor's mansion just about a couple hundred yards away, and they've made their way down here. Unfortunately, Wilshire Boulevard being blocked right now. Not too much traffic, though, but boy, did this de-escalate quickly. Not that there was anything bad happening. It was just a lot of people. It looked like an overwhelming amount of people. LAPD had a helicopter. They had a large presence here. They weren't seen at the protest itself, but they were in the neighborhood ready to respond if they needed to. I can tell you that the helicopter has gone away, and several dozen of those police cars have taken off as well. So things going very well here in Hancock Park. Just a very small amount of people standing still in front of the mansion. And then this group right here that you see on Wilshire Boulevard as it meets the end of Crenshaw. So a lot of people here past curfew. We don't know if the LAPD has the intention of doing anything about it. But at this point, the cheers, the chanting, people sitting in front of the mayor's house, that has stopped. And now most people have gone home, it appears. Just this group right here, maybe a couple hundred people still here and in front of the mansion. But again, LAPD starting to release resources as this protest comes to a very peaceful ending. That's the latest over Hancock Park. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry Welk, thank you. We step aside for a short break. We have more from the KTLA 5 News at 6:30 live across Southern California in a moment.
we're going to see if we can go ahead and get her pulled up here. But besides that initial move made by Mounted Patrol, it's kind of hard to make out, but they're off in the far distance of the shot right here. There we are. Protesters now have gone up to the Mounted Patrol with their signs. A minute ago, they had ran off. Now they've slowly creeped back toward that Mounted Patrol. You see a few of them kind of jogging off here, but they've definitely engaged the Mounted Patrol once again with their signs. The horses and officers just standing their ground as they decided to make a move forward and take up more of the street here to try and clear some of these. Do we know, I'm talking to producer over here, do you know if we have Marla possibly?
We're working on getting Marla. That's her shot that you're looking at. And then Sky Eye is actually on its way right now. As soon as they get over to the scene, we'll be able to talk to Dawn.
Let's give you a quick shot here just to kind of show you we do have Sky Eye en route right now. So it's already gotten a couple of roads here that they're clearing out. We'll take this other shot as well that we were showing you. Just want to let you know that Sky Eye is en route to give us a better vantage point over Discovery Green here.
If you want to talk to Don,
okay,
right there, and you can actually talk to him and say, "Hey, talk to me about the day."
All right, let's go to Don right now as we're going to monitor this picture for you in another screen and let you see it as well. Again, this is tough because now, besides having officers use restraint themselves, you're asking a horse to use restraint in the face of a protester, waving signs and doing what else to possibly frustrate that animal. But let's go up to Sky Eye. We've got Don Armstrong in Sky Eye. And Don, we know you're making your way over to kind of the heart of downtown here, possibly Discovery Green, where we're seeing a tense standoff here as officers try to clear a street with Mounted Patrol. But as you're making your way, just kind of tell us what you've seen. I know you had to refuel Sky Eye, but what have you seen in comparison to Friday, and what are your thoughts here heading into nightfall?
Well, Eric, I can tell you that tonight, so far, has been quite different than we saw last Friday. Right now, we're just kind of trolling around downtown just to see what we can see. We do know that there are still some pockets of people, protesters, if you will, around the Marriott Marquis and also the George R. Brown Convention Center. I really don't, we're just now getting here, let me put it that way. And we last Friday saw these kinds of vehicle processions from DPS, HPD, where they're basically in a group and they're just scouting different areas of downtown. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you, Don. I can see that picture now. So it's not really clear of where they're headed, but they definitely are in a procession. They're definitely in this convoy right here and making their way somewhere. But I would assume it's probably a hot spot they've heard about. But that's an interesting shot right there. Yeah, and what we found last week, and I guess it's the same now, is not too many officers are by themselves. There's always several in a group together, because what we did see last Friday was when one was by itself, there was a chance that protesters would stand in front of the vehicle, and as we know that several vehicles were heavily damaged by protesters. We saw one incident last Friday where protesters stopped a police vehicle by itself, and they had to call for backup, and of course the backup came rushing in, and when they did, they also brought Mounted Patrol there. Now, we're just now arriving here at Avenue de las Americas, and this is at Rusk, and this is the old hotspot that we left about an hour or so ago, and it still seems to be a few protesters left here, but certainly not near the numbers that we saw earlier this afternoon before the sunset. That's a good sign. Okay. All right, Don, we appreciate the vantage point. We're going to come back down to the ground here in front of the Marquis Hotel. We've got a situation when Marla Carter is going to report for us, but we appreciate your update right there. Where do the numbers go? Hey, Marla, this is Eric. Can you hear us right now? Let's see if we can get Marla back up for us right here.
Hi, Marla. This is Eric. Can you hear us right now?
Hi.
All right, so we're seeing action here.
Right now, Eric.
Yeah, we saw that conversation that police were having with some of the marchers, and now they're moving to clear the street.
They are. As you can see, they just started marching. We're out here. You can actually see officers coming out here of the GRB as well. So officers approaching, clearing the street, and we're standing back, standing out of the way, of course, to stay safe. But as they're marching forward, you see people have been throwing water bottles at them, and we're staying a distance, of course, as you mentioned, because things have been thrown at these officers.
Yes.
But
So now, Marla, what's also interesting
for hours.
Yeah, what's also interesting is we're seeing the reserve officers that had been inside the GRB now have opened those doors that have come out.
Right, exactly. Those officers just came out. We saw them here kind of on standby, on backup, and now they've just come out as well. And, you know, we have seen as the street fill up with more and more officers as the evening has progressed. And they have been asking people and repeatedly asking people to clear the street for several hours now. And it looks like a lot of people have now backed up at Discovery Green back onto the grassy area and aren't in the street. And you can also see the mounted patrol. You can see that, Charles, down on your left. The mounted patrol is down there as well. So you see the mounted patrol. You see the officers. Officers came out from the GRB, and definitely a larger presence than we have seen so far this evening as far as a visible presence.
Yeah, this is quite the shot we haven't seen. We saw them just stay in that holding position for a long time, but now that that holding position is gone, and it looks like they are going to clear the park actually itself. Is that kind of the position it looks like they're taking, Marla?
It does, actually, Eric. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second there. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like we're seeing, and we're trying to stay back here, but it looks like they have cleared out the street right here. Again, we're right in front of the GRB, right by Discovery Green, and now they have all the protesters, of course, are now in the park, and they're trying to clear the park. So they've kind of moved forward, and now they're located all in that area. That's what it appears to be, and they've certainly made the request repeatedly to ask people to leave.
Okay, and we can still see the people here up on the hill, and then we didn't see this play out at Discovery Green last Friday, but we saw a similar situation where officers finally said, "We've asked you to clear the street for a long time now. It's either you're going to clear the street, you're going to be ticketed, or possibly arrested." And I wonder if this is what's about to play out here, because it looks like the people on the hill aren't really moving, despite having this front line of mounted patrol and officers on foot basically staring them down inside the park and on that hill.
Yeah, and earlier this evening they were saying this is unlawful. You need to leave the streets. I mean, and if they, you know, were kind of suggesting we have to take further action. You know, that's a possibility certainly, and I know that is not what anybody wanted to have to do, but certainly. You know, that was something that they have alerted people to multiple times throughout the evening for the last several hours, saying this is unlawful, and has been moving forward, have had water bottles thrown at them. And now, again, they're all in the park, in that area. We have heard people chanting. You know, it does look like there are fewer people than there were earlier, but it's hard to tell because they're probably all backed up into the park.
They are.
Once the officers did start, so it's kind of hard to tell if there really are fewer people, but that's what we're trying to monitor now. It still seems like a pretty large crowd on the hill there that you're looking at and beyond.
Yes, we also wanted to ask you, I know it's kind of hard from your vantage point because it looks like the officers' backs are to you, but we have seen some officers with some aggressive gear, if I could say. One looked like he had a short top-barreled rifle that probably would deploy rubber bullets. We can definitely see some riot gear. I didn't know if you were able to get a grasp. It looks like you guys are zoomed in on another conversation being had with marchers trying to bring a peaceful end to this march as well here at Discovery Green, just kind of engaging in some dialogue about, I'm sure, asking them to go ahead and clear the park.
I know they have been requesting that. They have been, and a number of people have gone up to officers, and they have been very patient. And they have been discussing the situation with them. They have been raising their concerns with them, telling them why they're here, telling them about their frustrations. And but I know the officers have really tried to remain calm. And I can't exactly see that equipment from my vantage point that you're referring to. But I do know that, again, there is a huge presence here. We've seen state police, of course, as well, right behind these law enforcement officers. It's HPD, and there's a lot of officers staged in different areas that we can't really see, and sort of that's intentional. And of course, you saw the backup officers. So. Right now, I think they're really just hoping that the situation de-escalates. I think that's why they've kind of taken over the street here and said, go home. I think that's what they're really, really hoping for. But they certainly do have on the protective gear themselves and have been making those commands.
Yes, well, I guess, the shot that your photographer's trained on is right there on the hill. And I guess, despite facing those officers, looks like everybody on the hill is still kind of sitting there, but so I'm sure officers will be patient once again, as they have all night, and try to maybe engage in some dialogue. But Marla, we appreciate the live report. You've been on the front lines of the march all afternoon and even this evening as things turned extremely tense at different times. So thanks for the reporting. Well, if we need to check back in with you, we'll, but please stay safe.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
I'm going to give you a live picture now on the right-hand side of your screen of Sky Eye, kind of give you a different vantage point here. Again, if you're just kind of tuning in with us here, this is just to the right of Discovery Green and the Marquee Hotel, one of the newer hotels in downtown Houston. We've seen officers be patient all night trying to get people out of the park and to clear the street in front of Discovery Green. But now you can see Mounted Patrol has moved in as well, and officers on foot has also moved up closer to the park and engaged in some conversations with people there, asking them, we can only assume, to leave the park and clear the streets. But again, officers have been very patient throughout the night, as we give you another different look here as well. We've also got Micah Hatfield. We'll go to her in just a second as we kind of give you just another shot here.
See if Ted's on too.
Let's see if we can pull up Ted Oberg for you right now. Hey Ted, this is Eric Barajas here at the Graphite here in the newsroom. Can you hear us right now? All right, we'll try to get Ted up if we can momentarily here. But again, this is another picture for you right here. And so you're looking at, again, police have moved in. And I believe, well, this is a different spot here. This is going to be another spot. That looked like that was near police headquarters. Possibly not. It's not clear what's going on in this vantage point, but...
That's not police headquarters.
No. Thought that was the old Benihana Spy police headquarters,
right.
But
if you want to try Ted again, I think he's
okay.
Up on audio.
Let's see if we can pull up Ted Oberg as well one more time here. Hey Ted, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear us?
I sure can, Eric. How are you?
All right. I'm okay. Better question is, how are you after the day you've had?
We're good. I just want to tell David, we're live as we're walking, Eric, just so you know, down towards Discovery Green. We had to take an hour to recharge batteries, literally and figuratively, in our car parked in a garage close by. So we're good. But I think the nighttime, Eric, is when problems start, right? We knew that Friday. I think police officers knew that Friday was one of those days that, the nighttime could bring some problems. And I think that's what we may be seeing now as we head towards Discovery Green and hearing either fireworks or flashbangs. Not sure, too far away, and I don't want to make that judge. But I think today has been a good day. I think 60,000 people came to Houston intent on showing the rest of the world that this city was frustrated and angry and wanted to see change and could do it in a way that made our city proud. And I think in many ways you had a better global view than I did from where you sat to see everyone's coverage. But from what I saw, Eric, there were an awful lot of people who did exactly what they and organizers intended to do. And I think Houston can let the sun set on this day feeling good about what we did today. And you tell me what you saw.
I would agree with you, Ted. What we've seen doesn't really compare at all to what we saw last Friday, thankfully. And obviously, this is just the very tail end of the march, where most everybody that came out for all the right reasons is obviously gone at this point. So I think Houston had a great showing by all accounts, and it was a different crowd tonight. Yes, we've seen some tense moments here and there, but as you know, since you were out there last Friday as well, this was not the same crowd, not the same emotion, and not the same aggressiveness. They came out to recognize the day for what it was supposed to be. So I would totally agree with you. Houston had a good showing, as the Floyd family wanted as well, and along with the organizers being Trade the Truth and Bun B, and of course the mayor and chief as well. So I know you're making your way down to Discovery Green, and we've definitely seen as you're kind of coming up there a little bit on it. We've seen officers deployed. What was very interesting is they had several number of reserve officers stationed inside the GRB. And in about the past 5 minutes, what they did is they opened the doors to the GRB, and more than a couple of dozen officers came jogging out to take positions to start clearing the street out. They'd already asked nicely several times, and that hadn't happened. So amount of patrol moved in, and then those officers that were reserve officers again in the GRB, those doors were open. They came out, and so they've kind of had some discussions with people that are still on that huge hill that Discovery Green has as you guys kind of make your way there. So that was kind of the latest tense thing we saw. But it looked like officers, were, again, as usual, were showing restraint as they have all day, and we're trying to end things with dialogue and peacefully. And it looked like at some point maybe even would return to what happened last Friday, where they said either clear the street or they'll get a ticket, or you can go to jail, A, B, or C, your choice.
Yeah, and I think at some point you have to probably say something. It's tough to see a day end like that, but if there are people intent on being out here and look, if they want to stay all night and be here in the spirit of what this afternoon was, that's great. But I'm starting to see what you saw there just a couple minutes ago, and I don't know if you can see that on our camera yet, but the line of officers there in front of the George R. Brown is impressive. The other thing, look, I think it would be easy. I don't want to give police officers too much credit for restraint, but I think it is worth pointing out. It would be easy to clear the streets, put people in zip ties, and move them off the streets, and get them home, maybe with a stop at the city processing center. But we haven't seen that, and I have to imagine that's purposeful, right? That doesn't happen by accident. 5,000 officers don't decide to do this on their own. They have been given a good plan, and they're executing it. I would agree, and now we're in a different era anyway. But Ted, look, we appreciate all the reporting you've done. We're glad you guys got to mentally and literally charge your batteries. We'll certainly see you on Eyewitness News at 10. Thanks a lot, Ted. Thanks, Eric.
This is ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 9 p.m. on CW 39. Now, breaking news.
Now you can also see a line of police officers here. Most of them are on their motorcycle.
We need to stand up against injustice and stand with our black brothers and sisters.
The crowd has doubled in size since we have been here. It's huge. It's impressive.
I believe that people will see that as we join together and that the energy builds. There's something about that. It's an impact. We feel this energy that as we get educated, we can see a hope.
How old are you, and tell me why you came out?
13.
Why are you here today?
I'm here for it. Represent George Floyd.
George Floyd! George Floyd!
You're looking live as
thousands of people marched from Discovery Green to Houston City Hall in support of George Floyd.
All the way back down toward the hotel down there and Discovery Green. You can see it for yourself. Massive crowd, more than 20,000 people.
This country declared a war on poverty. We declared a war on drugs. We declared a war on cancer. It's time to declare a war on racism. It is time of George Floyd. Say his name. Say his name. It's about lifting up the name of George Floyd.
And good evening to you. I'm Elisa Rivas. We begin with breaking news tonight. Sky Eye 13 live over a crowd of protesters in downtown Houston. Let's take a look to downtown, where the streets are mainly empty compared to what we saw throughout hours this afternoon. People began gathering about an hour before the protest was set to begin in Discovery Green around 2 o'clock this afternoon. There are still people there tonight as the Houston Police Department deals with those that are in the crowd and still are out on the street tonight. So we begin outside the George R. Brown Convention Center, where police have just clashed with dozens of people that are still there. ABC 13's Marla Carter is live there right now, and she has the very latest.
That's right, Elisa. We have seen the line of police officers basically come from the street where protesters were now to the street. So all the protesters are now out of the street. We see the mounted patrol. We've also seen state troopers as well out here. And really what happened is all the protesters that were in the street, which was a very large crowd, then went into Discovery Green, into the park area. And we now hear them, if you can see them, they're kind of chanting and walking away from the park area. So toward the Hilton. So, and we're at GRB right now, just to give you an idea where they are. And so they're kind of headed in that direction. But really, they were trying, officers trying, of course, to diffuse the situation out here. There were water bottles thrown at them. They've stood the line this entire evening. But, you know, it didn't start out this way. It was a very peaceful situation with actually 60,000 people came out here today, all with a message of unity, with a message of change. In fact, we talked to one young protester today who was so very moved by the experience out here, as so many were,
subject to arrest
he
at
took
this
a moment
point, as the LAPD is making that very clear. We're live over Hancock Park as well. Larry Welk in Sky 5 with a picture. Larry.
Micah and Cher, you can see the crowd here, not very big. A few minutes ago, most of them were either kneeling or sitting down in front of this this mayor's mansion here, the Getty House they call it. And we can tell you that it is extremely peaceful, and most of the police units that were here have left for the evening. It looks like there were dozens and dozens of police cars and buses and vans. They have all gone. So for now, there's a very small presence of police and a very small protest of people that are sitting out in front of the mayor's house. And again, very, very peaceful, but they have not gone home. And of course, we've been talking about it all afternoon, well after the curfew. So we don't know what the intention here is. But this pales in comparison to the crowds we saw earlier. We saw thousands of people that were here in front of the mayor's house. And afterwards, after all of the speeches and all of the cheering, we saw a number of people come down. They blocked Wilshire Boulevard for a short period of time. And now they made their way back up to the mayor's house. And so again, we don't know what the intention is. We're going to stay overhead and bring you developments as they unfold throughout the evening. That's the latest over Hancock Park. Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry, you don't see the LAPD there creating a perimeter around those protesters at this point, do you? Because we've seen that in previous nights, and when that happens, it tends to mean that those people within that perimeter become subject to arrest.
You know, we don't see that at all. In fact, just a couple miles north of where I am right now is where some of those protests are going on in Hollywood. And that kind of activity is happening up in Hollywood right now. But here, the majority of the police officers that would have been standing by for that kind of action, they've all left. They've taken the positions that they had and abandoned them. So right now it appears that this peaceful protest, I'm not sure if there's an agreement or what the situation is, but no, we don't see anybody. The buses that would ordinarily take people that were under arrest, even some of the smaller vans, those have all gone. So at this point, it's just what you see right here. Again, extremely peaceful here in Hancock Park.
Okay, Larry, we will continue to monitor the situation, and we'll come back to you as warranted. Downtown Los Angeles, another scene where we saw so many protesters for much of the day in Grand Park. They have, vast majority of them dispersed. Mary Beth McDade is there with a look at what's happening with the LAPD tonight in regards to those protesters. MB.
Yeah, so Micah, well, a large majority did disperse, so there's still a very large group that we saw just take off down south on Broadway. And then what the police did, some of the arresting officers, they've moved in now with, you can see these yellow plastic, or rather these white plastic handcuffs, and they're now circled around this very small group. And it's kind of similar to what we saw last night, where they kind of broke up the large groups into smaller groups, and it obviously makes it a lot easier to arrest people. And so they're sort of boxing in this smaller group. You have police on this side of the street as well as down by Spring, and they're just moving in closer and closer for this group. You can see that there's a lot of them. They have these guns with the non-lethal ammunition. They're also, hey Chris, I just want to show over here. They're also going through, and they're going tent by tent, and they're making sure that none of the protesters are hiding on these tents. We've seen them clear just tent after tent over here on First Street between Broadway and Spring. We're right here by LAPD Police Headquarters. We are expecting that very large group of protesters that went southbound down Broadway to circle around and come back. They have done that numerous times today. Well, they'll hang out here at City Hall and LAPD Police Headquarters, and then they go off and start going on the move again, and then they always seem to circle back around. It looks like they are starting to arrest one guy here. They're arresting people on the streets. They're also making sure that no one is up on any of the balconies overlooking any of the police officers and the scene out here. Not sure. He has some signs, so he's obviously one of the protesters. Again, all these protesters who do remain out here, they are out here illegally. There was a 6 p.m. curfew. Everyone should have gone home by now, but there are a few of them that, as we've seen the last several nights, they continue to linger here. As Chris, I know, is focused on this arrest. I'm watching to my left. There are a few more arrests right now since Friday. There have been more than 3,000 arrests in and around the LA County area. The majority of them last night. Okay, he's just checking out his fellow officers, making sure they're good. Chris, over here to my right, you see we have this guy. He's being handcuffed with the plastic handcuffs. And I'm sure we're going to watch as many of these people who decided not to obey the curfew will also be arrested and taken away. We haven't seen any of the large buses yet, like we've seen the other nights where they load them up into the buses and then take them off to be processed. They could be around here, though, on one of the other streets. I know just one street over, there is a very large presence of the National Guard. So besides the LAPD, we do have the National Guard. And then we saw, just a short time ago, we saw the LA County Sheriff's helicopter launch. So obviously they're going to be out there and they're going to be assessing this crowd and seeing what the situation is out here. Right now, everyone seems to have either taken a knee or they're sitting down, many with their hands up. And the police are just letting them be sitting on the ground. Everyone's right now pretty calm. And we'll just have to wait and see how all these arrests play out here. Hopefully they can get the situation under control before that very large group comes back. That's when it seems to really get out of control, where the whole group is together. But when they manage to break them up into these much smaller groups, that's when it seems like they can get this situation much more under control. Micah, share?
All right, Mary Beth McDade live in downtown Los Angeles for us tonight near the LAPD headquarters there on Spring and Broadway as we see a group of protesters, demonstrators that have gone past the 6 p.m. LA County-wide curfew being surrounded by LAPD officers who will arrest these people and then put them into buses, as we have seen night after night this tactic happen. And as we know, some 2,700 arrests by LAPD officers amid the ongoing protests were mainly for failure to disperse. So you need to heed by these curfew guidelines that begin at 6 and end at 6 a.m. to avoid being arrested. In the meantime, we also want to go to this story in downtown Los Angeles. This morning, there was a scene that was playing out in the cities across the country where protesters were met by police who at times stopped and spoke to them about their concerns. Again, this in downtown LA. Officers even joined protesters, hugging them and taking a knee in solidarity with the crowd. We now go to some video in Glendora where Glendora officers took a knee during a demonstration in honor of George Floyd. Over 60 people marched through the downtown area along Route 66. They paused for an 8-minute and 46-second moment of silence for Floyd, marking the exact amount of time that he was pinned to the ground with an officer's knee on his neck. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
On the tropics. Chief Forecaster David Tillman, you've been busy today too, David, in the Weather Center.
Yeah, crystal ball has had me a little busy there, Lisa. Been following aircraft for
You guys can put your hands on your head, you're all under arrest. double time over here.
This is Sandy Hooper with USA Today. We are here in downtown Los Angeles where there's a group of about, I would say, 100, 150 protesters that have been blocked in from the LAPD between 4th and 5th Street on Broadway using a tactic called using a tactic called kettling to get them between these two streets and blocked in, and now they are making large group arrests. Police officers asking us to move back. The protest has been very peaceful today, and there was no incidents of violence or anything like that, or looting. Very, very peaceful protests that basically started before like 10 a.m. this morning.
Southbound M4. Commander 10 to Unit 10. Moving all the arrestees northbound. We're going to need buses delivered to us over here at Command Post. I'm going to give you a location.
Again, this was a very peaceful protest. Again, this was a very peaceful protest. These people were not inciting violence or doing any looting. It is past the set curfew of 6 p.m. here in Los Angeles. And as the police officers have said over loudspeakers, that all of these people are under arrest for being out past curfew. They're asking someone to step out of a vehicle.
Request to verify Spring. Roger. Southeast corner. Large brown building, 9 stories. Officer, we're coming around to east. Responding to San Pedro on 6. I don't have any further regarding the location of the corner. Fairship correction is going to be southwest corner of the 5th Street. I'm sure I'm looking at it now. Southwest corner of 6th Street, you can see a suspect. Southeast corner, you can see a suspect on the road. Roger, so he's throwing stuff down to the ground here at 5th Street. Hey, Jerry, I got your suspect.
I don't know how large my iPhone is.
Oh, that's a big deal.
I'm looking at your possible suspect on the southeast corner. It's going to be a male, looks like a male, white, all black clothes, black shorts. He has a camera, and all I can see else next to him is his cell phone. I don't see anything else there. Roger.
The later hours.
Elisa, we're outside of the George R. Brown Convention Center. We've been out here for hours. The scene you're seeing behind me is so much different than what we were seeing earlier. The streets are empty. Earlier, there was at least 1,000 members of law enforcement trying to get the crowd to go home. They had formed lines that they were pushing the crowd out. We saw mounted patrol as well. We did see some tense moments. We saw people throwing water bottles at the police, but we really didn't see them responding very much to the people throwing water bottles at them and yelling at them. We did see one or two people that appeared to be being arrested or taken into custody, not exactly sure where they ended up, but we did see that. But like I said, a much different scene here outside of George R. Brown. It appears that everyone has gone home once they really brought out this large law enforcement presence here just in the last 45 minutes. I would say the entire street is cleared out. That being said, we do see law enforcement inside of the George R. Brown Convention Center on standby in the event that these protesters or agitators do come back out here later in the night. Reporting live from the George R. Brown Convention Center, Micah Hatfield, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Micah, thank you. And we have reporters all over downtown Houston because things are happening differently in different locations. We have Don Armstrong in Sky Eye 13 over a different part of downtown. Don, what are we looking at here and what are you seeing here in the last few minutes?
Well, that freeway right above you, that's the Pierce Elevated, the northbound lanes there. And as you can see right underneath it with the police line, this is on Pierce Street, right near Shenanigans. And there has been a confrontation here as the police pushed down the street to push the protesters back away from the freeway, which would have been 59, the East Tex freeway headed down toward 288. They were afraid that the protesters were going to get on the freeway. Now, as you can see, it looks as though that they have one person in custody there on the ground. We thought at first it might have been a police officer. It is not. That person did confront the police officers here in this line, and he is being arrested and will be taken away. And as you can see, a line of protesters. These are the same protesters that came out of Discovery Green that we've been following all the way over here to the west side of downtown. Now, it looks as though that they are all starting to move back up the way that they came up Shenanigans Street. We'll keep an eye on this and bring you more as it develops. Reporting live from Sky, Don Armstrong, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Don, thank you for following that developing situation. The weather also a developing situation for us. Let's talk with Chief Forecaster David Tillman. It's not in our immediate future, David, but you have your eye on something that could affect us over the next several days.
Yeah, we have plenty of time to watch this system, Elisa, but it is starting to look a little more likely that the Gulf Coast will.
We're going to celebrate George Floyd life. We're not going to take this shit anymore. There's not a fucking cop that's going to flashbang me tonight because I have a fucking sign in my head. I am pissed the fuck off. I'm not here on no happy shit. I am pissed the fuck off. Hi guys. If you want to hear a story, turn it in. This is a story from the East Coast to the West Coast. It's about a couple, a man and a woman. This man came all the way from the East Coast, and he met a woman. They fell in love. They had 3 beautiful daughters. One's 14 and 2 are 9 because they're twins. These daughters are all mulatto. Let's get to it. It's not just the families of the black or the families of the white or the families of the Spanish, because there is interracial breeding in this country. And there's nothing wrong with interracial breeding. Interracial love, whatever you want to say or however you want to say it. Okay? You don't understand. Right, precision of language, excuse me. Anyway, the story's about these 3. The story's about 3. I'm not trying to be wrong. Everybody stated wrong. I'm not trying to be wrong. Love party don't stop. Ain't no party like a love party, 'cause the love party don't stop. Ain't no party like a love party, 'cause the love party don't stop. Ain't no party like a love party, 'cause the love.
Wasn't the police, it's going to be the prosecutor's office. Exactly. Right? If it wasn't the prosecutor's office, it's going to be the lady of Bloomingdale's who is checking us out to see if we have enough money to buy that purse. Right? So it's not just that. So we can't be narrow-minded and focused. We have to make sure that we elect, and again, if it's not me, but the people who are going to change legislation and hold the people accountable to be fair. Because Lady Justice wears a blindfold. Because no matter the color of your skin, everyone should be fair. So we need to support. We have to support, and the police is not here to hurt us. Not all of them. Not all of them. And so same way we don't want to be stereotyped, we can't stereotype them all.
Stop killing them.
So.
You know that
We can talk about that all night.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. But it's more to it than that.
Sunday, I walked down here because I was tired of seeing just post.
Yes.
Anyone
Yes.
that's saying someone else's words, it's about action.
Yes.
Actions are more stronger than words. I do not hear with my ears, I hear with my heart.
Yes.
I cannot change what has happened in the past. I'd be a fool to say I can. I can only start now.
Yes.
Our job is to live within, vibrate out.
Yes.
Because that's it. We are humans, humanity. Everyone needs to go home and reread the definition of humanity. Because what the fuck? Who doesn't want to end racism? Who doesn't want to have peace? Who doesn't? I don't want to be here. I never say no to overtime, but today I said no because I wanted to be here. Because I'd be a fraud if I just did it for one day. It's not one day. It's what can you do tomorrow? What can you do today?
Every day.
Look, exactly, every fucking day. I like to curse you. Every
He walked over and he was like, hi. And for some reason, I don't know why I expected, just because what I've been seeing, I expected them to not acknowledge him. But they did the same thing back. And it's just like, man, that was the most pure interaction I've ever seen in my life. So it's like, it just tells me that all this stuff, all this hatred, all that it's a learned behavior.
Meanwhile, another Houstonian put together a website filled with different links to resources for people to support, donate, or find other ways to help the movement.
Justice pages. This platform will be used as an information portal for those looking to donate to different organizations, support Black-led movements, and just keep the good fight going. I created the website about a day and a half ago, and so far it has reached almost 800 hits. So I'm thankful that this is definitely serving as a helpful
here at City Hall than what Maya showed you just a few minutes ago. It is dark, it is quiet, and virtually everybody but the police have gone home, which is exactly what the city was hoping for. They wanted a lot of participation today, but they wanted it to end peacefully, and it did here at City Hall. It was a very diverse crowd, people from all different backgrounds. And we spoke to one Hispanic young man today who approached us and said, we want to tell you what we are marching for, why we are here. His name is David Fernandez, and he shared an interesting perspective we wanted to share with you.
The biggest thing of all is that, and we all know this, that Black lives do matter, and that right now it's Black people that are suffering under this oppressive system. And that's why we're all united to make this one message. So when we say we want change, we want police reform, and legislators need to know that.
And we spoke with Governor Greg Abbott yesterday, and he told us that there is the possibility in the next legislative session next year there could be legislation that deals with criminal justice reform. I think Fernandez was specifically talking about reform in the way that police officers do their job. We spoke to some people here today who felt very hopeful. They feel as though this might finally be a time when they see the significant change they're hoping for. Others remain cautiously optimistic. Reporting live tonight from City Hall, Tom Abrams, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Tom, thank you. We also want to check in with ABC 13 reporter Micah Hatfield. Micah, who saw at least one arrest earlier this evening. Again, remind us where you're reporting live from and what you've been seeing in the later hours.
Elisa, we're outside of the George R. Brown Convention Center. We've been out here for hours. The scene you're seeing behind me is so much different than what we were seeing earlier. The streets are empty. Earlier, there was at least 1,000 members of law enforcement trying to get the crowd.
The official part's over.
In the house! Out of the house!
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Oh no, I went. No justice! No justice! No peace! 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 No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Say his name! George Floyd! 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 George Floyd! I love being black! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! What's wrong with you? I love being black!
And he is being arrested and will be taken away. And as you can see, a line of protesters. These are the same protesters that came out of Discovery Green that we've been following all the way over here to the west side of downtown. Now, it looks as though that they are all starting to move back up the way that they came up Shenanigans Street. We'll keep an eye on this and bring you more as it develops. Reporting live from Sky, Don Armstrong, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Don, thank you for following that developing situation. The weather also a developing situation for us. Let's talk with Chief Forecaster David Tillman. It's not in our immediate future, David, but you have your eye on something that could affect us over the next several days.
All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. Can you tell me why? Every time I step outside, I see my niggas die. Why? I'm letting you know that there ain't no gun out there that can kill my soul. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off with me. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. Look. Look. Ladies and gentlemen, this ain't a dream. No matter how much stuff the God is saying, it's like you see. He's trying to make it seem like we the monsters living in this place. There's a paradise in zoo. What the fuck you mean? Hey, bro. All because you look at our faces and you're scared of it. You don't really care for it. Trusting in my damn colors, so it really still got to be praying for my grandmother. Just so the Lord is going to be given. Let us give it. I ain't trying to sit my family gotta eat, my nigga. I ain't shooting in my family gotta sleep, my nigga. I ain't switching sides, I'm trying to make you see, my nigga. That's the only way we want to be free, my nigga. I'm from Patterson to here, I keep it sick, my nigga. It's the only way we want they gonna be free, my nigga. It's the freedom thing we want to try to see, my nigga. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free, say it with me. All we trying to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. Keep it going.
jumping in the backs of cars, trying to get out of the area because, again, they could get arrested. And just down that street, down that very same street, is where we see all of those units quickly approaching. So just like that, the units that we just saw on the freeway are already starting to stop some of the vehicles in the area for the curfew violations that are taking place here. So we're going to focus in there on that little street there. It's off of St. Andrews. We still have a number of vehicles here just trying to clear the area. We have some additional protesters right there. It looks like they're still full-on protesting because they still got their signs up, waving them, honking, I'm sure. But you see in the back of this Toyota truck, I'm counting close to about 10 people in the back of this truck. It could be dangerous because a slip of the foot on the gas pedal and this car could take off and some of those people could come out flying. Which leads me to talk about injuries today. We actually haven't heard about any. Haven't heard about anyone getting hurt, whether officers or, oh, there we go. We just saw a firework. Let me widen out and see if we can capture the next one, if there is a next one. Obviously, there's been a lot of arrests today. We've already witnessed some ourselves. But in terms of injuries, that is unclear at this time. And we just saw some fireworks there. This is going to be Wilton Place. So this is going to be an alleyway off of Wilton Place with a cross of Lexington. Again, all in the Hollywood area.
Okay, they got that under control. Let's Just come out here a little bit. Ready. Go, just stand right here. Do we know where we're at in the show?
We're the third.
Third, okay. I'm going to rest my shoulder for a second.
Okay.
What were you saying? I couldn't hear you. I heard you saying something.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, they're pushing down that way. They push them up that way.
Okay. Yep.
Well, that was a good confrontation. I was right up in that cop that was in that kid's face. It's like, move back. And the kid was just like, I don't know what he was saying, but.
Have at least any damage. That's a home. Jack, these are mostly apartments, so we're not really seeing any damage. And we're checking the windows here in the areas. There's somebody over there, but we'll try to squeeze.
gate here. It's around 8 feet, and this has been put up yesterday, or excuse me, this morning, as a result of what occurred yesterday. Let's show you some video. You can see some of the protesters were peaceful. You had others who were shaking the fence back and forth. You then would have the military police who would move forward, and then they would move back. You're now going to hear from some of the protesters. Let's do a live picture here. Looking at a live picture of a line of U.S. Park Police, military police, and there's like 3 lines behind them. You also have U.S. Park Police, and the lights of the White House go off around 11 o'clock. And as you can see, you have the law enforcement authorities here, you have the protesters, and we'll have to see how everything plays out. But one thing is clear, these are George Floyd protesters.
Hands behind their backs or anything like that, like we saw on the ground. But we heard that the announcement is coming soon. So when it does come, and that's going to come from the loudspeaker of the helicopter. Oh. Good catch. Okay, so I couldn't tell from my vantage point what they were doing laying down on the roof. But my pilot Saro actually thinks that they are writing something with their bodies. So we will try to figure out what they could possibly be writing. I think that last letter is an M, as in Mary. So possibly BLM is what they're trying to write, Black Lives Matter. That does look like an L, and it does look like an M. So it looks like they're just trying to get a few more people in a place to form a B. B as in boy. So it is a little bit difficult to make out, but it does spell the letters B as in Bravo, L as in Lima, M as in Mike. BLM, which stands for Black Lives Matter. So thank you to Saro for noticing that they were trying to form letters down there. We're still waiting on the announcement from the LAPD helicopter that is going to ask the people who are on the roof to come down voluntarily. And just because they come down doesn't mean that they won't be arrested. They will be arrested, but at least it will all be by their own fruition. And then if they don't come down, then they will come up with another plan. And it sounds like the announcement just came out because I hear the police helicopter saying that no one is moving. So now the officers will have to go upstairs. So that'll be really interesting to see how the officers get up there and how does the crowd take it once the officers get up there to arrest them. Oh, there we go. We do have some officers arriving, but they're going to stay, it looks like it's the building right next to the one where everyone is up on the roof, and that's going to get people to scatter. And this is their way of getting down. Some of them are trying to hide, but a good number of them actually went into the building, and then that'll eventually lead them down, of course. Unless they somehow managed to hide inside of one of the apartments inside of this apartment building. To the mayor's call, thank you. More protesters? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So as we continue to watch the people who are on the roof here and the efforts of the LAPD to try to take them into custody, Saru, my pilot, has his head on a swivel, and he's telling me about the other things that he's seeing out from his side. And he says that he sees additional protesters on Sunset Boulevard. A lot of them are running. And then over by the mayor's house, the Getty House on 6th and Irving, where we saw a very large demonstration earlier today, he says he sees some police vehicles heading in that direction. Now, I don't know if the entire crowd has dissipated over...
He is dead. His gun recovered here at the scene. No crowds here yet, no protesters. We are a couple of miles from the Barclays Center where protesters gathered earlier tonight. Most of them walked over the Manhattan Bridge, as you heard from Mike Marza. So no crowds here as police investigate, again, what turned into the suspect who originally shot the two other people, according to police, was shot by police. He is dead. His gun recovered here at the scene. No word on what led to the police officers being taken to the hospital. They were injured, but we do know that neither of them was shot and neither is in life-threatening condition. Reporting live from Crown Heights, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Jim. A strong statement tonight from the Minneapolis Public School Board. It voted unanimously to terminate its contract with the city's police department. The board said the actions of the police in the killing of George Floyd runs directly counter to the values of the school district. Meanwhile, the state of Minnesota has filed a human rights complaint against the Minneapolis Police Department. It wants immediate interim measures as well as long-term changes to address what it calls systematic discrimination in the department.
Also in Minneapolis, the wife of the fired cop charged with killing George Floyd does not want to share his last name any longer. The divorce petition signed by Kelly Chauvin asked that she be allowed to change her surname, although she doesn't say publicly to what. The filing cites an irretrievable breakdown of their marriage. She filed for divorce a day after her husband, Derek Chauvin, was arrested.
Much like here in New York City, large demonstrations in Houston, Hollywood, and Chicago, and all across the country once again tonight. The ongoing civil unrest in response to the killing of George Floyd.
They're moving in with pepper spray. They're dispersing the crowd in Brockton.
Chaos on the streets of Boston tonight as police, you heard there, used pepper spray to break up that crowd of protesters. The demonstration appeared mostly peaceful, though. And in the nation's capital, demonstrators chanted outside the White House under the watchful eye of police and National Guard members as they ignored a 7 p.m. curfew. Hours before, protesters took a knee in a display of defiance over the way George Floyd died. And earlier, Senator Elizabeth Warren showed up at the White House protest, telling demonstrators President Trump is imposing violence on Americans.
New tonight, we have video inside a family-owned pharmacy in the Bronx when looters broke in and thoroughly trashed the place last night. We're going to show you the dramatic video, and you'll hear from a worker who spent this day trying to clean up this mess.
And time for AccuWeather from home. I'm meteorologist Lee Goldberg. We're gearing up for some strong storms tomorrow as the summer switch is flipped on in a hurry. Already the humidity is actually increasing tonight, and we're watching a few storms. We're still near about 70 degrees at 11 o'clock. Southwest wind at about 7 miles an hour. Look at the thunderstorms working into the Poconos.
So as you can see, most of the people that are up on the roof have gathered around the roof access point to the roof. So that's going to be the stairs that are going to lead them up to the roof. And from what it sounds like over the scanner, you're able to go straight from the street. There's some sort of staircase where you can go straight from the street up to the roof. So perhaps it doesn't wind its way through the apartments, which if that is the case, the LAPD is going to be able to get right up there and not have to work their way through the apartments in the building. This is going to be a two-story. So it's a two-story apartment complex here in the Hollywood area, just off of Van Ness and Rosewood, where all of the people that were up here are gathered right there. I mean, if they want to come down, that's the spot to be, because that's where the stairs are, unless there is something preventing them from going down, perhaps an additional door that is locked and preventing them from coming down. But if that's the case, there were some officers that weren't far from them that they could have spoken to and explained, hey, we're trying to get off, but we can't because our access point has been closed. And Argyle? Perfect, thank you. So Sarah was just telling me that he sees about 100 people that are driving on Wilshire, and those again are going to be people that shouldn't be in this area. They should have cleared long ago, and they may be just trying to avoid getting apprehended by police. But this up here on the roof is so fascinating. Just want to see how it plays out. So we're going to continue to monitor what we hear on the scanner, what Saro's looking at from his vantage point, and then these folks here on the roof. So the airship is saying kind of what we were saying just now too. They said, just keep us posted on that crowd that's on Wilshire Boulevard. Let me know what happens if it continues to grow. But for now, he kind of wants to keep his attention on what is happening here on the roof of this apartment building. And I'm also looking out towards the 101 freeway. That's going to be the southbound 101 coming through the Hollywood area. There is about a dozen squad cars, maybe more, that is running lights and sirens south on the 101 freeway, coming out of the San Fernando Valley and down into the Hollywood area to assist with the arrests that are taking place.
Hollywood. At the corner of Sunset and Vine. I'm in the intersection at Sunset and Vine. There is. Good evening from
Okay, go fine.
At the corner of Sunset and Vine. I'm in the intersection.
So I have to tell you guys, we've covered a lot of pursuits where sometimes at the end the person will run away from the car and somehow find their way onto the top of a building. Usually though, it's not an apartment complex. it's usually a home, and there's been times when we've watched people on top of a home for several hours till they finally come down, and it's usually a few things that will get to them. One of them is depending on the weather, that they get cold or that they get hungry or that they get tired. In this case, though, I've never had a situation like this where we have multiple people on a roof like this, and especially for what you could consider a very minor crime.
Community in this state and this country. We are here because we are benefiting the struggles of the black community, as did those centers of it before us. We can no longer stand aside while our black brothers and sisters are dying on the streets.
And I just want to reiterate for those who may just be tuning in, we spoke with some protest organizers earlier in the day, and we heard from the protest organizers at 9 o'clock when they wrapped up that peaceful, organized rally that began at 6 in Congress Square and went until 9. At 9 o'clock, the organizers of the protest asked everyone to go home peacefully, get to their cars, head home. We spoke with Devin on Facebook Live. Many of you tuned in and loved what he had to say, his message. He went home. He had hoped that everyone would go home. And he says that his mission in spreading a positive message is not in alignment with those who would stay out tonight and take this kind of action that we're seeing right behind me here, which is throwing items at police, setting off fireworks and firecrackers. Again, we've been seeing a lot of police just standing silently in a line right here, holding the street. can see some protesters chasing after someone who threw a water bottle at police officers. You can still see there are some people who are trying to keep a lid on this situation, essentially, and make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. That's what we saw last night. Last night we saw a night filled, it was tense, it was filled with motion. There were brief moments that certainly escalated. We witnessed some arrests, again pushing and shoving. We're sorry. But as I was saying, tonight it's a similar scene where there's moments of intensity, and then it settles and it returns to this kind of quiet.
Could I try K-Joy? I'm sorry, I missed what you said. What was that? Jack, this is El Centro and Sunset. El Centro and Sunset. And OC from Alpha. Did you need me to switch hilltops? Okay, sounds good. And for all of you who are watching this online, we made the move over from the apartment complex on Van Ness and Rosewood and are now at Sunset Boulevard and El Centro Avenue. You see the light there? That's not from us. That's the night sun from the LAPD helicopter trying to shine it on the front of the crowd. And the reason why he's doing that is he's trying to draw attention to this crowd so that additional ground units that are in the area can start making their way over to these streets to try to take some of these people into custody. And there's a fire engine trying to make that turn, so hopefully everyone comes to a stop so you can proceed through and carry on. I haven't heard what type of call the fire department may be on in the area, but you can see that you have at least 2 fire trucks pulling up as well as an investigator. There was an investigator's vehicle traveling with them as well. Suspicious fires over the last few days, so any fire that does occur in the area will be investigated by arson investigators. And again, this is going to be now Sunset. The cross is going to be Gower. So Sunset and Gower in the Hollywood area. We have spent a good chunk of our day today in Hollywood covering the protests, mostly peaceful protests that have taken place here today. Back to the roof? Yeah, we'll do. Back to the roof, Sarah. And we took a quick peek there. We know where those people are at. That's going to be Sunset and Gower. We're going to go back to the apartment building because we want to see what's going on over there to see if the people that were up there came down voluntarily or if they're still up there, if they're going to be taken into custody. I see an airship down there, so that's going to be the LAPD airship. They do fly a lot lower than we do, so whenever you see an airship or a helicopter go through our shot, it is because they are the police helicopter. So he's circling the apartment building, and we are just coming overhead here. You'll see the night sun from his helicopter hitting the top of the roof there. And it doesn't really look like anyone has come down. It still looks like the same number of people that we had here minutes ago when we were checking it out, but I'm now starting to see some people make their way down the staircase. You see that gentleman there in the red jacket? He's starting to work his way down. there. Yeah. I see him. Thank you. I don't know. So for those of you who are just joining us and you're wondering what it is we're looking at an apartment building that's off of Van Ness Avenue and Rosewood in the Hollywood area. And all of the people that you see up on the roof are wanted for violating curfew. And yes, technically you could say, well, they're not really out and about, but what happened was
6 o'clock in Congress Square. It ran until 9 o'clock. That's when protest organizers asked folks to go home peacefully, but that's clearly not what's happened tonight. You can see behind me there is a much smaller group of protesters here, about 100 or so people, and they are coming face to face now with a line of officers in riot gear from various police departments. Again, we're standing in front of or off in the distance, rather, you can see the Portland Police Department headquarters right there. We are trying to keep a safe distance, and throughout the evening,
the police officers that are down there, that's just officers that are down there. There's additional officers just on the backside of those trees, and then there's some more right in front of the building. So they're trying to convince everyone to come down. The helicopter did make an announcement advising everyone that to please come down and that they would be taken into custody, because even if they don't come down voluntarily, they will take them into custody some way or another. That was their plan B. And at one point, we saw a team of officers, and I can actually still see one officer there. They worked their way onto the apartment that is next to the one that we've been focusing on. And they came right up to the individuals that are up there. And if the helicopter announcement wasn't clear enough, they made it clear in person. But even then, this group still decided to refrain from coming down, and they're still up on the roof. Again, this is going to be Hollywood, Van Ness, and Rosewood. So the police department is saying they have 20 in custody, which basically matches what we were thinking. We thought there was about 40 people up there initially, and we lost about half of them. So it does appear that we still have about another 20 up there. You can see that there's some more officers down at the ground level, and this is going to be the next apartment complex over. So at one point, the police helicopter said that he thought the people up on the roof simply just thought the officers on the ground couldn't see them. But if
yeah,
No, you can see the bag too.
I just want to take a moment to share, those of you that heard my live interview with Devin Moore earlier in the evening. Many of you commented that you really enjoyed what he had to say. Devin is one of the protest organizers. I just want to let everyone know that we have cut that interview. We've put it on all of our social platforms so that you can go out and check that out and share that if you'd like. Many of you were asking us how you could share his message, so that's how. Check it out on our social pages. He had some great things to say. we feel comfortable getting a little closer? Or
I think we should be over there.
yeah, I agree. I just didn't want to get into Terry's way while he was doing his live shot. But
Should be over there.
we're moving to a different location that we think is safer for our News Center Maine team. I believe you'll still be able to see what's going on here.
I'm gonna go over there near the red jacketed person.
Okay, that's Terry Stackhouse, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He's just getting a closer shot a little further back there.
Stay wide.
In his saddle, yeah. Yeah, because that's the one we were into earlier, and we had the same issue. So we're still monitoring the group here up on the roof, and I'm actually going to widen out. I just want to show you guys where we are in terms of distance. I'm going to ask Sorrow how tall we are. Are we about 2,000 feet, Sorrow? 1,500. So we're about 1,500 feet above the scene, and that's the police helicopter circling right above the apartment complex. How tall would you say the police helicopter is? He's about 800 feet. So we're about twice as high as the police helicopter below. They're about 800 feet, we're about 1,500 feet. And it's typically what we do, not only on scenes like this, but even pursuit, for example. The police helicopter will always be lower than we are. And in some cases, just wanted to see who that was there. I wasn't sure if it was an officer coming up. In some cases, there's even 2 police ships, so that pushes us up even higher. But we're really not interfering in any way with what is going on down there because we're just so high up. There's times when other ships may be a little too low, and then it limits the ability of the people on the ground to hear what is going on just because of the noise of the helicopter. But at the height that we're at right now, we're pretty good. And again, we're looking at the people that are up here on the roof. These are about 20 protesters who earlier in the day were peacefully protesting through the streets of Hollywood. But at some point, and I believe that point was after curfew, they found their way to this roof. And you see that woman there. I don't really know what her association is with any of this, but we have seen her up on the roof before, and she does seem very passionate about whatever she's explaining to the protesters. It's unclear if she perhaps lives in this apartment complex or if she was amongst the protesters themselves. So it's unclear to us at this time. We just know that we have seen her a couple times, and one of those times was actually up on the roof with the protesters. So they still have the invitation from the police department to come down voluntarily. That is still on the table. And when they do come down, though, they will be arrested for violating the curfew. They're not wanted in connection with anything else. And as we continue to watch this group, I'm still also monitoring the scanner to keep you posted on that other group that we were monitoring a few minutes ago. It was that group of protesters that was on Sunset and Gower. They're still marching, but they did break up into two groups. And we're still monitoring because we understand that all of those people will also be taken into custody at some point for violating the curfew. And you see the officers down there. There's a lot of them down there. A lot of them that were under the trees, so we can't make them all out. But there's at least 20 officers down there. We noticed that some were right at the door of the apartment complex. In fact, I just saw one go there through the shot. So we are, I just want to clarify, we are in no way tipping off the police to the fact that the protesters are up there. The light that you are seeing is from the police helicopter. So it is the police helicopter overhead that is letting the officers on the ground know that they are up there. There was also a point when there was a group of officers that was able to go up to the complex right next to the one where everyone is up on the roof, and they were actually able to go face to face with the people up there. They went over right around there. The officers walked up to
We put thousands on the radio to make sure that they come out here for the rest of the week and that they out here by the hundreds of thousands on Saturday. We put our money where our mouth is. We did not like what he did yesterday for that fake phony photo op. Coming out here with the Bible. Don't even read the Bible. Don't know nothing about the Bible. Don't even read the Bible. Talking about he's going to be tough on law and order. He's a law and order president. Oh, Richard Nixon, Donald Trump. Oh, Richard Nixon, Donald Trump. This is the most important year since 1968. This is the most important year in America since 1968. That ain't no hype, you better believe it. No peace! No justice! 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 No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Wall Street! 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 Attack innocent people? What are you gonna do? Attack unarmed innocent people?
This is a right!
You say you got a right. Let that right continue.
George Floyd! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! George Floyd! George Floyd! No justice! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Taylor! Taylor! Floyd! Floyd! Morgan! 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 Floyd! Floyd! Taylor! Taylor! Tamir! Tamir! Right! Tamir! Right! Tamir! Right! Michael! Hey,
Saturday, there'll be 1 million out here.
Now back to the basics. George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! Taylor! Morgan! Morgan! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
We're calling for 1 million demonstrators this Saturday. We're calling for 1 million demonstrators this Saturday right here. 1 million. Let's fill up the block. Fill up the block so much. Let's fill up the block. So many blocks and blocks and blocks. And nobody be able to take it. Calling for the whole world to come right here and surround the White House. It'll be so many people here Saturday, there won't be enough military to contain. Put the word out, Black Saturday, 1 million strong for justice right here. If 1 million come here and don't leave, it'll be no choice but to disband this government. If 1 million come and they don't leave, and they don't get co-opted, and they don't get bought out.
Morgan! Morgan! Taylor! Taylor! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
On Saturday, 12 noon, we're calling for 1 million strong, 12 noon, from all over the country, 12 noon for 1 million strong, 1 million, buddy, 1 million strong, and then you'll have to mobilize the whole army. That's going to look real bad for them. The more military they have to bring out, the worse it looks for the government. The more police they have to bring out, the worse it is for the government. The more the fascist crackdown cracks down, the more the people are resisting and rising up. It makes no difference. Let them bring out all the police they got. They should bring out every police officer and every riot helmet in America as a showdown time. Showdown time up here in America. I'm tired of this. Sick and tired of being sick and tired. Come on. Come on.
People united can never be defeated. The 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 people united can never be defeated. Martin! Taylor! Don't forget about her! Ayanna Stanley! Don't forget about her! Amir Rice! Don't forget about him! Takia Boyd! Don't forget about her!
Okay, bet.
Go? Okay, cool. Can we go towards South LA? Let me tell you exactly which way. That way you know whether to call LAX. Not sure yet, but Gil just let us know something was going on. Yeah, it's going to be just next to Compton Airport on the west side of the airport. Thank you. And I believe we're still streaming, so I just want to let all of you who are watching know what we're doing here. We're going down to a call in Compton, and at this point I don't have all of the facts on it yet, so I don't want to give out the information just yet, but I can tell you that we're going near the area of Compton Airport, and as soon as we arrive on scene, of course, we will show you what that looks like.
Or detained in cuffs. Are people still in their vehicles?
Yes. Here, let me, Justin. Well, he's on these.
Who for refusing to go home and arresting them. Most of them will be cited and released, like we saw last night. But yeah, they've moved in.
Wow. Haley Winslow is a full-time reporter, part-time firefighter. Who knew? He's agitating any of these officers, right?
No, they're mostly in zip ties, so they don't have much of a choice. No, we just came over here. We were running down the block, just down the street, and there were probably 40 people who were running in front of us who did seem to get away. These protesters in particular, they were able to get surrounded on both sides from either end of the street. I would try to go talk to them, but I got in trouble for that a little while ago. So I've been told to stay on this side of the police car, so I don't want to mess with their investigation.
Haley, you've been out every single night during all of this. How would you compare sort of what you're seeing today, tonight, versus the other days?
This one's less violent. There's more people. I'm impressed with, just the bravery that these protesters have, wanting to make sure that there's change from this. They're relentless. What we saw in Riverside yesterday, I think, got a little bit more violent at times, and thankfully today we haven't seen that, but we're seeing bigger crowds. And, the question is, when is this going to end? Is it going to end when those other 3 officers are charged, or when are we going to see the end of these protests? But hopefully the looting we won't see tonight.
All right, Haley Winslow, thank you for that picture. It is quite the...
From the LA, a massive crackdown.
We may be having some problems with Leo's Skype connection. Hopefully we can get that fixed and get back to Leo. I think what he was... Leo, can you hear us now? Say that one more time.
I can hear you well. And my initial comments was that the LAPD have shown a massive crackdown on a zero tolerance of violating the curfew. The question is why? And I would submit to you the following pieces of evidence. The horrific weekend in which there was too much rioting, too much looting, pressure from the president, and a determination to bring some type of law and order back in the community. I would submit to you also that the curfew has been very effective because it limits the opportunities for the looters to populate. And I think that the question here is, when will this protesting terminate? When will the looting terminate? And what would be the magic bullet that would stop it? And I would submit to you, as long as those other officers are still outstanding and not being convicted, there will be a basis or reasons to continue the protest.
Well, because this could become, like when we talked about coronavirus, Leo, it's like you shut down all of society, you can stop the coronavirus, but then there's all the consequences of doing that. I mean, this is a pretty dramatic measure, the idea of putting the county of Los Angeles under curfew at 6 o'clock, several cities even earlier shutting down business districts at 1 o'clock, having businesses boarded up. I mean, this is an extreme measure. We are seeing that measure is working tonight. The question is, how long can you stay in that sort of situation?
You are 100% correct. It is more draconian than the shutdown with the pandemic because of the early curfew. And I would submit to you, both of you, that one of the problems regarding how do we conclude this is political. You have a lack of cooperation among the governmental leaders. Universal acceptance that the killing of George Floyd is wrong, but total chaos among state, local, and national leaders as to how do we resolve this. I would also further submit to you that this matter should be resolved immediately because of the fact that Americans have been locked up in their house for a period of time due to the pandemic, and now we're further locked up, and it creates a tremendous amount of tension. The politicians have to stop bickering.
So a lot of people are wondering why the delay in charging those other 3 officers, if they will in fact be charged, because the prosecutor suggested that those
Good evening, everybody, on this Tuesday night. What is the 5th night of massive protests in the wake of the death of George Floyd. And we wanted to check in as the sun is setting in Portland and just take a look at the scene downtown, which once again is remaining peaceful. And we're so happy to see that. This is Sky 8 over Pioneer Courthouse Square, which is packed. Estimates of our crowd last night were around 15 to 20,000. And as you can see, a massive crowd out there once again. That crowd has been there for the last at least half hour, if not longer. And we've seen speakers addressing the crowd, and we've seen people chanting and waving. And thankfully, we've seen all that in part because we have Mike Benner on the ground, who's been following these crowds throughout the evening and just kind of watching the protests as they progress. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, hey there, Maggie. You said it. Pioneer Courthouse Square is absolutely packed, so much so that the streets surrounding it are filled with demonstrators as well. As far as demonstrations and protests go, Maggie, this one has been quite impressive. It started here at Pioneer Courthouse Square earlier this evening. I'd say hundreds of people. And from here, we marched across the Burnside Bridge, pausing for a moment in honor of George Floyd, and then continuing on to Revolution Hall in Southeast Portland. There was a huge group there, so they got together, and I say easily, thousands of people marched back to the downtown core and back to Pioneer Courthouse Square. And I think one of the most remarkable points of the evening was coming back across the Burnside Bridge. Again, thousands of people. They paused on the bridge of George Floyd and what happened to him in Minneapolis last week. So here we are again back at Pioneer Courthouse Square. There's a rally happening in the square, speeches, just people holding space, if you will. I've noticed a dozen people here and there kind of march off trying to get their own group to continue walking, but right now the main group of thousands of demonstrators is here at the square. One thing I think is super important to mention is just how peaceful this evening has been. So much so that you may think this is a stretch, but it is not. I have not seen one police officer all evening. It is that peaceful, so it's been really cool to see. All in honor of George Floyd from Minnesota. Back to you.
Yeah, Mike, can I ask you, actually, as you were talking and saying how peaceful it is, I saw kids walking behind you. I mean, what's the crowd like? Are we seeing families? What's your take on how comfortable people feel out there?
Not a lot of families there are. I could probably count on two hands how many kids under 10 I've seen. It's mostly young adults, teenagers to young adults, and then up, obviously. Not a lot of kids, but again, it is a peaceful event, and everyone out here should really be commended. I will say, and it's not a huge shock, anytime there's a demonstration and roadblocks, you're going to get some frustrated drivers. We've heard a few engines rev. Back at 4th and Burnside, there's a little bit of a scare. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but a pickup truck flew through the intersection. I don't think there are any major injuries. But other than that, it has been extremely peaceful. Second night in a row. We saw it last night. We're seeing it again tonight. And earlier today, that's basically why Mayor Ted Wheeler, dropped the curfew, because he saw something last night in the demonstrators, and here we are for the second night in a row, the same thing, very peaceful.
Yeah, for sure, we've had that.
Things have got out of hand, but when black people do it, I'm a fuck! I'm sorry, but...
Hey, don't. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that shit.
What did he say? Relax.
It's his girl.
The man with the most power in this country right now fears us. He fears us so much that he wants to put out the National Guard. The National Guard. We don't understand how powerful we are right now. I gotta say, we're pretty fucking powerful. So I got one last thing to say. And I mean this in the most disrespectful way possible.
Say it.
Y'all ready?
Say it.
Y'all ready?
Say it.
Fuck Donald Trump!
George Floyd, last Monday, died in the Minneapolis area after a white police officer knelt on his neck for... We got the video of the Burnside Bridge. People, when they crossed it, stopped, and we saw them lie down. This is a die-in. They did this last night on the Burnside Bridge. They packed the bridge just like this. This crowd seems bigger to us. We got estimates last night that the crowd was 15. See, cars stuck there in the middle. They're not leaving anytime soon, or they didn't. The crowd last night, 15 to 20,000 people. This one, from what we can see from all of our camera angles, definitely bigger. And again, this was around 7:20, 7:30 tonight when we saw everybody lie down in honor of George Floyd, and they stayed there silent. So once again, on the right side of your screen, you can see Pioneer Square. On the left side, I think it's pulled back as a live shot from Sky 8. The sun setting in Portland, our first night in several nights without the 8 p.m. curfew set by the mayor that had been set on previous nights, because we had seen multiple nights of peaceful protests that had turned into riots. But last night, the headline was clear. The protest was peaceful. We saw protesters telling each other not to tag buildings, not to cut down an American flag at the square. Someone tried, he got booed. We saw some people pushing against fencing that police had set up around the Justice Center, which they have set up again tonight. And then we saw protesters telling them, no, that's not why we're here, that's not what we're about, and we have to police ourselves, one person said, or the police will police us. And so tonight seems like a repeat of what we saw last night. Again, just thousands and thousands of Portlanders out en masse protesting in the wake of George Floyd. And you can see some gathered there, seemingly up against the fencing that police have put up. And we also should point out those buildings are being guarded by National Guard troops that were called in by Governor Kate Brown.
Thank you.
Taken into custody. From there, they will be placed either in vans or in the LA County Sheriff's transportation buses, and then from there, they will go off to jail. Unrelated to this stuff.
Let's use her power and her voice to make a change in this world. I have brothers, I have cousins, I have a dead father. I have little brothers that can grow up in Portland, a city that doesn't care about black people. I have never cared about black people. This Oregon was built to be a white state. Does that make any sense to you guys at any time? This state wasn't made for us. I have a few words for black youth that my mom taught me. Go to an HBCU, educate yourself, become a lawyer, become a judge, change the system, because it's not built for us. This never was made for us, so we have to change it. Break down the whole system and make a new one. That's made for black people, that's made for Mexican people, that's made for Asian people, that's made for gay people. It's priceless. I see all of you that's out here, that's fighting for us, that are standing with us. This isn't just your battle, we're doing it all together. It's important for you to stand behind black people, elevate black voices.
Calm though, and then following the orders of the authorities, which really shouldn't surprise us because these were the same folks that were protesting throughout the streets of Hollywood today, and the protests today were very peaceful. There was, of course, some looting and some vandalism here or there, but it is in all likelihood completely not connected to any of the protesters. It was rather just other groups that saw an opportunity while there was the protest going on to vandalize or loot some of the stores in the area. But for the most part, the thousands of people that we saw today come out here in the Hollywood area protested.
That is my family that you're killing. It's important for us to all stand together and listen to each other. Choose life, choose love, and choose empathy over and over again, no matter how many times people will tell you, even if the world's bad, over and over again, all the time, choose kindness.
Hear me all right? All right, beautiful. All right, so I want to tell y'all, November 3rd is Oregon's primary. If you, the general, my bad, primary just passed. November 3rd is Oregon's general election. That is when you can go out and you can vote for who supports a Black Lives Matter narrative. That is our chance to vote Donald Trump out of office. If you do not vote, you do not care about protesters. That means you do not care about the people that came in front of you. That means you do not care about the people that died in the streets for you to vote and express your freedom. Voting is the single most important and single most efficient way for you to interact with the political system. Please
on November 3rd. Before November 3rd, educate yourselves. If you get on the internet, contact and get information about who you want to know about. We're going to be putting information up so you understand who supports our narrative and who doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. A couple logistics. Do not go to the Justice Center unless you do not want a peaceful protest. The police do not want us there, and we do not want a peaceful protest. The police do not want us there, and we are going to respect that tonight because they are not bothering us here. This is our space. Individuals that are sharing their voice and their experience. There's nothing more important than sharing your voice and your experience. And it is difficult to get up and talk in front of all of these people. Please give a round of applause for the speakers that we have had. Again, if you want to speak, find somebody up here, give them your name and your number, and we will contact you. We want to make sure that everybody who wants to speak that is heard. I want to also share that right now we are holding this space for Black voices. That does not mean that non-Black people are not important. It just means that this is our space right now. By what is Thank you. We have a couple more. We will address you again about further. Thank you. Again, do not be distracted by what you hear going on around you. They are not here right now. They are not here for us. We are peacefully demonstrating. Do not be distracted. Stay strong, stay steadfast, stay united. Lock arms if you must to feel safe. But please, stay and listen. Make sure that we stay together, stay strong. As a unit. As a unit. We're trying to keep Hey, we need y'all to stay. Stay cool. Stay together, stay tight. 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 Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Protest. Peaceful protest.
Now we are in Koreatown. This is going to be 8th Street with a cross of Crenshaw, where there are dozens related to the curfew violations that we were talking about before. You see the large transportation bus there from the LA County Sheriff's Department. I see people being escorted to the bus as we speak. And everyone will be taken to jail. They'll be booked and likely released tonight, or in some cases not until tomorrow morning. But they will they will go through the entire process of getting arrested and booked. And you see that so far, since we arrived on scene just about a minute ago, we've already seen 4 people loaded up onto the bus. But as I use my doubler here to show you all of the people that are up against the fence, we've got about, let's see, that's about, I'm counting as I go down. It looks like it's closer to about 50 people just right there, but then the line keeps going. But those are officers. So yeah, we're looking at about, perhaps about 50 people that are being arrested here in the Koreatown area. Again, these are going to be 8th Street and Crenshaw. Crenshaw Boulevard is going to be the major here through the area. In terms of where we're at in relation to downtown, for example, Koreatown is just to the east. And we're north of the 10 freeway. We are west of the 110 freeway. And let's zoom in here to see who this is. And it looks like these are also protesters. So additional people that participated in today's peaceful protests that are also now being taken into custody. They are currently sitting on 8th Street. So that's going to be 8th, and you see all of the officers surrounding these individuals. A lot of them still have their signs that they were so proudly holding up today as they marched down the streets of Hollywood, just really letting their voices be heard in regards to calling for an end to police brutality and calling for justice in the death of George Floyd. And in the Hancock Park area, just outside of Mayor Garcetti's home, that's the Getty House, we did see a lot of signs that called for the defunding of the LAPD. So in all likelihood, these individuals that we are seeing are not related to the group that we saw in Hancock Park because it's quite a distance. But again, these individuals are being taken into custody, at least for the curfew violation.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Thank you. Yeah, this is fine. We're not live, but we are streaming. Yeah, this is a lot of people. We had about 50 people up against the wall. They were already in handcuffs, but then we've got the additional people still sitting here on the street. That's got to be at least 3 dozen people that are still down there. And then you think it's more than that, Sarah? You think another? You think about in this area alone? You think so? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. My pilot Sorrow and I were kind of just trying to estimate how many people are being apprehended here, and easily it's going to be 100 total just in this area alone. But we have seen a number of arrests happen tonight, including the ones that we were just looking at over in the Rosewood and Van Ness area. All of the people that were up on the roof, that alone was 40 people that were apprehended for being on the roof. So here we still have at least 50 people that are up against a wall, and that man right there being added to the line. But you still have all of these other people that are still in the middle of the street, surrounded by officers of the LAPD. And I can tell that it's LAPD just because of the uniform. It differs substantially from the LA County Sheriff's uniform. The Sheriff's Department has tan and green, so a green bottom and a tan top. And then the National Guard, within the last few days, their uniforms are all tan or camouflage in some cases. So all of the officers that we see here appear to be LAPD. And then I also wanted to show you all the cars here. all of the cars that you see here, with the exception of the police cruisers, of course, are going to be civilian vehicles, and these were the vehicles that were going with the protesters. They were protesting along, but they were in their vehicles, and in part just acting as barriers to the protesters to prevent them from getting hit by other vehicles. And we saw some people hanging out the windows or out the sunroofs, also participating in the protest. All of those vehicles will be towed, so the owners will have to pick them up from a tow yard in the morning if they get released from jail tonight. So in addition to the fees that come with getting arrested, they're unfortunately going to have the fee of having to get their vehicle out of a tow yard. Hey Jamie, we think there's 50 just up against the wall right here, or up against this fence, and then over here at least another 50, so anywhere from 100 to 150. They don't, yeah, that's true.
From a young age, we're taught the rules. Keep your hands out of your pockets. Don't make it seem like you have any objects, because the cops feel especially threatened in the project. From a young age, I learned that my history was... Trust me, something so vile, justifying snatching my ancestors while they were drinking from the Nile. Yet y'all have never been put on trial. I am my ancestors' wildest dream, but I get a feeling that this isn't what they meant by free. Black bodies behind bars, wishing they could look at the stars, the system causing them to forget who they are, feeling as if they're suffocating. Kaepernick down on his knees, begging, please, give us the freedom keys, but you look away with such ease, thinking that without privilege.
Because everyone is being transported to jail, they're going to go and
just
sheriff's transportation.
My chest is heavy and I can't breathe. Take a look at what the system is breaking me, and I can't free, but mentally on my knees. Ancestors lost their... I found out the other
Correct,
day,
yes. I should clarify that the police stations, so the LAPD stations, do have their jails within the stations, but those are very small. They're usually just temporary holding cells and not jails to the size of something like Men's Central or the Women's Jail.
Are we supposed to believe in equality? Can you hear me? Am I speaking audibly? Penn took their choice consciously and they wanted to preach the Quaker way of modesty. Man, I gotta take a seat. Are you understanding why my anger is justified? You can't even see what's inside, the pain and depression that I try to hide. Sometimes I feel like I've already died. I'm my ancestors' wildest dreams, but I get a feeling that this isn't what they meant by free. I forget what it's like to thrive. I want to do more than just survive, but what can we do when fighting is in our hard drive? The only thing... Sorry.
Make some noise. Make some noise. Make some. Make some noise. Y'all hear me in the back now? Yeah. I actually don't know. Let me do the level. Say his name! Say his name! George Floyd! Say his name!
How's our fuel, sir? Okay. It will conserve. Okay. Let me let them know. Assignment desk from Alpha. So that helps, yeah.
Hey, can we get that louder? Is it loud? That's as loud as it goes. That's as loud as it goes. You just gotta yell into it way louder.
Hey, can y'all hear me now? Beautiful. All right, we're going to let this young woman finish her poem. We are so sorry to interrupt her, but we want to make sure that we can hear her.
Hold on, let her finish, let her finish.
It's not looking against you.
Hey.
Hold on.
Hey, this is a community space. Remember that. We are all here together. We listen to everybody that has something to say.
He was disrespectful earlier. He was disrespectful earlier.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Let the man speak.
When they set off all that stuff down there, my dog was holding a sign that said Black Lives Matter, was crooked in the crowd. And I want my dog back I've had for 13 years.
What's your dog's name?
It'll work out well.
Does anybody see a chocolate lab? If you do, raise your hand.
Has anybody seen a chocolate lab?
Hey, it's in the back. It's in the back. It's in the back. Thank you so much. Fist up. Fist up.
Before he leaves, you gotta say Black Lives Matter.
Fist up. Again, remember. Again, remember, we are a family of all colors, all races, all walks of life, all ethnicities, all disabilities, all ableisms. We are here together.
Of 8th Street and Crenshaw Boulevard in the Koreatown area. This is where at least 100 people are being taken into custody, maybe more. I think 100 is probably very conservative on our part because all of the people that you see here are being arrested for violating curfew, and we already saw one sheriff's transportation bus depart the scene. You see the tow truck, though, coming in a frame there. The tow truck will be used to tow away.
I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. From a young age, we're taught the rules. Keep your hands out of your pockets, don't make it seem like you have any objects, because your cops feel especially threatened in the projects. From a young age, I learned my history is not in the books. Trust me, I tried to look in every nook. Even then, I tried to take yet another look, but I guess it makes sense, though, since my history is what you took. I find it hard to reconcile a God that would be used as a tool for something so vile, justifying snatching my ancestors while they were drinking from the Nile, yet y'all have never been put on trial. I'm my ancestors' wildest dream, but I get a feeling that this isn't what they meant by free. Black bodies behind bars, wishing they could look at the stars, the system causing them to forget who they are, feeling as if they're suffocating. Kaepernick down on his knees, begging, please, give us the freedom keys, but you look away with such ease, thinking that without privilege, you might just freeze. My chest is heavy and I can't breathe. Take a look at what the system is breaking. Stand to be mostly physically free, but mentally on my knee, thinking about my ancestors, lost at sea. I found out the other day my ancestors came to America on a boat named Isabella and sold to a man named William Penn. William Penn signed the Declaration of Independence. Yes, the same way you know and love owned a few slaves just because. Are we supposed to believe in equality? Can you hear me? Am I speaking audibly? Penn took their choice consciously and then wanted to preach the Quaker way of modesty. I gotta take a seat. Everyone was standing while my anger is justified. You can't even see what's inside, the pain and depression that I try to hide. Sometimes I feel like I've already died. I'm my ancestors' wildest dreams, but I get a feeling that this isn't what they meant by free. I forget what it's like to thrive. I want to do more than just survive, but what can one do when fighting is in their hard drive? The only thing that keeps me sane is love, the type of love that is as peaceful as a dove and only comes from above. My blackness is something I would never dispose of, even though most see my color as a weakness. It is what I am most proud of.
Got here, that white man that came looking for his fucking puppy, he was disrespecting his fucking
We just wanted to get him the fuck out of here.
My understanding of self has become my greatest wealth. Thank you to the black historians and legends that line my bookshelf. This is my prayer, Lord, please give me some air. This load is one that feels too great to bear. Give me strength that can't compare. I know I will never be outside your care. Lord, teach me how to dare and maybe let down my hair. And let my adversaries be ones that you spare. Remind me that every day is just one stair on my way to the kingdom, because I am an heir. I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. I'm a descendant of kings and queens.
Thank you, everybody, for being respectful. Heard tonight. If you want to stay, love that. I want you to hear their voice, because we want everyone else to hear your voice if you were up here speaking. We all want to march together. Again, united we are strong, we are nothing. We have to stay strong. We have to move in solidarity. So please, relax, sit down. 2 more speakers. They want to be heard just like you would want to be heard.
They said, all right, let me take a seat. They said, hold on, let me take a seat.
Can I get down? Can I get down to this set?
Let's give it up for Alicia.
My name is Alicia Ward, and I'm born and raised in Portland, Oregon. I have 2 beautiful boys that I've been raising. I have an 11-year-old and a 16-year-old. And the most that I fear is for my 16-year-old. He's 6'3" with dreads. And we all know the label the thugs with dreads. And every day when my son goes to work, I worry about people messing with him, and it's not okay. My son is 16 years old, and he shouldn't have to worry about going to work. He shouldn't worry about having long dreads. He shouldn't worry about the fact that he's 6'3" and he's only 16. But this is the things that we have to worry about. White folks don't have to worry about this. Y'all can have dreads. Y'all can be... What we need you guys to remember is 6 months from now, this shit don't stop. Y'all here today? You hear your white friends say some racist shit? This is the time that you have to speak up. Not the next day. Say it right then and there. Make them feel that shit. Because we got to deal with it right then and there. We stop. Walking down the street. Said earlier, don't be afraid. Speak up and say something. These masks right now see your face. You can pull your mask down and show a smile. These are the things that we need you guys to do. Today is a day that's going to be history, but what are you guys going to do after this? Remember that. You guys are all clapping right now, but 6 months from now, are you going to speak up? Are you going to tell your friend it's not okay to say the word nigga? I don't care if you're listening to it.
Not a great time.
Ooh, they done brought endless water supplies and stations and shit. That's low-key ammunition. But who the fuck keeps throwing all that shit, bro? Fuck. Bro. Keep throwing shit. They gonna fuck us up. Fucking tear gas hurt like shit. Are you okay?
Where? That bullshit, he was like, fuck it, this is your He was standing there, they was like, what the fuck's happening? He kept spraying, like, I thought he was like a superhero. Like it's Avengers or something.
Y'all good? didn't I tell y'all? Don't you have a feeling when your gut feelings like, nigga hit him?
Find out together if there's a scene there. I'm pushing in on the building now, but Saro's going to come around and then we'll be able to look at the north side of the building so we can look at the front of the store. Right there. So the last store there on the right, and it looks like it's boarded up. But at some point there was some activity here today. Let me reach out to my assignment desk. Assignment desk from Alpha, we're on scene. Yeah, not anymore. I think the call is already about an hour old or so, so it must have happened earlier. So with that, we will continue on towards home. Will do. You can head towards home, Sarah. So we took a quick look at the Foot Locker there. We had heard earlier in the night that there was some activity there. And I'll try to get you guys the exact time when we heard that there was some activity happening at the Foot Locker. Let me see. I'll check my in my notes here. So right at around 8 o'clock, so a little bit after 8 o'clock, we did hear that there was some activity happening at the store. It's unclear if people were able to get away with anything, but as we saw, the store has now been boarded up. So it looks like perhaps at some point people may have tried to enter the store, but since then it has been secured. We are now making our way towards home, though. Our home base airport is Whiteman Airport, and then our sister ship, Bravo, they're out of an airport in the Orange County area. So we try to divide our resources so that we can be in as many places as possible. So we're on the northern end of the San Fernando Valley, and the freeways that we're coming up to are going to be the 5 and the 170 here. So we're almost to Whiteman Airport. Saro's going to make some calls. Currently the tower is closed, so he doesn't come to the tower, but we'll make sure that there's all the aircraft that are here.
Well, that shit is dispersing through the air.
11 o'clock, we will have all of the information about everything that happened today and everything that led up to today and what you can expect tomorrow in terms of a curfew and protest tomorrow as well.
They're going back, 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 they're going back. Stop throwing the fucking water. So they got some new type of tear gas. It be floating around in the air. That shit has a very wide range. Kick that seat. Cool, he is wild as shit for going in there.
Hey! The diffuser can, go! I don't have the gas mask.
Everybody cover your face!
It's too late now, that can's out.
What time is it?
Bro, you guys are just tuning in. Go ahead and share this. Share this with all your friends and family. Show them what's going on right now. This is live from DC. Post it on Twitter and Instagram, everything. Live from DC protests.
Everybody okay? Anybody need a medic? Anybody need a medic? Help! People! Bring them over here! If anyone needs a medic, bring them over here! If you need a medic, over here! Over here if you need a medic! Oh, that's I feel like yeah, no shit. I was crossing. I was like, man, if I don't start tackling motherfuckers that are fucking throwing shit and all that stuff to it. Don't spray that man. Need some? I fucking threw it. My mouth threw it.
We are literally in front of the White House. We're on the lawn. Lafayette Square.
Yeah. I think it's time to blow out of here. You need a spray? You got double spray This guy got shot. Where's that one? Blow mask? That's all right. Okay. Juliana.
I just got me lost. It's temporary.
That shit was wild as fuck, Mo.
So it looks like we'll be demonstrating by marching over the bridge again, back to the building where this all started today. So right now I'm just getting through, getting to the truck and getting to the front, and we'll go ahead and record the march. So thank you to all the donators tonight. I appreciate it. It helps keep this broadcast live and make this possible. Here we go. Pardon me.
Watch out! Clear the way!
All you guys, thank you for the support. We need that.
I love that. Let's just save a white person for the front. We need him.
We got all the way from over there real quick.
Pardon me, man.
Are you moving forward?
Pardon me.
Keep it moving. Keep the space open. Okay.
Let us through.
The cops are near and they are not playing fair. First off, we need to finish.
Hey, only 2 people on the truck right now. Everyone else got to get out there.
Let the cars through, please. Make sure to let the cars through. Guys, do not
go eastbound. That's the long shot. Unfortunately, the LAX tower will not let us cross over. There he goes across. He's going to make a U-turn. So he's making a U-turn all the way around. One direction on Crenshaw, back the other way. We're going to come in with our other doubler to see how that looks. Another U-turn. He's making U-turns right there. He's northbound Crenshaw, then he's southbound Crenshaw. Here he goes. Let's see if he does it again. He's setting up. It looks like he's in a cone zone there. He makes that U-turn, and here he goes again. They're going to try to do a pit maneuver on. Slide right a little bit, Chris. And there he comes southbound again. So let's see if he's done it twice. He's done a loop twice. We're having to shoot this at a long distance because we can't get in there. There he goes again. A U-turn. This time he doesn't. He goes eastbound. And we're going to track him, Chris. Let's go to the east. Unfortunately, the buildings are in the way, and we have an extremely long shot on this pursuit. There he goes at a high rate of speed on surface streets. They're talking about setting up a spike strip. Let's start flying back towards the 110, Chris. Go ahead and turn that way. And as we try to navigate this difficult pursuit to cover, watching the night sun, there it is, popping in and out of the buildings. Right there at a high rate of speed. Yeah, let's hightail it to the 110. He is really on the gas there, eastbound. We're going to go as fast as we can back towards the 110 freeway. This guy is really jamming here. Wow. Yeah, unfortunately our speedometer won't work because we don't have the target. Here he comes right through this intersection. Let's see. There's the, oh, stop. He's going to come southbound and western. So he's going to be coming back towards us, Chris, and if you can reverse course, I'll look out my door. Let's see if he continues to the east. He's coming back at us. That's a good sign. So we're going to reverse course, get back over western, which is the next major, and he's coming at us at a high rate of speed. So we're going to get a better look at the driver as he comes back towards the 105. Oh, and of course he goes westbound. So we're going to track it westbound. It's back and forth, north and south on Crenshaw. Now he's east and west, back west again, I should say, behind the buildings. We're tracking the night sunlight. There he goes, right through that street. A blur. He's going at a high rate of speed.
Wow, he's just jamming. You can see him go through the trees between the buildings. There's the night sunlight. Here comes a signal, intersection. Right through it. Well, he went north. Okay, let's stop here. Van Ness, he's on Van Ness northbound. And he's northbound through Hyde Park. It's reverse course a little bit, Chris, and go back the other way. Going away from us, unfortunately. So we had an opportunity to get a closer look, but the driver decided to go away from us. There he goes. He's signaling. It looks like he's signaling to go left. And Chris, are we alone here? Yeah, we. Did he let anybody in? Slide right, because he's going. It's east of us a little bit.
If we stay here and quit hitting that fence,
well, we have a dilemma because we're trying to keep an eye on the pursuit, but it's in an area where we can't get into because of LAX air traffic. We can't cross over, and we can't even cross over where we normally would on the 110 freeway because they're not allowing us to. We're kind of trapped here. We'd have to go all the way to Alameda to get around and into the airspace.
So you think they're going to get arrested by marching down?
Let's do it.
It's too late to march. We made it to 1 in the morning here.
Southbound 8th Avenue from 54. So he's way up there already. We're going to have to go. Now we're granted the transition on the 110 freeway, so we're going to be pulling away from the pursuit a little bit here and trying to catch it if we can.
So they're not arresting people over here? So they're not arresting people over here?
Yeah, they haven't been. Have you seen anybody get arrested?
But they're not going to be doing that at all?
I mean, when? Why wouldn't they do it? If they haven't done it at 6, why would they do it at 7? Why would they do it at 8? The curfew ends at 6 in the morning on the pavement. And they might now. This is 210. They might rope in now and arrest this group first, then chase March at this point.
All right, what do you guys want me to do? Is Cooter in here?
Might be coming to an end in a parking lot off of Slauson. Crenshaw and Slauson is where the pursuit is, going through this Shell station right now. There's the airship right there, and Chris, whenever we can turn that direction, let's make it happen. He's out my door about 10, moving to 9 o'clock. How do you copy, Chris? Hey, Chris, can we make a left and go to it? Will they let us? They should allow us. Yeah, just make the. Okay. Yeah, well, that's. Boy, this is a challenging pursuit for us to get to. The tower's just keeping us out of there. Even though there's other news helicopters there, they're keeping us away for some reason. There's the chase. We've caught up to it, but we're still at a distance. We're having to stay and go around the area. Unfortunately, he goes southbound here. Unfortunately for us, he's southbound on Bryanhurst. Eastbound coming back at us. They're not going to do a pit maneuver. The car is driving too fast. They're calling for a pit spike strip. And there he goes southbound. Did they kick everybody out? Did they kick everybody out? Back the other way. He just made his U-turn. Keep going as fast as you can to Crenshaw Boulevard. Here he comes northbound. We're getting into a little bit better position, but we're still not allowed to get into the airspace for some reason. There is the turn. He's going to be going westbound on Slauson. He's going right by the Marathon Clothing Store. Right there, he just passed it, and he's going to continue westbound. There he goes southbound. Brian Hurst, he's making a loop. He's done this twice now, and he's going to probably make another left turn. There it is, eastbound 58th, approaching Crenshaw, and we'll see if he goes north here, if he's able to. Yep, he's going to go wrong direction there. Oh, he's going to go into the Fatburger. He's going to be going into that parking lot, and let's see if he goes north. He's going to go north right by the Marathon Clothing Store. He's going to come back out onto Slauson. Hard on the brakes. Wrong side of the road, and there he goes eastbound, or eastbound. I'm sorry, Chris. Let's reverse direction. Reverse direction. Oh, the other. We're gonna get skid. Here he comes northbound at us. Over some speed bumps. This is 11th Avenue, and here he goes eastbound. And he's going to go southbound on Crenshaw once again. So here we might see the spike strip happen right here. We got units on the side of the road. There's a spike strip. Oh, not sure if he went over it or not. Chris, I'm shooting at 6 o'clock. I just got blocked. Again into the Fatburger parking lot. He's going to go, let's see if he goes north in the alleyway. Nope, he's going to go south. And there's a pit maneuver right there. Takes him out. That's the end of it. We'll see if that's enough to end the pursuit. Nope, he's trying to back up. He's trying to go. And nope, he's not able to. He's blocked in there against the fence. And now he's going to go again. There he goes. They had him cornered there, but he was able to maneuver his way out of there. Eastbound Crenshaw. He's going to go southbound Crenshaw. They did a successful pit maneuver there, but it wasn't enough. He had some maneuver room. There's someone waving him on with a cell phone, it looks like. Southbound on Crenshaw. And losing his control there, fishtailing as he makes a U-turn once again. This is probably his 5th or 6th U-turn on Crenshaw. Back. Across, that officer's coming on to him fast. He's going to go wrong side of the road, right. Go right. And there they go. They're going to pin him again, right there, right. And he's got nowhere to go. They got him cornered in this time. Let's see what happens. No, he's backing up. He's backing up. Doors opening. The driver slow to come out. He's got his hands up. He is complying. He's kicking on his, I don't know what he's doing there, doing a little dance or something. Slide just right, just a hair, if you can, Chris. Wow. We're shooting this from about 2 miles away, maybe a little bit more, and the driver taking what looks like his hat off. He's not exactly complying with the officers. Second pit of this pursuit does the trick. The driver not complying. Put up his hoodie, it looks like. We got people on the other side in that top right corner. You got people on the sidewalk there cheering the guy on. And now the officers are shooing them away. The driver refused. Yeah, I see it. Don't look. We got someone with a laser hitting us. Go left a little bit, Chris. He just got on the hood of the car. The driver sitting now on top of the car that he was driving. Just slide a little bit. We're blocked by a couple of trees there. This is happening on Slauson and with the cross of Bryanhurst right there. Hold it right there. We got a slim window to look between these trees at the driver. Hey Chris, can you slide right now a little bit? Yeah, it's a little. We got that slim window there, and of course he goes up on the sidewalk now. Disregard that move. No, well, we're losing it behind the tree altogether. The officer's moving up in a group, and they're making the arrest. Unfortunately, we can't see. He's running. He's on the run. Look at this. He's running. He has a team of officers behind him, and they go. Unfortunately, he goes behind that building right there at Bryanhurst. And listening to the scanner, it sounds like he's still on the run there. They have him. There he goes on the other side of the street. You can barely see him right in the center of the screen. And he put his hands up. It looks like he's on his knees. You got some other people there that are coming over to where the arrest is being made.
But they said there was some criminal activity in Southwest Fourth and Taylor, and that's why the initial
the scene
use
from
of tear
without
gas
our
and
digital
flashbangs
doubler.
happening. I'm going to step out of the way of these people so we don't hear anything we don't want to hear.
Bringing
right
it back
now,
in, and unfortunately it's behind that awning of the building there on the north side.
Group, a splinter group, and the group has gotten in bigger. They're filling a couple blocks now, so yeah, you know what was, sorry if I'm kind of rambling here, it's hard to catch.
And there's the suspect right there. They just walked him out briefly. I think that was him.
Largely a
It looked like they have him in custody.
Tonight, you know, has turned slightly with the
maybe not. Maybe that was not him. Maybe that was someone on the ground. It's very hard to see because we are really about 2 miles, maybe even 2.5 miles away from this.
What police are deeming an unlawful assembly, and so that's kind of what's been transpiring here.
Yeah, Mike, I was going to ask you, you just said it seems like a couple hundred. Police have been pointing out on Twitter, they haven't given estimations, but they've been saying it's a small portion of the crowd that we saw at the square. I mean, can you just give me like your take on how many people were left at the square? What's the proportions of people that are participating in this and that were still at the peaceful area of the protest?
No, that's a very fair assessment. I mean, there were thousands of people involved in the initial march, the initial rally at the square, the march to Southeast Portland and back, thousands and thousands. So I think it's safe to say that the splinter group here is several hundred, and that is a small
right
portion,
down the north side of the
portion, if you will, of
Slauson.
the initial
There is the
gathering.
suspect being walked by the LAPD, finally in custody after a crazy pursuit up and down Crenshaw started.
So you see right here.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Down the 110 freeway.
No, I was just going to say, I was going to have my photographer Ken zoom in here to these officers here, asking people to kind of back off. I think we're in a good location now. I mean, there's no one really around us, so we should be okay. We're a block away from the Justice Center, but he's telling these guys and gals to get out of here. So, you know, they're armed with non-lethal force there. They've been using that, obviously, in the form of flashbangs and tear gas. And wow, that tear gas is is powerful. I haven't had a taste of that since the post-election protest that we were covering for many nights in a row several years ago.
Sure. Can I ask you?
This was unprovoked.
We can hear people yelling.
We were walking down the side.
Go ahead. You're okay.
So yeah, we were watching, it sort of develop
ahead,
on
Meg,
Sky. Yeah, sure, on Sky 8, and I was curious as we started to see explosions and started to see things develop. How quickly did people at the square become aware? Did they hear things? Like, did you see any attention shift, or like how? Because it seemed like it was two separate groups, but obviously they're not that far apart.
You could definitely hear the echo throughout the buildings here in downtown. I mean, obviously, imagine the tall buildings, the flashbangs. I mean, that crowd at the square definitely knew what was going on, but I had left and haven't been back since, just to kind of keep an eye on what was happening, a few blocks away. But there's no way that the crowd at the square doesn't know that this is happening. Even if they couldn't hear it, which I highly doubt, their social media word is spreading. They know what's happening, and up until last check, they were still there, giving talks and speeches and things like that, and that's what we've seen most of the night, and it was very peaceful. So it was wonderful to see. And then you had this group of several hundred, and we felt we should go check out what's happening, and that's kind of what's gotten us to the point that we're at right now.
Sure. Can you hear at all what police are instructing people to do? It does seem like they're pushing them further back from the fencing area, so like their perimeter is expanding. Like, what have you heard from officers as far as instructions, if any?
So if you've been following this coverage, if people at home have been following this coverage, they've set up basically fencing and barricades around the Justice Center, around the federal, around the federal building, and those sort of things. So that's what police are trying to protect. So when this group of protesters have gone up there, that's when then police move in and they say, hey, this is an unlawful assembly. Please move. Please vacate this area. So we've been listening to those commands and going to where we thought was a safe location. But at some point, police police did not agree, and that's when the flashbang and the tear gas came.
Gotcha. All right, Mike Benner, I'm going to have us put a pause on this for a second. We're going to break in on television. So for those of you watching the digital stream now, feel free to tune in on KGW. And Mike, make sure you stay safe, and we'll check back in with you soon. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Enjoying the coverage of the protests in Portland. Please like and subscribe. The Discord is in the description. Join there to hear more about these protests, when they're happening, when I'll be live. And it's really just a fun place to be a part of the community. So please check that out. And back to the protest.
We are not free. Young people to the middle, protected by the older individuals on the outside, in case we do run into anything crazy. Push all of you young folks in the middle. That's anybody under the age of 18. If you are under that age, you move to the middle. Understand that you are protected by the family that is around you. Understand that we are together. Understand that we are not going to be distracted, and that we are not scared, and that we are united, and we are strong. We gotta get across this bridge. We need to stay smooth. We need to stay together. Let's move. Hands up. 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 Make sure people like you're doing okay, guys. You're doing real good, all right? Round two. We're not we can hear you.
death of George Floyd. Night 2 of mostly peaceful protests, although in the last hour, Portland police have declared an unlawful assembly in a portion of downtown after basically having a confrontation with a smaller group of protesters, a small group among the thousands who were protesting peacefully. They say those protesters approached the fencing that they had put around the Justice Center, and then things kind of escalated from there. You're looking at a live look from Sky 8. You can see police in riot gear on that van driving through downtown. They've been pushing protesters back. We've seen flashbangs. We've seen tear gas. And we've been watching this develop over the last hour or so. Again, that view from Sky 8. We also have a reporter on the ground who at what point was kind of caught up in the mayhem, as he put it. We have Mike Benner live in Southwest Portland. Mike, what are you seeing at this point?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, hey there, Maggie. Actually, I was just trying to listen in to police who are now ordering people out of this area, saying this is an unlawful assembly. There's tons of people up the block there. You'll notice off here in the distance, I'll have my photographer Kenny Mack push in here. Officers in riot gear holding the line here. They're really blocking protesters and demonstrators from getting to the Justice Center. But I can tell you in the last hour or so, you know, the mood out here, if you will, has really changed. We had several hours of very peaceful protests that started at the square, a march over to Southeast Portland and back, thousands and thousands of people. But around 9 o'clock, there was a group of people that splintered off, several hundred people, and they approached the Justice Center that was blocked by police and fences, and that's when we saw flash bangs. We had tear gas. I myself and my crew, our security guard and photographer, just got gassed quite a bit. Took some time to get our bearings and get our senses back. But here we are. And again, there's still people milling around. We think we're at a safe distance right now, not you know, getting in the way of police. We have more coming down the street here. And really, it's an unfortunate scene because, as you mentioned, there were several hours of very, very peaceful protests, but again, in the last hour and a half or so, that has changed quite a bit, and it's a quite dangerous scene down here in downtown Portland.
All right, Mike Benner, we appreciate it. We appreciate you keeping an eye on it for us. And again, we just want to emphasize that was a small group out of the thousands who we saw at Pioneer Courthouse Square, who police say they clashed with and then kind of caused police to push protesters back. And you're sort of seeing the repercussions of that ripple throughout the downtown area. So we're going to stay on this and bring you updates online and on social media. And of course, we will have the very latest from Mike on the ground and multiple crews throughout downtown coming up on KGW News at 11.
Document the good, the bad, the ugly, and we will review it all together. I want all of us to stand strong. I ain't never felt this way in my life. I gotta be honest with you, man. The first protest I went to changed my goddamn life. I'll never be the same. How do y'all feel? Do y'all feel strong? Do y'all feel strong? Because y'all look strong as fuck to me. Now say her goddamn name. Say her name.
Where is he? Oh.
Those of you just joining us, basically, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, fifth night of major protests in Portland in the wake of the death of George Floyd. This is the second night of mostly peaceful protests. Last night was by and large peaceful, and tonight things seemed to be going in a similar direction. In the last hour, it's taken a bit of a turn. Portland police tweeting out that they have declared an unlawful assembly in a portion of downtown, basically along Southwest Taylor, sort of between 3rd and 4th from what we've seen in their tweets is where it started. And then they've started pushing people back, sort of expanding their perimeter throughout that portion of downtown. What they're doing is they're protecting the Justice Center and other government buildings kind of in that downtown core, which, as we know, on Friday night, demonstrators, we watched as they broke windows of the Justice Center, as they broke into the Justice Center and as they set fire to it. And that has kind of dictated the police strategy as far as responding to these protests downtown and particularly protecting an area of downtown over the last several days. So from what we've seen in Portland Police Bureau's tweets from tonight, a small group of protesters, a small fraction of those who were out, of the thousands who were out, basically, according to our reporter on the ground, an estimation of a couple hundred at the most, went up to the fences that have been set up around the Justice Center and started talking with police, yelling at police. Police tweeted that eventually objects were thrown at them and pushing against the fencing. And they tweeted multiple times they were telling people they couldn't move the fences. They couldn't take fences down. They couldn't go past fences because, again, that was protecting the Justice Center. These are the same fences that, by the way, are being reinforced by National Guard troops who were activated by Oregon Governor Kate Brown yesterday. And they said when they basically told protesters, again, this is police talking, that they couldn't go through the fencing, they couldn't move it, they couldn't do what they wanted with it, that things were thrown at them. And that's when police started using what they call non-lethal crowd control measures, things like flashbangs, things like tear gas, things that they launch at the crowd to basically push them back. And then we saw them sort of expanding their perimeter, just marching forward a couple of blocks, moving forward a couple of blocks, and pushing protesters back slowly but surely. This was happening a few blocks. I mean, if you're familiar with downtown, this is just a few blocks from Pioneer Courthouse Square, where we saw thousands and thousands of people fill the square, and they sat there for hours peacefully. That's a shot of the square now.
You don't mind?
It is completely empty, so you wouldn't have known. You wouldn't know that anything of the scale that it did went on there earlier tonight, but it was completely filled with people who were mourning, who were calling for change, who were calling for justice for George Floyd. There's a shot of that. So again, this is just a couple of hours ago. This was basically the scene at the square until really within the last hour. Obviously this video is daylight, so it's from pre 9 p.m. ish. But you can see just how filled it was, and we could hear chanting and cheering and people making speeches and people talking about
right down this boulevard here, just on the north
police
side
violence and the need for justice. All of this, of course, this is a live look on the ground. You can see the crowd just kind of milling downtown, and it seems like people are sort of figuring out what to do in the wake of this clash with police. Because again, keep in mind, as police pointed out and as our reporter confirmed based on his observations, this clash was between police and a couple hundred protesters, but there were thousands there. And Mike Benner's the reporter on the ground. He was pointing out that the people at the square, they didn't realize that there were people, from what he could tell, who had broken off and gone and had this confrontation with police a few blocks away. They're having their happy, peaceful, productive evening, and all of a sudden they hear flashbangs going off and they hear the conflict going on just a few blocks away from them. So we've kind of, and it's impossible to tell just by looking at them, but we've been seeing people running, and you have to assume that some of those were the people who were just at the square.
4 people here,
confused and reacting to
Santa Monica Boulevard and Gordon, Santa Monica and Gordon, 24 people being arrested.
Last night was the first night, that was night 4 of protests that we saw that was wholly peaceful. This is a tweet from the Portland Police Bureau saying, due to the criminal activity and unlawful assembly, everyone should leave the downtown core area immediately. Please do not come downtown. That tweet from the Portland Police Bureau here just in the last few minutes. They've been tweeting out updates every few minutes, including a video from their chief, Jamie Resch, who again is asking everybody to avoid the downtown area and basically saying that the confrontation involved or started with, in their words, violent and aggressive actions near the Justice Center. And they're saying police are using what they call riot control agents to disperse the crowd. So again, you've seen police pushing everybody just a few blocks back in every direction, and you can see this is a crowd that's signed for the Morrison Bridge there, and it seems like people are waiting and biding their time, and they may leave, they may not, they may be figuring out where to go. People putting on shirts, it looks like, white t-shirts, and clearly some of them have matching t-shirts on. But just to recap, because we can't recap this enough and just put it in the proper context, this is a week and a day after George Floyd died in custody of police in Minnesota. He was arrested after police got a call that someone was using a counterfeit 20 to try and buy cigarettes at a store in the Minneapolis area. Police responded, said later that Floyd had been resisting. Their reaction to that was to pin Floyd on the ground. 4 officers holding him down while one pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for 9 minutes. George Floyd, a black man, saying to these white officers that he couldn't breathe, asking them to let him go, calling out for his mom. And within those 9 minutes, toward the end, he lost consciousness and he later died. It took days, and it took a night of severe riots in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, to have any charges filed in that case. After the night of riots on Thursday, when rioters lit a police precinct on fire, the next day, here come the charges. A charge of third-degree murder against the officer and manslaughter against the officer who pressed his knee into Floyd's neck. His name was Derek Chauvin. No charges against the other officers. So a lot of protesters across the country angry about a number of things in this scenario. Angry about the injustices that people of color, men of color in particular, face. Disproportionately impacted by arrests, disproportionately impacted by violence when dealing with law enforcement in our country. Angry about George Floyd's death itself. Angry about the fact that it took days for anyone to be charged, despite the fact that the entire 9-minute ordeal was caught on camera as bystanders begged the officer to take his knee off of Floyd's neck. And so you've just seen the anger and the rage backed by generations of racism and violence against people of color in our society boiling over in cities across the country. We've had 5 nights of protests, massive protests. There were some smaller ones prior to that in Portland. Last night, last night and tonight have been largely peaceful. Last night was pretty much completely peaceful. Tonight it was peaceful until about an hour ago. And we want to reiterate, most people in the crowd of thousands.
If you are worried about getting hit with a concussion grenade or a flash grenade, I understand that. If you feel that that is a reason that you need to move a lot more forward or a lot more back to separate yourself from the larger pack and be able to get out, please do that now. I want everybody to know that nobody is going to judge you for that. It all is going to judge you for that. If you have a medical condition, please come forward if you are worried. But again, you all came out here expecting to receive violence from the police.
Right, like he just said. So it's important to stay together as one. If you have those concerns for your safety, we are not here to judge you. You can only make that call for yourself. Otherwise, stay together, stay tight, stay focused, and look after your neighbor, okay?
I want to reiterate that if demonstrators are peaceful and not engaged in criminal acts, they need to be mindful of the lawful orders being given and disperse when directed. We do not want peaceful protesters to be subject to riot control agents and the actions of some in the crowd that are creating a public safety risk. Officers will continue to defend themselves, others, and the critical infrastructures and preserve life safety.
All right, so that was Portland Police Chief Jamie Rush there in a video that the Bureau tweeted out just over 10 minutes ago, basically letting people know whether they were involved in the confrontation with police or not. They need to leave the downtown core because things are escalating. And police need to, in her words, protect these buildings that are crucial to law enforcement in the Portland area. That is mainly including the Justice Center, which, again, on Friday night was the building where reporters filmed and everyone watched as rioters broke windows, went into the Justice Center, set a fire on the first floor of the Justice Center. In case you're not familiar, that includes the Multnomah County Jail. That building includes that. There were employees inside at the time. None were hurt. No one in the jail was hurt. But it was a huge concern that people very well could have been, especially those in the jail who couldn't obviously get out at a moment's notice. We're looking back at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and it looks like there is still a crowd of people there.
National Guard
keep in mind
troops
again,
at the
there's
intersection.
a look from our
Santa Monica Boulevard and La Brea.
again, keep in mind there were thousands there, and we had.
Okay. the street here for a second. Santa Monica and Formosa. See if there's any more further. You can keep the left turns going. That's okay. I'm just looking with the camera. Oh, that's okay.
Through the square, seemingly figuring out where to go tonight, or just kind of waiting and maybe letting the dust settle a little bit. In the middle of downtown Portland, again, Pioneer Square, just a few blocks from the area where this kind of confrontation happened with police. By our estimation, it was a couple hundred people at the most who broke away from the massive crowd at the square and then went to the fencing that was set up around the Justice Center and had that confrontation. Portland police started tweeting about it at about 9 p.m., saying that it was an unlawful assembly, saying that they needed people to step back from the fencing, that people could not move the fencing, they could not hop it, they could not go through it, that fencing being backed by Oregon National Guard troops who were deployed by the governor for the first time since the 80s yesterday to protect the building. And actually, that deployment is the subject of a little bit of a squabble going on between Portland's mayor and Oregon's governor tonight. Mayor Ted Wheeler this morning said that he needed to correct some characterizations made by the governor about the decision to deploy National Guard troops. It was a bit of a controversial one. We heard some feedback from people who worried that that deployment would escalate tensions between protesters and police. Granted, it happened yesterday, and since then we have had a night of peaceful protests, so the cause and effect there is definitely questionable at best as far as it happening immediately. But this morning, Portland's Mayor Ted Wheeler said, Oregon Governor Kate Brown said that I requested National Guard troops to be on the front lines, basically confronting protesters and helping police do that. And he said, I want to be very clear, I never requested them to be there in that capacity. He said, what I said we needed was troops to guard those buildings that protesters had breached on that night of one of the riots in Portland Friday night when they got into the Justice Center. So he said we needed backup. We needed National Guard troops to guard those buildings, to basically keep that fencing there and to back that up. And then that, he said, would allow our Portland police officers, who he told the public are better trained to deal with crowds in a non-lethal way, and kind of, especially within the Portland's downtown core. Portland is no stranger to protests. And he said if we have the National Guard troops, then we can send our officers out and have them do that job more easily. They won't have to worry about coming back and protecting the Justice Center, protecting the Portland Police Bureau's headquarters. So again, if you're just joining us, what you're looking at is basically what's left of the crowd that was at Pioneer Courthouse Square throughout the evening. Thousands of people packed the square, and they were there for hours. They had marched from Southeast Portland, some of them coming from Revolution Hall, where they met up around 6 p.m. tonight. They marched across the Burnside Bridge. They had another die-in on the Burnside Bridge, and we've been showing that throughout the evening.
Hey, the girl's in labor, she's trying to get through.
She
in labor, she's trying to get through.
She's in labor? Hey, back up. Someone's in labor trying to get through.
God, congratulations!
Hey, let's congratulate the individual in labor. Yeah! 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 Let that bus through. Let that bus through. We're letting these cars through. Letting these cars through. Remember that we don't stop public transit.
In honor of George Floyd, the man who died a week and a day ago now, according to the charges, at the hands of a Minnesota police officer. So they filled the bridge. They laid down, they're packed in there. And that was the crowd that moved into downtown. That was the crowd that packed Pioneer Square. And then we had, after that crowd being in the downtown core for hours, a couple hundred people, according to our reporter, that was his estimate of a crowd that size, going and having this confrontation with police at the fencing for the Justice Center. I know we have some video earlier of people running from that area, of just kind of the moments that we did see that sort of shifted the tone of the night a little bit. You can see, so this is Sky 8. This was recorded earlier. We have police there using flashbangs, deploying tear gas, which they tweeted they did after people started throwing things at officers. And then this is kind of when things got really scary for, frankly, our crew on the ground and for a lot of people on the ground. Mike Benner telling us he was at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and you started hearing those explosions going off. You started hearing things in the distance, but clearly not that distant because they're downtown. It's just a couple of blocks away. And that's when you see people kind of running through the streets a little bit, people putting their hands up, people getting on the ground on their knees and putting their hands up in front of the line of police. But again, and this is why we wanted to show you the video of the bridge and why we've been showing you the video of the crowd.
We saw these guys moving through Hollywood. They're northbound to Cahuenga, past Hollywood Boulevard. We're just kind of seeing where they're going. You can keep going after them. They're going to disappear behind the building there.
That said, we will be following the situation as it develops downtown. We will be bringing you all the latest developments online and on social media. And of course, we will have a full recap, including a report from our reporters on the ground, coming up on KGW News at 11. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
No, this is Hollywood. This is Cahuenga, north of Hollywood. Yes. Okay. We're not too far from there. We're just watching to see where these guys are going, because it's a caravan of officers going up Cahuenga. Yeah, sure. We're done here, Chris. Let's go back.
You want your fucking story to be heard? Then listen to another person's story. That's how we fucking got here. Selfish pricks that only care about filling their little fucking pockets. Listen, I be broke sometimes, but guess what? More full of love. I'm out here with y'all. I'm out here with y'all. I ain't out here to make money. I'm not out here to make money. I'm out here to make a change.
You got it
Are y'all with me?
3 o'clock.
Then put a fucking fist in the air. Put a fucking fist in the air. Black Lives Matter.
Yes, it is coming up on my map as West Hollywood. It is sheriffs and the National Guard.
Black Lives Matter.
You're okay here, Chris. Let me see what. Yeah, you're okay. Thank you for trying. Me. We got 15 minutes before the show starts.
One more time, y'all. One more time. We're gonna say Black Lives, and then we're gonna say Matters. Okay? Ready? Give me your beat. I got your beat. I got your beat. Give me your L. I got your L. I got your L. Give me your M. I got your M. I got your M. What does that say? Black Lives. What does that say? Matters. Do it again. Do it again. Let's do it again. Let's go. Give me your beat. I got your beat. I got your beat. Give me your L. I got your L. I got your L. Give me your L. I got your L. I got your L. What does that say? Black lives.
Let's continue marching, y'all. Let's stay together. Let's stay strong. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. It's all about disruption, baby. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? Where do we want it? What do we want? Where do we want it? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. We can't breathe. We can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. We can't breathe. We can't breathe. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. There are a lot of things we're going to have to sacrifice on the way to true change. Understand that. Change is not a convenient thing. There's nothing convenient about it. It's got to be inconvenient for the city. It's inconvenient for me. It's inconvenient for you. But guess what? That's what it is. That's the state of things. Everybody is watching on the movies. Everybody wants to romanticize the struggle, but as soon as we're in it, everybody want to run from it. Don't run from it. Run towards it. Everybody wanna be black until the cops come. 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 You love black culture. You love black culture. You love black music. You love black food. You love black clothing. You love black sports stars. Don't stop loving us when it's time to vote. Don't stop loving us when it's time to tell your white friend or your non-black friend not to say the word nigga. Don't stop loving us when it's convenient for you. When you're...
Can you? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Jack, I was... Yeah, they were getting a handle on it.
I've been a part of those conversations.
They were having some access trying to get into it, but it sounded like they were getting a handle on it last time I heard it.
What that means is speaking out against the individuals that you know are corrupt. Speaking out against the organizations that you know corrupt. Not supporting the organizations that you know. Speaking out every single day that you get a chance. Talking to everyone you know. Talking about equity. Talking about unity. Telling them that my life matters and the black person to your left and to your right and to your front and to your back Their life matters just as much
There's
as
a
everybody
response
else's.
over there. See, just north of the freeway at about 1 o'clock, fire department. We don't want to go over there. We're just,
Remember exactly why we are here.
you see that?
We are here
We
for
might go over there if it
equity.
turns out
We are here for
to be something.
unity.
It's a
We are here for Black lives. Because
possible
they what?
possible house fire over there.
What? They what? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
Hey, clear the car!
All right, that black entry down the street, take this. The black entry down the street will not let the young lady who just told me that she was going to go get some water come off the door and say, we don't want you black here, okay? So, number one, do not support them. Number two, if you need supplies, one more time. We got cars right here. We got cars right here. I got stuff in my backpack. You come up here, you need something, you let me know. My name is Mana. I'm all y'all friends. And I'm you got it, okay? Thank you. Let's go.
You know what I noticed, guys? You know what I noticed? I noticed everybody wanna be black until the cops come. Everybody wanna be black until the cops come. Until the cops come. Everybody wanna be black 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 until the cops come. Everybody wanna be black. Yes, let's keep space in between these lines. Let's keep a little bit of space in between the lines, guys. Just a little bit. There's some space to be safe.
What's that? I'm in your Discord. Oh, super cool. It's good to meet you. Hey, what's going on? What's
I wish I came earlier.
Hey, yeah, it's super cool. I love hearing people that are watching. Yeah. I appreciate that. I try real hard.
Everybody wanna be black until the cops come. 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 Everybody wanna be black. Everybody wants. Everybody wanna be black. 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 Sorry about that, guys. My voice is cracking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But y'all still rocking with me. But y'all still rocking with me, though. God damn it. This is what democracy looks like, baby. Can we get that going one more time? Honestly, that's the jam of the century, baby. That's the jam of the century, baby. Hey, can y'all sing that with me one more time, please? Can y'all sing that with me one more time? Until the cops come. Until the cops come. Everybody wanna be black. Until the cops come. Everybody wanna be black.
12 o'clock. Uh-huh. I see that. Thank you. I'll look at that real quick. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Hey, do not let these motherfuckers sleep. If they in their fucking houses,
Going out 13. Start turning, start turning. This car first. You guys up there, I appreciate the support. If you guys got neighbors in there, y'all know what you're doing.
See some more people over here.
Why don't we go and see what time is in here?
Looks like they were.
Yeah, let's slide to the right. We're just a little steep. Yeah. Yeah, so...
Yo. Did I talk to y'all earlier?
This car first. You guys up there, I appreciate the support. If you guys got neighbors in there, y'all know what you're doing. Well, guess what's about to happen? No justice! No justice!
I don't know if y'all.
Thank you for helping keep this broadcast live. This is all kept live. Thank you for helping keep this broadcast live. This is all kept live. And back to the protest.
Oh, I'm sorry, Booth. I had my mic down. Sorry about that. We do have activity Santa Monica and La Brea. It's the sheriffs and the National Guard.
Yeah, I think they are. Pictures hot up on the window.
Inequality. Y'all march beside us! March beside us! And it came in all forms.
They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't have to be here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Chuck Henry. Well, today we saw thousands of people march through the streets of Southern California, with some protesters tonight pushing the very limits of the countywide curfew.
For a third night, all 88 cities that make up LA County are under curfew. Several cities in the Inland Empire and Orange County under curfew as well. Dozens of people were arrested tonight for breaking curfew in Hollywood and downtown LA. Before tonight, though, the LAPD arrested more than 2,700 people, mostly for failure to disperse and curfew violations since the protests began.
And right now, dozens of demonstrators are being arrested and loaded on a police bus for breaking curfew. This comes hours after a rather, well, remarkable sight. It happened earlier today in downtown Los Angeles. Several planned protests all merge into one giant march. NBC4's Hetty Chang is live now with more. Hetty?
Chuck and Colleen, we're on the corner of 8th Street and Crenshaw Boulevard. This is considered Koreatown, and we want to step out of the way here and show you what we've been watching here for the past 15 minutes or so. Dozens of people loaded onto these big LA Sheriff's Department buses and taken into custody. We're told that most of this group just came from the Getty House, Mayor Garcetti's residence. Police taking this curfew very seriously. If you don't need to be out here tonight, you are breaking the law. Now, as you mentioned, we've seen this all over LA tonight, but for the most part, the protests we saw remain peaceful. Just before Los Angeles entered into another night of curfew, demonstrators once again took to the streets, this time in the tens of thousands in the name of George Floyd. Tonight, a moment both powerful and poignant as marchers took a knee and held up peace signs in front of LAPD. And on the steps of LA City Hall, several hundred Angelenos sang.
Everybody wanna be black. Hey, no justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. I want all these motherfuckers in this goddamn neighborhood to understand why they can't sleep. Why can't you sleep, citizens? Why the fuck can't you sleep? Because you don't deserve to. Fuck that. Because I can't breathe, that's why. I can't breathe. 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 Loud. I can't breathe. Loud. I can't breathe. Yes, I can't breathe. 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 Listen to me. I done had 3 fucking vocal cord surgeries. I'm about to go on a 4th one because of this goddamn night. I'm giving it all the fucking way up for my people, for my brothers and my sisters. Get off your goddamn fucking couch and come fuck with us. I'm not doing this no more. I don't give a shit about your retweets. I don't give a shit about your black Instagram pictures or whatever the fuck that was. I am not gonna be silent for a day, nigga. Universal Studios, all of them, they put a dime in our pockets. Who has donated to Black Lives Matter? Can you tell me? I don't even fucking know. God damn it, Colin Kaepernick, the one that they kicked out of the NFL, blackballed. Just remember, there's what they say, and there's what it is. There's what they say, and there's what it is. Okay? Why the fuck would it benefit them to tell us what it is? You feel me? You feel me? There's what they tell us, and there's what it is. So, but listen to this. Your people, your brothers and sisters, they ain't gonna steer you wrong. They ain't gonna steer you wrong. Just like this path that we've taken, it ain't been nothing but a straightforward and a goddamn right. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for being here with us, man. You guys are fucking beautiful, and I ain't never felt so much love in my life, man. Everybody hold with us. Hold with us, everybody. Hold with us right there.
That's right, escorting us. Stop right there. Slow it up. We're gonna roll it up real quick. Y'all stop. We're gonna move. Just wait 1 second, please. Stay together.
Stay tight, guys.
Stay tight. We are almost there.
Stay tight, guys.
Stay tight.
Stay together.
Stay tight. Thank you. We're good. Stay together.
Good evening, everybody, on this Tuesday night. What is the fifth night of massive protests in the wake of the death of George Floyd. And we wanted to check in as the sun is setting in Portland and just take a look at the scene downtown, which once again is remaining peaceful. And we're so happy to see that. This is Sky 8 over Pioneer Courthouse Square, which is packed. Estimates of our crowd last night were around 15 to 20,000. And as you can see, a massive crowd out there once again. That crowd has been there for the last at least half hour, if not longer. We've seen speakers addressing the crowd, and we've seen people chanting and waving. And thankfully, we've seen all that in part because we have Mike Benner on the ground, who's been following these crowds throughout the evening and just kind of watching the protests as they progress.
Portland City Auditor's Office. Ross Caldwell is the director.
Portland has about 300 protest events a year, and a lot of those are very small. These are obviously on the very big end of the spectrum, but you know, that does generate a lot of public interest, a lot of interaction between law enforcement and people in the community.
Lots of people use the city system. The IPR reviews hundreds of complaints a year from citizens and more from other police officers. For the 5 years covering 2014 through 2019, the IPR found misconduct in a total of 200 different cases. Candace Avalos is the chair of the volunteer group of citizens who review complaints.
I think that the community definitely values the work we do, and we have certain community members that tend to engage with our work a lot. And we had a retreat like a couple years ago, and they specifically mentioned like this work is important. Even though it's difficult, we don't always get what we want to get done. People appreciate knowing that we're there.
Here's a deeper look into what happened last year. Citizens filed 408 complaints against officers. 155 were quickly dismissed because they had no merit, but 92 were thoroughly investigated. Another 76 got a precinct referral, meaning it did not involve misconduct, but the precinct commanders notified and can follow up with the person who complained. And 75 got supervisory investigation, which means the officer
expressly so we can get these people in here. Don't cover the vehicles. Let those vehicles get out of here. Let those vehicles get out of here. If you're up front, take a seat. Get close to your neighbor. The closer we get, the more the message gets shared. You in the front deserve to hear the message just as much as the individual in the back. Clear out for those vehicles, please. Please push those vehicles a couple more car lengths up the street. The farther the vehicles are up, the more people we can get in here. The farther the vehicles are up, the more people we can get in here. Keep those vehicles going, please. Keep those going. Keep them going. Keep the vehicles going. Head up the street, park. Park illegally, the street's shut down. It don't matter where you stop. Just get out of here a little bit. Hey, get closer. Everybody get tight. If you can't sit, take a knee. We want the people behind you to hear the message. We're going to hold for a little bit just because we got a lot of people coming in that are catching up. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for being respectful. Thank you for being present.
Put it right there.
Oh yeah, let's get a chant while we go on. Black Lives Matter. 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 Fists up. Wow, y'all are respectful. That is, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. To the neighbors, if you can hear me, call your city commissioner, call your mayor, call your state legislative representative, your state senator. Let them know we are going to be out here until we see change. If I can't sleep, you can't sleep. Let them know we're going to be out here. Matter of fact, I want to see y'all down here tomorrow. Come find me. I want you to be a part of this. Because you're going to be here regardless. So you might as well be a part of it. Be a part of the change. Because we can't just not be racist. We have to be anti-racist. I want to reiterate that. We can't just not be racist. We have to be anti-racist. We have to be what? We have to be what? We have to be what? Wow. Give yourselves a hand of applause. I want you to know that I, just like you, am tired. Yes, at this point in time, I am tired. Like I want to go to bed. Like y'all probably want to go to bed. But are we tired? No! Are we tired? No! But do y'all want to go to bed? Okay, I mean, that's cool. I want you to know we are human and that we don't operate without food, sleep, and sustenance, water, spirituality. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. If you have personal shit you have to get done, please take care of that before you come out here. Please take care of yourselves before you come out here because we need you strong, we need you loud, and we need you proud. And if you got stuff on your mind, you can't do that. Or maybe this is your peace. Maybe this is your solace. Maybe you come out here to find other individuals who share that mindset with you. Maybe you come out here because you couldn't sleep at night. Because you were up thinking about injustice. I know I stay up thinking about that. I know I don't sleep because I think about injustice. I've written a lot of poems. I've written a lot of words. I've written a lot of policy statements at 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning because my insomnia is around racial injustice. My insomnia is around inequity. My insomnia is around inequality. So tonight y'all can sleep. But best believe we will be out here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Let me get those fists up real quick. Let me get those fists up. Let me get those fists up. Hey, someone tell the drivers to put their fists up. Thank you. Please get loud when it's time to get loud. I want everybody to hear this. Tomorrow, we will be out here in this same spot at 6 p.m. Hold it. Hold quiet. Come ready to support. Come ready to be loud. Bring a friend that didn't come today. Bring a family member that didn't come today. Bring your racist grandmother. Bring your racist grandfather. Bring your pastor that tells you you can love everybody, but black people are not equal. We're going to be here until it matters, damn straight. Because whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? I'm going to let my boy Devin speak to you, and then Mana is going to close us out at the end. Please, again, be respectful. Please listen. Thank you all so much for showing up in solidarity. It means more to every black person you've ever met than they can express to you. This right here This is a show of love. That's what it is at the end of the day. That's what protests are run on. Not fear, not hate, not violence. Love. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Thank you so much. I love y'all too.
I'm going to keep it real short on this one because I've been talking a lot. My voice is tired, but I just want to make it real quick. You know, this country has kind of been brought to its knees and reduced to rubble just because of COVID-19. I wondered to myself, how did they even manage to still keep up with the consistency of killing black people? How are they still killing us while they're like coughing and killing us? You know, I was like, I don't understand. So the reason why I'm here, why I got off of my couch, is because I realized there was something happening right outside of my window, and that I wasn't a part of it. I was just watching it happen. And the more that we do that and allow it to just happen and not join it, it hurts the cause. Every human body that's here is aiding the cause. I just want to remind you guys, and I want to remind you guys, everybody, whatever political faction, we're all here together. And only when we accept our responsibility together can we then build trust. Only when we have learned to accept all of our responsibilities together will we truly learn how to trust each other. I look at you guys now and I feel like we've built so much trust already. We've only been doing this for a short while. We got a long road to go. All right? It's the long game. You hear me? It's the long game. So like Darren said, to be honest, I mean, yesterday I had a muscle spasm in both calf muscles, dog. I was running, ducking. Oh my God, I forgot how long it's been since I ran. So I need you guys to stay healthy, drink water, eat some good food, get some rest, because honestly, this shit is deeper than Paul. It's deeper than your job. It's deeper than anything that's ever happened in your life, to be honest. What's realer than this? What's realer than this? Tell your fucking employer there's nothing realer that's ever happened in your life. I'm expected at work tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. I gotta be honest. I might be on unemployment soon too. Honestly, nothing matters more than this right now. This is not a game. All right, we are not influencers trying to look like something's happening. It's happening, and it's real as hell. We are on this movement. You guys are on our time. It's us together. This is not your movement, it's our movement. So when you... Okay. We're gonna wrap this up pretty quickly here, all right?
All right, so we're gonna be pretty quickly because once again we're hearing that the cops are coming, or I don't know what is the situation. Look, I just want to okay. Peace signs. So that's not what we're about, y'all. Okay. I mean, yes, but okay.
Okay, I can hear you.
You know what? Okay, we want to say thank you to Harrison, who donated the speaker for us today, so that way everybody can hear us. Thank you. Okay, and if you also are interested in contributing or you want to donate, please stick around, okay? We're all going to be sticking around until you all clear out and make sure you all get where you need to go. Again, we're going to be meeting here tomorrow in this same spot. No confusion. We're not meeting downtown. We're meeting right here, 6 o'clock. Show up a little bit early, okay? We're going to try to be on time. Despite, some stereotypes, we're going to be on time and punctual, okay? So be here a little bit early so you can get your good seat in and we can get all cozy and talk to you all and get a snack, get whatever supplies you may need. And also, I just want everybody to get home safely tonight. Please do not be a part of any ruckus. Please be safe. Okay, there are cops in the area. Be smart, be mindful. Pick up your trash. Did I get everything? Pick up your trash. Clean the streets, okay? This is our home. This is our city. Keep it clean. What else did I have to say? Oh.
Hey, what time are we going to be here tomorrow?
Where?
Maybe a little earlier. Right? 6 p.m. at Revolution Hall, where we are at right now.
All right, and I just want to say something also. You guys might not know, I'm first generation in this country. Me and Martha right here, our family's from Eritrea, Asmara, okay? So, we're here with you. Our country, I personally have been every everything against all odds. We don't even have COVID no more over there, okay? So what we want to say is a special message. It's in our language, Tigrinya. It's awet na hapash, okay? It's power to the people. All right? Awet na hapash. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
As you guys leave, remember this, and when you come back tomorrow, be 100% peaceful, but be 0% victim. Thank you guys for coming out.
Speaker. How's it feel completing a second day of peaceful protest?
It feels amazing. This is not even my second one. I'm going to be out here every night. Every single night I'm going to be out here. I've been out here since Friday. This is our second perfectly ran protest. Yesterday was amazing. Today was even more amazing. I'm not going to lie. I'm a human. I do have, stuff I deal with. Mental health, etc. And that's why we want everybody to go home tonight and rest and take care of themselves. Take a day if you need. We understand. That doesn't mean you're not with us anymore. I forgot to even say that. But anybody who's with us and you feel like you need to take a day, take a day. Take 2 days. You're still with us. So take care of yourself so you can come back out here and support what you believe in, okay? Which is justice for our black lives. Thank you.
Zoom in there and you'll notice the several hundred demonstrators really going toe-to-toe with police at the fence line there. So this follows a couple of hours of what I would describe as a pretty volatile situation. There were, from, say...
Discord's a good way of seeing women start streaming what's going on. Please like and subscribe. Thank you so much to everybody watching.
Protesters broke off and approached the Justice Center, approached that fencing that surrounds, part of the area there, and that's when we saw the flashbangs and the tear gas. I got a lot of it, as did my my photographer and security guards. We were trying to, bring you the pictures, but that's what we've seen the last couple of hours. And again, right now, we're at 4th and Yamhill, and just a couple blocks up, you see demonstrators up against the fence and engaging with officers. I did hear over the last few minutes or so a couple warnings from police to clear the area, but so far nobody really has. That's the scene out here. Let's send it back to you.
It doesn't look like anybody's moving, does it? They seem to be staying right outside the fence line there.
Yeah, and Laurel, that's typically what we see here, back and forth between demonstrators and police. Police will give several warnings, and I can confirm I heard a number of warnings before, the last major use of tear gas and flashbangs about an hour or an hour and a half ago. And again, we just heard a couple warnings within the last 10 to 15 minutes about the crowd you're seeing right now. Police saying this is an unlawful assembly. Please leave the area, or we will use, non-lethal force. So the warnings are out there. We'll see what the demonstrators do.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Again, we should mention this is just a small fraction of the protesters who've been downtown earlier, several thousand earlier, so a small group causing the problems tonight. We'll be back right after this.
Stay connected.